In this video, we are continuing with part 2 of our epic 30-plus hour bookshelf tour of the library of an original libertarian. Please note we will be doing an AMA, or Ask Me Anything, with my guest via a live Zoom event where you can ask any question you may have. Please click the first link in the description to register to attend the event live, or you can leave a question in the comments and I will ask my guest your question on your behalf. The recording of the AMA will be uploaded to this channel. Before we get back into the tour, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. The first bonus is my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a new bonus I just recently assembled, a PDF guide with all the tips and tricks I learned about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've done over the past couple of years. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. I haven't been able to teach any new courses in many months because I've been dedicating all of my time to getting this bookshelf tour project up and running. I now have a good system in place for the bookshelf tours, and I'm ready to get back into teaching. To mark this milestone, I've created a brand new, in-depth video series that will guide you through my back catalog of self-paced courses, my currently ongoing programs, and my planned future projects. I've organized everything into 3 tiers for beginner, intermediate, and advanced level learners across my 4 major areas of teaching, which are self-directed learning, thinking skills/mental models, planning, and organizing. If you'd like to learn more about my educational offerings and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the first link in the description. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with my anonymous original libertarian guest. Okay, so we're jumping back in now in session 2, and where would you like to start here?
So, the books on the top are ones that my friend gave me in the past year, by authors that I know, or about authors that I know mostly. But the ones on the bottom we might want to do first, as those are ones I've had for longer. Waiting for Godot, we talked about last time. It's kind of a book about poverty, book that prisoners understand because they're waiting for things. Endgame is about a man who's kind of, a landowner who owns several, I guess doesn't own them, but keeps them on his property, people in trash cans, and your man, who they ask him for food, he doesn't give it to them. It has many, I think, social impulses that come through in the play. Bruno Schulz, Streets of Crocodile. I have seen a beautiful little stop motion animation that's a short that's actually based on this book. And this book, I believe it's a very surreal book. It's a book that it's a very surreal book. It's a book that I want to read, but I really like the movie of, but I can't say much more. Under the Volcano. I actually have a book about this book, about how Malcolm Lowry used the Kabbalah to write this book. That's another book on my shelf that my friend gave me. Malcolm Lowry, I know, was an alcoholic and died of alcohol, but he was a beatnik. These are Harper perennial classics. I have not read this one. I just kind of heard about it on, I think, was it Better Than Food, or just kind of, it's like a top 100 novel. You see it anywhere. Under the Volcano is like a popular novel. The Pigeon, by Suskind. He also wrote a book called Perfume, which is, I think, about one of them is about a murder. The Pigeon I have not read. If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, I tried reading a little bit of this, wasn't in the mood. It's kind of like, I think he's an Italian author. Italo Calvino. Has to be the most Italian name I've heard today. If on a Winter Night as a Traveler. Yeah, that's a book that I would like to read, but that's Every Man's Library copy. I do, have a lot of books I haven't read. That we talked about Spangler in the last video. I'm not like a Spangler fan. I just have him because he's sort of adjacent to the critique of Leviathanic thinking that I am interested in. I think Freddie Perlman would have a lot to say about Spangler. If you could scroll down a little bit. Scroll down a little bit. Down a little more. And Nadja by André Breton is a book by a surrealist, and I do not quite understand what's going on in this book. I think I tried it, I put it down, and I was not a fan. I might try it again someday, though, because I'm much more, well-read than I was 5 years ago. Letters, Dreams, and Other Writings. I think that's a Remedios Varo. Yeah, it says Varo on the side. Remedios Varo is a painter that does some of my absolute favorite paintings. Very close to Dali. Very much in the vein of kind of like dream, like Bosch, like, you'll find a lot of those kind of artists in my library. Huysmans, I did not like this book. I thought this is a different translation of the other one that I have. I got this one in case I ever wanted to try a different translation, but I think that it's just like a book that's filled with $10 words in French from the French language that are translated, at least in the other translation that I have that might be somewhere on this shelf. But J.K. Huysmans is about, they're sitting in a castle talking with some people about Gilles de Rais, who was like he was someone who knew Joan of Arc, but he was like a tyrant who apparently like raped and pillaged, and so this conversation in the castle with the lighthouse, with like this sort of priest who keeps the bell, I think. It's like they're sitting in a bell tower. It's a very cozy premise. I like the premise of J.K. Huysmans' Against Nature, but the book itself, I think, suffers from just being like, they don't even talk. It's not like reading, it's like the opposite of reading 120 Days of Sodom. Like 120 Days of Sodom is too much. This book is too little. It's just like, it's not fun to read. Cathedral of Mist is another book from that same publisher that produced Varo. I read a few of things in this. I did not remember too much of what was in it, but still kind of cool, like kind of dreamy. Bertrand Russell's In Praise of Idleness. I've read parts of this book. Bertrand Russell views that, working is not the best part of life. Bertrand Russell, in his view, idleness is, desirable because it allows us to, our minds to wander and for creativity to occur. Bertrand Russell loved, the notion that we can find our own joy on our own, delights in our own time without needing to be dominated by the workplace. And so I have not finished this book like many great books which I praise in my library, but I don't think you really need to in order to understand that working sucks. Dan Bazzotti.
I just wanted to say something about idleness, and I don't know if there's a theoretical angle on this, but I think that's a key question with with changing the nature of work is what does leisure look like? And there's like Veblen's theory of the leisure class, and there's other notions of leisure. And I would assume idleness here is kind of a synonym for leisure in the classical sense. So I'm curious if there's a sort of original libertarian theory of leisure that particularly appeals to you.
Well, Bertrand Russell appears in The Libertarian Reader, I think volume 3 or 4. So I'd say Bertrand Russell. It's him. He's the libertarian you're looking for. Then there's also those other anti-work books that, Never Work was on my shelf in the last video. The ones in the little black cart shelf. I forget exactly what they're called. Abolish Work, and then one by an author that I don't like too much because he really stereotypes feminism, but Bob Black's Against Work. I'm sure he has good things to say about why work sucks, but I don't like the things that he says about feminism.
It's kind of interesting that my impression is that there tends to be maybe an 80-20 or 90-10 emphasis in a lot of discourse related to changing the nature of work, where it's mostly negative about the state of work, but there often aren't a lot of solution-oriented or sort of praising leisure and really getting into why it's important and what can, I think I brought up last time, there's these, whether they're billionaires or others who say, oh, well, if we get rid of work, people have no meaning and their identity is being a coal miner. And so, we don't want to take that away, and we need, they usually don't have any solution in particular, but they just, that's kind of a meme that a lot of people will say.
Yeah. Our identity is not work. Our identity is multiple. Nietzsche says that we have so many identities underneath consciousness. I think Klosowski talks about that in a book that we're going to talk about a little bit later called Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. And if it comes to having an identity that's fixed identity, Stirner calls this a fixed idea. So if your boss wants you to be a worker, Stirner would say, this is sort of a representation. He wouldn't use the word representational, Deleuze and Guattari would, but Stirner would say, this is a fixed idea. And, I have ownness. Ownness is like authenticity. It's like, a break with the temporality of the mega machine and the flows of profit. I am not a worker who makes profit for my boss. I am, someone with my own purpose and meaning. And I transcend this boss's meaning, and I take the work as my own, for my own meaning.
But that still assumes that there is work, that they have a job.
I think under communism, there would be still things that you have to do. No one ever said communism means that you do nothing, but I think here's the thing. I think that it's, interesting. If you look at studies on how much waste is produced under capitalism or industrialization in general, I think the same would apply to the Soviet Union. The more that we industrialize, the more we produce, the more waste is produced, the more profit is produced. But people don't necessarily get happier, is what the studies show when I did a study on this. So we might actually produce 5 or 10 times, maybe even 20 times more. I don't know the exact statistic. I would say conservatively, maybe several times more than we used to. And yet we're not any happier than we were before. We're actually less happy, and people are more anxious reportedly, from I think 2023 to 2024, which is the last study that I looked at on anxiousness and happiness. So there's an inverse correlation to the amount of stuff that one has as opposed to having a sustainable life. And I think that we talked about in last video the ways that the meat industry consumes so much vegetables that we could feed people many times over. And the grocery stores, they waste 1/3 of their food. We could feed people many times over. And big corporations, they, produce like 80% of all the waste. So there's the getting back to the identity thing. Yes, our identity is not as a coal miner. Our identity is unique. Our identity is outside of these institutional sort of boundaries.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on Mamdani's plan to do public supermarkets in these food deserts, but I think it's a really interesting concept. And I mean, we have in New Hampshire, we have state-owned liquor stores, and they work perfectly fine, it seems. So we're sort of on the border of Massachusetts. So anytime right when you enter New Hampshire, the first thing you see is the state liquor store, and it's this massive thing with like anything you could possibly want pretty much is in there.
Well, I think setting up places to get food in food deserts is a good idea. That's not profit over people. That's people over profit, because, it might be not as profitable to set up in a food desert for some companies. But if you're going to, have people that need to eat, yes, they should be able to eat. So, someone should step in to help people where they are needed to help. I agree. That's a good idea.
Okay, so anything else?
Allen Ginsberg's Howl is a real kind of trip. I read it with a friend, or maybe parts of it with a friend once. He's a queer author, a queer poet, beatnik from the 70s. I think he was influential on Deleuze and Guattari. So that's one of the reasons why I was reading, I think, a section from Howl. Can't say I remember much. These books next to it, these are Freud. I think the 3 essays on childhood sexuality. We talked a little bit. I've read enough about these essays. I don't care for these essays particularly because they're kind of boring, but like, polymorphous perversity comes up in the 3 essays on sexuality. And that's basically the idea that before we develop into a repressed individual, there's basically, like homosexual tendencies. I forget exactly how he puts it, but Freud is not exactly like, there's a debate about whether Freud is pro or anti-gay. And I know that there's a letter that Tom McGowan references where he says, it's not wrong that your child is queer or gay. But also I believe I heard someone once say that he did not treat his daughter very well in this regard. So it's possible that Freud is a mixed individual when it comes to, how does he treat the developing individual with their polymorphously perverse tendencies. But I think that the notion that society represses people and tries to keep them from, some things are better to keep repressed than others. Like, you don't want to, do inappropriate things in public or inappropriate things to other people that shouldn't be done to other people. There's things you should suppress, like, Jeffrey Epstein. All those people should be put in jail, for example. Or if not jail is punitive. Anarchists believe in what's called the asylum for Voltairine Declare, a place where you rehabilitate people. But we don't want these people who have these polymorphous perverse tendencies that are not repressed, such as people like Jeffrey Epstein out on the street, if you're an anarchist. House of Leaves. This is a book about, I've just kind of glanced at it. It's like really written weird on the page. It's kind of a book about, like, the page becomes part of the book's, like, plot or something. Very interesting. I'd like to read it. Don DeLillo, I kind of tried reading some of that and just didn't get a taste for it. You find that with a lot of the books on these shelves. I'm more of a philosophy person, so like this is a big shelf of just books I haven't totally read yet. Like most of the fiction I've read is on my other shelves. But Naked Lunch, this book I have tried to read a little bit of, and it's very bizarre, kind of gross. Gets into just it's like a kind of a surreal novel, I guess, but lots of drug use. Naked Lunch. That's that. I'm glad I was able to get that hardcover. That's a nice hardcover. 2666. People like recommend this one all the time, so I just kind of have it. I don't know anything about it. James Baldwin's Giovanni's Room. James Baldwin is an African American author who was also um, um, a queer author. Giovanni's Room is one of his queer books. This is actually a book that I would really like to read, but like I said, I have 3,000 books, and I don't think I'm going to die before I read this book, and I don't plan to die soon, but, one has to expect that they can't read all these things on their shelf. And so Spangler, if you want to go to the first video on this channel that Timothy Kenny did, if it's uploaded by now,
First
and look
session.
at the first session and hear me talk about Spangler's, my single volume Decline of the West. I don't want to say like too much that we've already said in this video, but like basically Spangler blames minorities who are not like white people for the decline of the West, and I have things to say about why that's wrong and why Spangler is not a good author, but I've already said them. J.G. Ballard's Atrocity Exhibition. This one is, kind of a classic among like people in the industrial scene, like people who like music like Throbbing Gristle. You see them reading J.G. Ballard. I think research publications with like that Torture Garden book that I had in the last video. That's a research book, and I think J.G. Ballard is in that kind of weird category. Like his book Crash is about people who are erotically asphyxiated to car crashes. I've honestly never thought that sounded like an interesting concept for a book. It sounds really dumb, but everyone insists that it's interesting. So yeah.
When we're done with this book, I just want to ask you something about Spangler.
Yeah, sure. I've read synopses of Spangler, and I have not read these books yet.
So just from a sort of original libertarian perspective, how does it think about resolving cultural differences in terms of because I guess I don't fully understand what the state or the replacement for the state looks like, but how does it think about differences in cultural values or religious differences, and when people disagree about what certain laws or values should be?
Yeah. So in Malatesta's organization, he says that if you're in a union or like a commune or something that you don't like the rules of, then you can try to start your own. And I think the idea of decentralization is that, the idea of decentralization, Malatesta says you can kind of start your own organization if you don't like the ones that exist. And, that's easier said than done, but under communism, it would be easier because resources are kind of provided as, like a public utility. So like you wouldn't have to worry about getting food. Food would be provided to you as like a free product of, shared labor. So, the idea, the exact question was like, how does it deal with diversity? With decentralization, there's more diversity actually, because capitalism says everyone has to do things by these economic standards. I believe that only some of the communes in the CNT had labor vouchers, and some of them abolished money altogether. So you see, instead of having just one value system of economics for the entire world, like the World Eater and the Leviathan of capital is doing, and like erasing every other possible economic organization, anarchism allows multiple economic organizations, like David Graeber says occurred before, in the Industrial Revolution, before, the time of statehood. Human beings for tens of thousands of years would kind of experiment. Sometimes they would have, more authoritarianism or less authoritarianism based on the seasons. Sometimes they would, even in extreme cases, and it didn't work, just to show how experimental they were, they would put children in charge. So like, experimenting with the ways that organization can occur, we've stopped doing this as much, except in the case of totalitarianism under capitalism and industrialization. So like I would say, the question of, is anarchism shutting down difference? I'd say capitalism shuts down difference, anarchism increases difference.
So I guess when people think about maybe the Soviet Union, for example, they think about uh, sort of a sort of monolithic culture that's created by sort of top down and erases difference. And it sounds like the CNT is a very different system. And then within capitalism, you might think of like New York City, and you have Little Italy, you have Chinatown, you have a tremendous amount of diversity. And so, what I'm just curious, like with those examples where you have, is there a balkanization, or is there a potential balkanization, or potential kind of people creating communities based on religion, for example, out of this? And is that acceptable? And is that kind of a good thing? If that's sort of maybe a highly predictable um, consequence, you could even look at the partition of India, for example. Like, is that what you would predict would happen? And is that sort of a good thing, or at least an acceptable thing within this paradigm?
So, can you define what you mean by balkanization?
I wouldn't say I'm not an expert in in the Balkans, but I've heard that as sort of a fairly generic term for, you've even heard of like national divorce within America, or splitting up according to ideology. And so that kind of, I'm using that purely as a generic term for larger polities breaking up into smaller groups where there's more ideological uniformity within each of those smaller groups.
Yeah, okay. So, um, Deleuze and Guattari, um, I think I read briefly in their A Thousand Plateaus, which I'm almost done with Anti-Oedipus, and I'm getting into the Thousand Plateaus too. They have a notion, um, of, like, some sort of micro politics. I forget exactly what it's called, but you want to increase the amount of fracturing in the groups. You want to increase the amount of like multiplicity in the identities to such a degree that an overall sort of uniform monolithic identity, like you were saying, the Soviets and their kind of like big, uh what scholars would call state capitalist dictatorship. Uh, you know, uh, in the Libertarian Reader, as well as,
Are you saying Soviet Union was state capitalist dictatorship?
yeah, that's
Okay.
I believe Noam Chomsky makes this point, as well as the book Ours to Master and to Own, which is on the grand shelf. So multiple authors will say that Lenin particularly was, he didn't just, end up doing that. He stood for those things. He wanted to consolidate power in the quickest way possible for the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. Uh, but this, he apparently didn't like Stalin, is what the Leninists will kind of excuse for Lenin. But the um, the the notion of, balkanization, I think it's okay if people are religious. I mean, religion in itself is not I think we said earlier that the values and facts that you hold, one doesn't necessarily produce the other. And necessarily, like, if you hold the values of a religious person, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't hold facts that contradict those values, or facts that don't go along with those values, because facts and values are related, but they're not, inseparable in the sense that they're, producing one another. It's like a code or something. You don't just put in one fact and get one value. So, acceptable, and is it acceptable that people are splitting up in their diverse ideologies? I'd say yeah, as long as it's not fascist. That's basically the whole problem. Is it Oedipal? Is it totalitarian? Is it going to decrease freedom? Is it hierarchical? I think all unjust hierarchies, and that's a really key thing, unjust hierarchies should be criticized and undermined.
I think one interesting example of this is the burqa in France, where it's been a very sort of contentious issue about, do you allow it or not? And is it oppressive or not? And is it, who defines freedom? There's many different definitions of freedom, and I think that's sort of an interesting case study of this concept of,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, when it comes to so there's two parts about it. If we're going to tell people you can't wear a burqa because you're being oppressed, that's oppressive. Like, if they want to wear it and you're telling them I can't wear it, then that's their religious, maybe, choice. Maybe it's their personal choice. Maybe they like the way it looks. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. It matters to me that, are they being told to wear the burqa or not? If they're not being told to wear it, then that's fine. But if they're if people are wearing the burqa because there's really a government that's just saying you have to wear it, otherwise we'll put you in jail or something, then that would be wrong, because you should be allowed to wear whatever decent clothes you can wear without harming other people. I think there's nothing wrong with the burqa. So to ban the burqa would kind of be like the reverse. It would be kind of like, instead of increasing freedom, it would be kind of like decreasing freedom for the guise of increasing freedom. So I don't agree with these kind of right-wing politicians who are like, oh, the burqa is so oppressive, we have to ban it. Like, no, that's like you're being oppressive to their religion when you do that.
I mean, the flip side is that there's a lot of laws in the US, for example, against wearing a mask or covering the face, and those were lifted during the pandemic. But in general, there's it's seen as sort of a security issue or crime issue of allowing people to wear masks. And so I think that's another element of it, and part of the conflict between sort of allowing people to be anonymous or to potentially commit crime by allowing them to wear a mask, and the burqa would fit under that definition if it is covering the face.
I don't think it's, I mean, I think under capitalism, there's always going to be the production of crime from capitalism. So capitalism produces scarcity, capitalism produces competition, and the sort of need for people to turn to these means that are expedient and not good, that might harm other people. And things are usually crimes because they harm other people. But I don't think in general, like someone who's, protecting themselves from COVID or wearing a burqa is necessarily going to be committing a crime. What I would want to ask as an anarchist is like, how do we address the production and source of crime, which is inequality?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think that people always just steal things. I mean, people in other countries, for an example, don't have as many gun deaths as America, and America, we have to look at ourselves in the face and just ask, like, is it us that causes these gun deaths, or is it so sorry, I lost the train of thought.
Yeah, it's just sort of the laws against wearing a mask because criminals could use that to hide their identity. And one type of burqa is the one that covers most of the face.
Like I was saying, if there's a problem with crime, I would try to ask not like there is crime that is wrong, like Jeffrey Epstein is a horrible criminal, but if it comes to like someone trying to steal food, I would ask not, is that person a criminal? I would ask, why are they stealing food? Are they hungry? So like what kind of crime? And also like, is there really as much crime if people's needs are taken care of? And that's something that I think we'd have to ask and then see what happens. And I think that, the answer would be people would not need to steal as much. People would not have a reason to go around being like, well, my life is, a dog eat dog world. And so I'm going to try to take advantage of whatever I can around me. Like that's usually what crime, what causes crime is just disadvantage and insecurity.
Mhm. Is there, I would be interested to talk more about the asylum and the sort of jail versus asylum, if there's books that relate to that at a later point.
Yeah. So the Anarchist Back, by Ian Mackay, IAINMCKAY.
Could you
It's
spell the second word of the title of that? It was anarchist something.
FAQ.
Oh, FAQ. Okay, Anarchist Fact by
FAQ,
Ian.
Anarchist Fact by Ian Mackay. So that has like a whole like list of sections. You can find it online, and also in book form, where you can go through and it answers all these sorts of questions like, how do anarchists want to deal with crime? How do anarchists want to deal with the economy? Like, what does an anarchist think? You know, um, uh, I'm trying to think of another example, like private property versus personal property is, this book goes into great detail. So like, what do anarchists want to do about crime? Voltaire and Declare, anarchists, if Voltaire and Declare wants the asylum because anarchists don't want retribution and punishment in the sense, because Hegel wanted retribution in, the, um, in the philosophy of right. Hegel, believed that you're more free if people punish you and like they don't tell you how to change your mind. But it's thought in some ways to be not libertarian to give people like a cozy, sort of space to be themselves because you're not really being themselves. You're confined in their space. So like, I think that's the Foucauldian argument, and there's also the Hegelian argument, I'd imagine. But the anarchist argument is that you're really like taking advantage of people if you're going to imprison them and then torture them. Like that's wrong. It's mean. It's not human. It's like it's an inhuman way of treating people. So anarchists are not like no, I don't think anarchists love crime. Like then that's a big misconception about anarchists. Anarchists, they might support certain types of crime, but the notion of like being an anarchist is for the goal of a world without crime.
What about deterrence? Does deterrence, because a lot of people might say that like the punishment is more about deterring other people who would potentially commit that crime and sort of publicizing it. And that's the reason to have the punishment.
I think that if someone's going to be like, sorry, I mean, yeah, like there are certain things that you would want to prevent. Like if someone is going to be like a rapist or a murderer, they should be put in the asylum. So that is an actual like incentive to not be put in the asylum. The asylum is not like, just because the asylum is a place that might be, not mean to you doesn't mean that you want to be there as opposed to free. So like, it's not like it's just, you're being put here so we can enjoy your company. You're put here because you're a threat to society.
Okay. So you want to jump back in with
Yeah.
Beetle Leg?
Beetle Leg, that's sort of like a surrealist kind of Western style novel. John Hawkes, I never finished it. J.G. Ballard's Crash, we already talked about a little bit. Then there's Gerard Nerval. That's a surrealist. And that's if you could scroll up a little bit so we can see the title. Ariella and Aurelia, I have no idea what that says. Aurelia and Other Writings. Yeah, I finished like a little bit of the long poem of this, and Nerval is very challenging. Nerval is kind of like in that surrealist vein of that Nadja book that's on the shelf, the other one that I was talking about earlier. So Huysmans, that's the bad translation, the one that's just $10 words. If you love $10 words, if you love looking up like 7 words a page, this is your book. I'm telling you, you will love this book because it is a whole class on $10 words. Gödel's proof. This is about Gödel and the incompleteness theory. I read in Gödel Esser Bach, it talks about how, they wanted to get rid of contradictions in set theory. So like the idea that the set of all sets doesn't contain itself is kind of, I think, how the theory fell apart. The inconsistencies were unable to be eliminated because, on a very basic level, mathematics is contradictory and inconsistent. And this is the liar's paradox, I believe, is how Hofstadter described it. The liar's paradox is like, this statement is false. If the statement is false, then the statement is also true. But if it's true, it's also false. So it's mathematics at its core, or at least in set theory, is contradictory. And so this undermined Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead's attempt to systematize all of logic and mathematics. Italo Calvino's Invisible Cities. People love this book. I think it's more because it's like a book that you really kind of feel and experience as opposed to like think about too hard. I mean, that's probably not exactly true, but when I last read it, it was not incredibly philosophical. So it's more like a travel book. I didn't read all of it because got through a few cities that it described and kind of just felt like, like it's literature. It's not like a particularly philosophical book. Madame Bovary, I got this in a trade just because it's a big kind of name. Now, these 2 books up here I've actually read. Faust, Part 1. I've said that in the previous video that Master and Margarita was kind of, like a high-resolution version of Faust, which I would call a rather 16-bit version of the Master and Margarita. And there's, Walpurgis Nacht is the reason, and he has a deal with the devil. The devil comes to town in a Master and Margarita, but then Faust makes a deal with the devil. That's the idea of the Faustian deal. He wants knowledge, but in some versions of the play, like the Svank Major movie in stop motion, he realizes that knowledge of this world does not know God. And so that was one of the reasons why Faust sort of you don't make a deal with the devil is basically the whole point of Faust. If you were to say like what's the takeaway of Faust, and usually I don't like books with a clear takeaway like that, but it has one. Hampson's Hunger. This is really just about being hungry. This book is about like wanting to write something, being unable to write something, going around trying to make money. I believe it's written by a right winger, but like it's literally just about being hungry. From what I can remember, it didn't like ring any like it didn't like raise any red flags about like sounding super reactionary in it. Newt Hampson also lived to be like 100. He was an interesting man. Yeah.
You're talking about Hunger, right?
Yeah, Hunger.
Okay. I just wanted to say about Faust, I think that it's really another way of looking at it is just that the Faustian bargain of sort of pursuing worldly pleasures as opposed to divine pleasures or divine meaning, significance, transcendence is the deal with the devil. So it's even from a secular perspective, it's sort of a story as old as time, City of Man versus City of God, St. Augustine. So it's kind of the similar concept, and it's considered one of the the Shakespeare of German literature.
Yeah. I think
Hamlet,
Shakespeare's
maybe.
better. I think Shakespeare's better personally.
Yeah.
But this is my copy of In Search of Lost Time. I've really read a little bit of this book from a different translation, the Penguin edition. I got this one for $30. It doesn't have the dust jackets. I kind of just wanted to have it because, it's referenced constantly, especially it's referenced by Deleuze and Guattari. And I love enormous books. Like I'm like if there's just like a big scholarly tome, I kind of just feel like drawn to it for some reason. And this is just three huge, big modernist novels. And so it's a lot of it's about memory, moment to moment, a person recollecting on their life while I believe going through many bourgeois situations. I wasn't incredibly interested in the bourgeois setting of the book. I find that books that are a little more fantastical, like Master and Margarita, keep my attention more than kind of yes.
I'm just curious if you remember, you said you're not sure why, but what the fascination with larger books, and do you remember the first large book that maybe influenced you?
Ulysses, Don Quixote, 100 Years of Solitude by Marquez. Like going through like textbooks on mostly fine. I don't do 1,000-page tomes too often, but like the there are many large there are many large books in my house that I've read parts of, like The Authoritarian Personality. I'm trying to think, like Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy. I have a large tome of it, and I've gone through its chapters. And it, like the Arcadius Project by Walter Benjamin is a fantastic, enormous tome. It's huge. And then there's the oversized books like the Red Book by Carl Jung, and the Illuminated William Blake, and my large Ulysses. So I don't know, like large books just are enormous and they're fun. They have huge pictures and they are too big. And that's one of the exciting things about them. They're just, everything is huge. It's not hard on the eyes. It's fun to read.
I mean, one of the things for me is that they sort of, when you get a large book or even a large dissertation where it's like you sort of have to put everything else down and it takes over your life for a week or a month and you don't really read anything else. And for me, part of the challenge is trying to remember the first chapter once you're halfway or 2/3 in, because it's been a week or two since you started it. And even if you're trying to read it really fast, that's part of the challenge. It's almost like running a marathon or some of these multi-day, like the Tour de France, where it's a multi-day thing and you want to get through it. At least for me, I want to be able to sort of keep the whole argument in my head at once. And so to be able to do that, I need to read big chunks day after day after day and not interrupt it with other readings to be able to just remember what's going on and remember all the context. So it's almost like those AI things where there's a context window and you're trying to keep everything in the context. And so you have to read it nonstop until you finish.
Yeah, I've done that with a few books. Like I've read Ulysses. I read Ulysses twice back to back. And when I was reading Ulysses, I did read it all in 6 months. And the same with what's it called? Don Quixote. I read it in 1 summer. But I'd say that because I have so many books, I am often starting books, and I finished only I read 3 books last year, cover to cover, and I read 2 of them twice. And then most of the other books that I read were like all the 1,000 books that I got. I read like a few hundred pages here and there of this book and that book, but I'd say I started 30 books and finished 3 of them and read 2 of them twice. So, like, I think there has been books I've finished in a day. I finished Kafka's The Metamorphosis in a day, and I finished The Stranger by Albert Camus in a day. But I really don't choose books like that anymore. The books that I choose are kind of exhausting, and it's hard to do the 50 pages is about my max that I can do in a day of the books that I read. Going on to Kierkegaard. I have not read much Kierkegaard. I know that he's kind of an anti-Hegelian, kind of more on the Nietzschean side. But I think there's like a Nietzsche versus Kierkegaard sort of question that one could have, or it's like Kierkegaard was religious and Nietzsche was like, they're both against Hegel, but one from a religious and one from an anti-religious side, which is pretty interesting. I know that Kierkegaard has this idea that you'll always be disappointed. Yeah, you'll always be disappointed for Kierkegaard. Bukowski's Tales of Ordinary Madness. I read a little bit about this like a while ago. I think Bukowski is really not like, I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say like he's not interesting. He's interesting. To me, when I read him, I don't remember much. I'll say that. Philip K. Dick's Ubik. I do not like how this book is written. This book was apparently written in like 2 weeks when he was high off his ass, and it shows. This is yeah.
I just want to say on Bukowski, he's one of the favorite authors of Michael McGill, who I did a bookshelf tour with. It's called The Ultimate Stoic Bookshelf. So if you're interested in Bukowski, we had a discussion on him. But go ahead with Ubik.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick. I love Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Don't get me wrong about Philip K. Dick. I don't want comments in the comment section that are like, how could you dislike Philip K. Dick? I promise you I love, Blade Runner. Blade Runner is like a 9 out of 10 movie for me. And I love the soundtrack, especially of Blade Runner 2. But yeah, like this book, it's really poorly written. It's just like a blur. I didn't try to finish it. Rilke, I've read some of the poems. I have not read this book. Stephen Tooney's Flan. This book, if you've ever heard that song, let me see if the music recording is on. Yeah. Like the one that goes like, I am a cyclops and I've got but one eye. I am a cyclops and I've got but one eye. I think it's called like submarine, I forget exactly what it's called, but his music, this book was a gift to me by a relative, and it's in horrible condition. I think the person who gave it to me was giving it to me slightly out of a joking, like, I got you a horrible condition book kind of thing, but it's a really fascinating book. I don't think it's a cheap book either. He probably got the acceptable condition copy, which is something. So I appreciate his gift. It's just a really dirty, gross book. Ernesto Sabato, The Tunnel. Have not read it. Fish Boy. This is a book that Better Than Food talks about. He has a video on it. If you want to learn about Fish Boy, I'd recommend Better Than Food's video on it. It was like a book that was on his Better Than Food's mother's bookshelf when he was a kid.
Who is this person, Foos?
Better Than Food?
You're saying it's somebody's recommendation?
He has a video on it. This is a book channel.
Could you just say what the channel is called?
Yes, Better Than Food Book Reviews.
Okay. Yep, got it.
Yes. Daniel Carm's Today I Wrote Nothing is a book of kind of nonsense, kind of like a book about nothing. It's a book about kind of bizarre writing. It's been a while since I read it. I got it because I was interested in, kind of writing without a purpose or writing just purely for the sake of writing. And this book, Today I Wrote Nothing, it's I don't think it's a particularly important book, but it's an interesting book.
Is it stream of consciousness or?
I couldn't say. It's been a while, but I can say a little bit about what I know from my memory. My memory is in the page, as I like to say. Marcel Proust, Swan's Way. Already talked about that. Merle's Hope, Blood in the Mist. This is a book that a friend recommended to me, and I got a little ways into it and found it to be just a little bit like, I don't know, not as interesting as like 100 Years of Solitude. It's kind of like very similar, kind of magical realism, but 100 Years of Solitude is like, that's the magical realism book, and this just doesn't kind of cut it as much as that book. But I think it's worth trying if you like pretty little magical realist novels. Tender Buttons. This is Judith Stein, I think, if that's her first name. A book of like very bizarre writing. It doesn't have a clear meaning. Tender Buttons. It's one of my partner's favorite books. It's still very poetically interesting. I wouldn't say it's just like nonsense. It's like it's hard to make a sentence not mean something. I'll say it that way. Like, it's hard to be like, I'm just going to say nothing at all in a way it might not even be say nothing at all in some instances, but from what I remember, it's like a very bizarre way of writing. Trumpets of Jericho, that's kind of the same publisher as that one. This is about abortion, actually. Trumpets of Jericho, I think. Kind of a dark novel. I didn't know it was about abortion when I first got it. And to be honest, I don't want to read it now that I know it's about someone, killing their baby or something. Not that I'm against abortion. Don't get me wrong. I think that women should not be baby factories and women should have contraception, but I don't care to hear a story about a woman like grieving over the loss of her baby personally.
And that's a biblical reference, Trumpets of Jericho.
Yeah. And yeah. The book of Monel, Better Than Food Book Reviews, has a review of this book, and it's by that same publisher as the one that did the Remedios Varos publication. Crevel's Babylon. I was a cheapo and got the one without the dust jacket with the faded spine. I want the one with the dust jacket, but this is a surrealist novel that I just kind of had to round up my collection. I saw it on a list of surrealist works, and so I grabbed it. Virginia Woolf, Miss Dalloway. That's just part of my Virginia Woolf collection. I've read one Virginia Woolf work, which is The Waves. Most of it. I did not get all the way through it, but I got most of the way through it. And kind of just felt like, Virginia Woolf, she's not a representationalist thinker when she's writing. She doesn't give clear, story arcs and, threads where you can grab onto easily. I think you have to follow very closely what's happening in a Virginia Woolf novel. Wittgenstein's Mistress. Dalkey Archive. I think they also did Bottom's Dream, which they lost money on, and I wish that they would reprint, which was only $60. Now it's $600 to $1,000, The Bottom's Dream from Dalkey Archive. Dalkey Archive, I think, also did The Tunnel by William Gass. Wittgenstein's Mistress is a book of... they also did The Tunnel by William Gass. Wittgenstein's Mistress is a book about someone who I think is the last person in the world or something. And um, I think I haven't read it yet though. And then going to the top, all of these I got this year, so we can just rapidly go through them. Bernard Shaw is a playwright, a socialist playwright. That is a biography of Bernard Shaw. My friend gave me a biography for most of the big thinkers that he gave me. Not Sartre, I don't think, but maybe Sartre, I don't know. Sartre's The Wall, Sartre's Anti-Semitism and the Jew. These are his fictional works. Preface to Sartre. Yeah, that might be a little bit of a biography, but also like an introduction to Sartre. The Wobblies is about the IWW in America. I have Lucy Parsons in my library, early editions, and she was the founder of the IWW. Commonwealth versus Sacco and Vanzetti, I think, is like, that might be indigenous literature. I don't know. The Sartre book is, I think, edited Sartre essays. GBS is George Bernard Shaw. Road to Equality. This is his nonfiction writing, I think. Beacon Press. Shaw on Religion. I did not do that to that cover. It was given to me that way, and I put it inside of a Mylar sheet, so it can't deteriorate anymore. Lenin, I've already described. I don't like Lenin, but I have some of his works. Selected Poems of Osip Mandelstam. I think he's a German poet. Maybe Mandelstam is kind of neat. Kind of, I think I was looking for philosophical poets, I think, when I was looking for Mandelstam. Principia Discordia. I think that this is related to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm not sure. Peregrine. This book is who's that guy who did who has Klaus Kinski as his favorite actor all the time?
Fletcher.
Hold on. I need to know this. Klaus Kinski. Werner Herzog. Yeah, Werner Herzog is excuse me. Let me pull up the meaning again. Sorry, I fell out of my chair when I was reaching for something. J.A. Baker's The Peregrine is Werner Herzog's recommendation for his film school. And it's a book about literally a bird. It's a book about, bird watching, but then, the apex predator of the peregrine. I read a little bit of this book. I didn't find it terribly interesting. I'm not a big naturalist kind of person, but, it's like kind of an interesting book. The Igor Stravinsky autobiography, I've often said that Igor Stravinsky is like, romanticism smashing headfirst into modernism and producing all sorts of weird particles as a result of music. Stravinsky is the last kind of gasp of the greatness of the music industry before it turned into like a soundtrack kind of industry. Maybe a little bit before that, there were artists that did cool things too, but now it's like video games and movies have dominated the classical music world, and Stravinsky was like the last great, like truly great, like Bach or Beethoven level artist in the 20th century, next to like some other director writers at the time, like maybe not so much Rachmaninoff.
Like Sternberg.
Sternberg is a little bit too. I like the something knocked. I forget what it's called. Sorry, Verkel Nacht or something is the Schoenberg that I like. But I find his Schoenberg string quartets and Schoenberg's kind of piano works. I like the piano works more than the string quartets, but the string quartets are kind of unlistenable for me.
But there is kind of an interesting connection with anarchy there, right? Atonality.
Well, the interesting thing about Schoenberg is he was trying to find tones in music that are not usually there. So, on the one hand, Schoenberg is highly serialized, like highly rigorous, sort of like mathematical music. And he is doing more of an experiment of like, what can we do to get away from, traditional melodies than he is trying to make a beautiful song sometimes. And I think that in order to really appreciate, I mean, in order for me to enjoy a song, it has to be doing something like primordially rhythmic for me. Like it has to move me. It has to feel like something that has, it's like I can say this I feel something because of this. It can't just be like a pulsating sort of noise that sometimes like Merzbow, noise artists do that sort of thing. But, for classical, I don't typically like the minimalist people like Philip Glass, or Arvo Part's not bad in some of the string quartets, but Philip Glass I find to be a little bit meandering.
How did you get into classical music?
I love music. I listen to a lot of music. I have listened to thousands and thousands of artists.
I am interested in what you have to think about this Marcuse Soviet Marxism.
Yeah, like I said, this is a new book. So it's a new book that I haven't read yet. Bernard, An Unsocial Socialist, Shaw on Education, Woman in the Dunes. I have read this book. This is Existentialism, which I also have the video of the movie edition of this book. Kobo Abe's other movies, like Pitfall, I find much too bleak. Like the idea in Pitfall is, once you die, however hungry you were at the time of your death is going to stick with you for the entire eternity that you're dead. And it's just this like, it's so bleak. It's like, you look at the people who are alive, like messing up the, the facts about your death in Pitfall. And Women in the Dunes is not like that, but it still has a desolate story. It's like about a man in a pit that, is put there because this town wants like a husband for this woman to shovel sand because, otherwise the sand would tomb them. So it's like an interminable shoveling. And it's about trying to find peace with meaninglessness. And he does eventually, well, I won't spoil the book. Bernard Shaw plays, Lukács. I've said before that Lukács, in one of his works is a bit class reductionist, but can't say much more than that. Kierkegaard's Either Or. I think that's a book about how you'll be disappointed either way, but I haven't read it. That's funny. I have not read it. Moragavine, have not read. The Georgics. This is just another translation of a book I want to read. Lord Chandos Letters is supposed to be pretty good prose, which is why I bought it. Philosophy of Jean Paul Sartre. That's a collection of Sartre essays. And then more Sartre essays. The Marxism of Sartre. Essays on Marcuse. Reason and Revolution. That's a Hegel book. Marcuse's book on Hegel is Reason and Revolution. I would love to read that one. But like I said, I got all these like a couple months ago. Dora is a case about hysteria. Dora's case, she was touched inappropriately and she had like sort of memory of this that caused her hysteria, I believe. And hysteria is it's a type of neurosis, the hysteric, at least for Slavoj Žižek, questions and unwinds things. The hysteric is sort of unraveling, I think, is how one might describe it for Slavoj Žižek. But I also know that people dispute that this is what hysteria means. So I don't know if Slavoj Žižek's definition of it is the correct one, but that's the one I'm using. Freud, Jung letters. Freud and Jung eventually broke up. They do not like each other anymore because I believe Freud's emphasis on sexuality. Freud and Jung broke up because, Jung didn't like the emphasis on sexuality. On Revolution by Hannah Arendt. That's just a new one. Passion According to GH. That's about eating a cockroach, I believe. You can see with the little bookmark how far I got into it. I didn't like it. It's kind of a book I tried to read, and I like, some books, they really speak to me on like a philosophical level, and I can, they kind of impact the way that I think and my background assumptions and the way that I go about my day and how I assume things. And this book didn't do that. This book was kind of just like, rambling, and I didn't really care for it. I know that some people are going to think, oh no, how could you say that about Clarice Lispector? I'm sorry. I mean, maybe she's great in some way that I don't understand, and I am perfectly, acknowledging that fact that Clarice Lispector is probably too good of an author for me, but I do not understand this book, Passion According to GH. It's a bizarre, kind of meaningless book to me. Ethics in Danger. This is about Heidegger and his ethics. Heidegger was a Nazi. I have not read this book. 3 Essays of Sexuality. That's another copy. That's Hymns to the Night. Novelist. He was a German poet. Ironically, I think he shows up in La Chinois as a little picture, and they destroy the picture of novelists, and they say, poor novelists, and that's all that they say about novelists in the Godard movie, La Chinois. But, yeah, I've been trying to get the pollen and fragments of novelists for a while, but have been unable to, as it's like, usually $40 to $80 for a paperback, and I don't tend to spend that much on paperbacks. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is fiction, many short stories, I think. We can go to the next book. These Steal This Book by Abby Hoffman. This is an activist book. Can't say much more. Someone gave this to me recently. The Age of Reason. I have 2 copies of this book, and this is my nicer copy that my friend gave me. It says Fiction by Sartre. Search for a Method by Sartre is an analysis of Marxism again, I believe. Situations and the Words by Sartre are his fiction. And then these are Jacques Ellul. The Presence of the Kingdom, the In Season, Out of Season, Living Faith by Jacques Ellul. Anarchy and Christianity. I've read about 50 pages of that one, and I gave it to my brother. So he could read it. And then I got myself another one. It's he believed in a nonviolent, sort of anarchism, and he said anarchism is nonviolence. So he's quite contrary to Ted Kaczynski. He believes that even though he doesn't think that traditional style anarchism is worth, or not worth, but possible, he thinks it's worth fighting for. And I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's part of universal history, always something that can occur, something that can always happen throughout history repeatedly. There's no reason why it couldn't happen again, but maybe at his certain world historical time period, he felt that it was not likely. The Subversion of Christianity is another Jacques Ellul book. These are by a priest, anarchist priest of the Catholic religion. And then these, he was an anti-technology writer, and on my wild card shelf I have In our first edition, what's it called? The Technological Society. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. Yeah, I have a first edition of the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul in hardcover that we can get into a little while later. I think we're done with. There's that PS4 that I was talking about that I never play, right underneath the Jacques Ellul. Okay, yeah, this is a really nice shelf. You can go to the top left corner. Okay, so first two are Rosa Luxemburg. She's kind of just two about it. Rosa Luxemburg, she's more of a Marxist, reformer revolution. Her book is about how you can't reform capitalism. I have not read these. I sort of found out about these from like a reading group that I was in. Dahlgren's Samuel R. Delaney. I read about 600 pages of this in a reading group, and the reading group dissolved. Never heard back from the person, unfortunately. Most of my reading groups don't dissolve, but this one dissolved right before we were about to finish it. I think because like a lot of anarchist tensions came up in the reading group where it's like, is this individualist anarchism in the sense that it's doing something, talking about something useful, like this sort of post-capitalist society? And the person that I was in with the reading group was kind of trying to say, like, maybe this is, an example of why anarchism wouldn't work because, society will just be bad even after capitalism. And I was trying to say fiction is not like a factual citation. Like, you can't cite fiction and be like, this is why the world is like that. And he, I think there was tension in the group because of that. And I personally think it's a very silly reason to, leave the group kind of, but that's how the reading group dissolved. Pale Fire, and Lolita. Oh God, I hate Lolita. It's so gross. It's about a man who's speaking in the most like, forked tongue way possible about a young girl who he's taking advantage of. And it's a classic book. I don't just have this book for no reason. It's on so many people's top 100 list. I have it because it's like considered a classic. I even got an Easton Press version of it when I first heard about it because I wanted to know why people liked it. I never finished it. It's very clear that this relationship is the utmost disgusting possible relationship in this book. I've even heard people say it's a love story. It's not. It's a rape story. It's a horrible story. Pale Fire is a different book I have not read. And I imagine it's better than Lolita. That's my custom phenomenology of spirit in Buckram, my absolute favorite kind of binding with marbled end pages and all my notes. This was actually the first book that I ever journaled on, and it set the pace of all the journals that I've ever done on all the books that I've ever journaled on. I keep page by page notes. For this one in particular, I watched Gregory Sadler's half-hour Hegel videos, and I would, kind of summarize based on Gregory Sadler what he said and what I thought about the book on the side of the page, and then put my own view and Gregory Sadler's view into a sort of, Word document so I could keep citation notes in the phenomenology of spirit. And that's the most rigorous, sort of process I've ever gone through in a book, and I'm still reading, and I don't use the half-hour Hegel anymore because I feel I've been introduced to Hegel enough that I can kind of read it on my own now. But this book is extraordinarily important to me. Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit is probably top 5 for me. I would put it underneath the Against History, Against Leviathan by Freddie Perlman. I would put it underneath Max Stirner and The Unique in Its Property, who, he was a student of Hegel's. I would put it even underneath Anti-Oedipus by Deleuze and Guattari, but I wouldn't put it that far underneath. It's at least 4 or 5 in terms of the books that I love because it's been so influential on me. There's a really disgusting thing that Hegel says about women, that they are like the death of the polity, and that the man is the reason of the polity that saves the polity, and the woman is herself by being saved through the man's reason. And I think that this is horrible, but it also is, not the entirety of the book. Hegel out, we read it, we read authors against themselves. Can Hegel be more Hegel than Hegel is what I would ask in other parts of the book. And I think he's not as Hegel as he could be when he's talking about women. And he's not as Hegel as he could be in other places when he's talking about how the African country does not have a history. But Hegel is worth reading for many. He's so influential on Sartre and Deleuze and Stirner and all the people in my library who are even in my top 5. Hegel is like, he is kind of the father of them. I hate to say father as in like someone who they must defer to, but in the sense of they're competing with Hegel, they are absolutely competing with Hegel. And to not know Hegel is to be kind of cut off from that, kind of a genealogy of thinkers.
Could you talk about the explanatory power of his ideas um and like once you get the core concept, how much more is there to know?
So the phenomenology of spirit is, let me write down exactly what you said. Once core, how much to know? The core idea of Hegel is one of them in the preface is subject is substance. So, the idea of, the subject and, this like sort of the symbolic order is not talked about in Hegel, but the subject is, and the subject is sort of, constituted through like these universals. And I think of universals as language. Universals are these institutional language that create consciousness. And so, Hegel also says subject is substance. So substance, like Spinoza's substance, is, substantial, it's objective, it's like factual. And when people say that Hegel is an idealist, Hegel is actually, more of he believes in a whole that is internally divided, that is not just ideal, but also like physical, and not just physical, but like objective. Because I don't think that Hegel necessarily believes in like just strict physicalism. He's not like a materialist like Marx, but he believes in like sort of a balanced view of like there is objective and subjectivity. But then once you know about how Hegel works, like the dialectic and sublation and things getting taken up in through every next stage, how much is there to know? Well, that's the thing. Actually, everything to know. I mean, I would say you have to read the entire book cover to cover in order to understand how the phenomenology works. And I'm not kidding when I say that the phenomenology is the process as opposed to the result. And this is a huge thing that Hegel talks about in the book, is that you cannot understand what he's saying without doing the work. And Gregory Sadler says this all the time. You cannot have just the result and say, I have absolute knowing, therefore I understand, Hegel's concepts. Like, you have to go into the phrenology section. You have to go into, the part where he talks about, slavery. You have to go into the part where he talks about, the state and the family. You have to go into the part where he talks about religion and, the different types of religion, like the religion of the image and things of that nature. And, how he talks about, the particular and the universal. And the thing about Hegel is it's not just that you have to read it all, at once. It's that everything connects with each other. So things that are part of previous chapters will repeat as sublated. But sublation means taking things from the past up into what is new. And so Hegel, the phenomenology of spirit is supposed to be a series of, both universal truths throughout each stage when something new is learned, but also something that we're leaving behind. Like we're leaving behind slavery. We're leaving behind, the notion of like the beautiful soul, which is where you think that society is all peaches and roses when you don't look at the bad parts of society. That's called like the beautiful soul, or someone who like says like, oh, this person, they couldn't be bad because XYZ. This person's just good because X. That's like the beautiful soul. So like if I were to just say, subjectivity is objectivity, um, that this syllogism basically, you would get nothing from Hegel. And I gotta say, like, if anyone tells you that they know the Hegel principle, that's an oxymoron.
How do you see a parallel between sublation and Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions?
Yeah, I do. But I think things are taken up from previous paradigms, but progress is only thought to be between paradigms. So this is something different from Hegel, I think, in that Hegel has a linear view of history, at least according to Heidegger at the end of Being and Time. And I think I might agree that Hegel has a very linear view of history. Um, what was the question again?
I mean, yeah, what are the or do you see parallels between sublation and the dialectical process? And uh, I think Kuhn is maybe less in that progressive. There's certain
Well, I can
theorists
speak
who
to
are
one
more or
thing.
less.
Um, Let me write down paradigm and spirit. So the thing I'll say about a paradigm is that it's very much like spirit in that it doesn't depend on anyone in particular, but it depends on everyone. So if one person dies, the paradigm or spirit is fine. But if everyone dies, then no one can necessarily experience spirit or a paradigm. And so, like, on the one hand, spirit is gregarious, it's shared, and so are paradigms. And there is a huge relationship between the notion of, these different sort of phases of spirit and the phases of paradigms, and that paradigms do take up things into themselves from the past. And so does spirit in the dialectic. But I would say that, it's much different. One can't just say that a paradigm shift for Kuhn is the same thing as a paradigm shift for Hegel, especially considering like there's no progress in the paradigms. There's only progress between paradigms. And I think that Hegel does have kind of a view that, at least according to Gregory Sadler, that history is progressing and, getting more rational. That it's sort of, you know, there is a more rational coming to know of oneself, like the world spirit knowing itself. I believe in the science of logic. It's, it really is kind of like, knowing the mind of God.
I was going to say, I think the name I was looking for, who's a successor of Kuhn and a critic of Kuhn, is Imre Lakatos, and his notion of a progressive research program. So I want to read a little bit from AI here to kind of, because he's a less well-known figure. He has he distinguishes between, and he felt, like you said, that Kuhn didn't really have a notion of how these things progress over time, or can. And so he just described or defined a progressive research program, uh, which its theoretical developments lead to novel predictions that are empirically corroborated, and a degenerating research program in which new adjustments merely accommodate existing facts without predictive success. And he has a couple of his books here are, or one in particular is Methodology of Scientific Research Programs by Cambridge University Press. So whereas Kuhn emphasized paradigm-bound normal science punctuated by revolutions, Lakatos sought a rational reconstruction of scientific change in which competing programs could be judged by their progressiveness over time. His progressive science therefore reinstated a criterion of rational advancement without reverting to naive falsificationism. And the other thing that maybe we should, I can come back to, but it just came to mind, is process ontology and process within sociology. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but
Well, I do have that book, Process and Reality, and the one thing that I basically said about it is that it's a beautiful buckram copy with like sewed binding, and that's because I got this book in the last year as well. Like I said, like my sort of desire to preserve knowledge is requires getting a lot of books that I would want, if an institution were to fail. So, I would love to have read a lot of the books on my shelf, but it's like that one too, the Process and Reality, that I got a nice archival edition and a reading copy just this year, but I plan to read it soon.
do you want to move on to the next book?
Yeah, The Outlines of the Philosophy of Right. As far as I know, Hegel and Stirner both had the same impulse, at least if I understand what Stirner's reacting to. And I think Marx directly wrote a book on the Outlines of the Philosophy of Right, basically saying it's pretty, pretty conservative. Like, he thinks that it's necessary to, it'd be interesting to know what he means, if it's private or personal property, but I think he means private property. Like, you need to have like property to have rights, and a statehood to have rights. And so like, property is good in terms of personal property, but not private property. And, Hegel wants a state, and I think the state does imply private property. But Hegel also would say something like, retribution as opposed to rehabilitation is good in the philosophy of right. And Hegel also says, that women are like vegetables, and men are like animals. So not too much better than a vegetable, but, vegetables don't think. And so that's pretty damn sexist that Hegel said that. Philosophy of Right is really not a book that I enjoyed. If I would not show people my notes on this book, because I'm sort of, saying, oh, Hegel, you jerk, Hegel, you're so this or something. So I don't like this book, but it's, it's there. Hegel has to be read in order to understand why people react to him. The Stranger, I read it in the day a while, 10 years ago. It's about a guy who shot someone and said, Mama died today, and, then I shot someone, and because of the glint in my eye, kind of like that song, by Queen. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Kind of like that. The Plague, I got it during COVID thinking I would read it, but other things really occupied my time. Myth of Sisyphus, I read a little bit of it and just kind of thought Myth of Sisyphus is not as serious as some of the other stuff in my library, so I never spent that much time on it. But basically, you get the idea that it's like, the world is like pushing a rock up a hill, and it's kind of meaningless, and, you find meaning through imagining Sisyphus happy, I guess. I'd like to read more of this book. I'm sure it's not a bad book, but, it's very much like kind of a classic atheist book. Post-Capitalist Desire by Mark Fisher, have not read. That's his kind of posthumous lectures. Ghosts of My Life, that's books about hauntology. I've read a bit of Derrida's Spectres of Marx, where the notion of hauntology maybe comes up at least before this book. Yes?
I thought this might, maybe there's a better place to talk about it, but just the notion of desire is a pretty big word or meaningful word, both within psychoanalysis, but also seemingly it's gone beyond there. So I wasn't sure if this is a psychoanalytic text, but
I don't know. I haven't really read much Mark Fisher. I think it's probably like he was part of that school, the CCRU, which also had Sadie Plant and Nick Land, but Mark Fisher is like um he was really focused on just how much capitalism sucks. Like, I'm not even kidding when I say Mark Fisher was a depressive, basically. He killed himself. So his books are about like melancholia. You can notice the idea of hauntology is like you're haunted. The idea comes from like there's a specter haunting Europe in the in the
Arnest Manifesto.
manifesto. Yeah, that's where the idea of hauntology comes from, for Derrida. So yeah, like Mark Fisher, I have his works because he's kind of an important theorist. Um, Capitalist realism is the idea that there's nothing beyond capitalism, and I read a bit of this book a while ago, the little tiny thin one, and it gets a classic of leftist theory. Usually, people recommend it as like one of the first books that you read, and um, yeah, if people always tell you that capitalism can never be overcome, this is a book about that idea.
Can you just define what capitalist realism is?
The idea that only capitalism can ever work.
How similar is capitalist realism to individualist anarchism?
Not close at all. Individualist anarchism wants to do away with capitalism through, insurrection as opposed to revolution.
Okay.
The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn I have not read, but it's a classic. Some of these books I literally just have in my library because it's like, I'm sure I'd like that, and it's a classic. I even saw it in an airport once in Las Vegas. It's kind of funny to see there. But this is a classic kind of leftist thinker. It's like stuff on indigenous people in there and the genocide of the Native Americans and kind of just like the history of scumbaggery in the United States. I wish I could talk more about it. I read a little bit of it. This thing on the right, though, Friedrich Nietzsche's Will to Power, that is one thick, juicy book. We talk about my love of thick, juicy books. This is just like huge. It's so big. And it's a first edition of Walter Kaufman. It didn't cost me anywhere near what this book usually goes for because I think someone was just trying to get rid of it. But the one flaw is one tiny little, tear on it that has archival tape on it. And this is my archival copy, whereas my reading copy is on my shelf that we covered at the end of last video. And I take this one out every once in a while just to kind of page through it and read my partner some aphorisms from it. And when I did read it, the part I got this one this year as well. But when I did read parts of it, it was about, basically how can you know truth and morality? All this stuff is just like, sort of nothing to the will to power and the impulses. And the portable Nietzsche I have read much more of with, things like the all the essays up to the Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I read about, half of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and then every essay up to that, and then most of Twilight of the Idols. But, Nietzsche is incredibly important to me. That's why I've been studying Klasowski's Nietzsche in the Vicious Circle, which we'll get to once we get to the wild card shelf. The Gay Science I have not read. Beyond Good and Evil I have not read. On the Genealogy of Morals is a book I have journaled very, very heavily. It's the idea that there's guilt and, a painful memory that produces morality, and the idea that, we attack sort of morality with morality whenever we critique, reason, that it takes reason to critique reason, and that Nietzsche eventually undermined his own sort of, stability in his mind through undermining all, rational, stable thought. He deterritorialized language rapidly, according to, he did not in those words. He wasn't deterritorialized. That's Deleuze and Guattari word. But, basically language became impossible for Nietzsche. And it's theorized because he had such an anti sort of like rationalist perspective. And Klosowski does not recommend that, going nonverbal, and neither do I. Twilight of the Idols. That's yeah.
I just wanted to comment on genealogy and morals, because my understanding is this was influential on Foucault's notion of genealogy, and very important from an intellectual history perspective, sort of historicizing morality.
Absolutely. Like, whenever you see people who do historical work like Foucault, I think he's literally just copying this book. Like his history of sexuality and stuff, he's doing genealogy.
Yeah, and there's some nuance. It's something I'm currently studying on how Foucault's definitions of genealogy and archaeology changed over his career. And there's a book called Foucault 2.0 that I'm still working on, that I believe is one of the better treatments of this issue, but there's some other stuff on it as well. So, and that's part of what's interesting about the history of sexuality, is that there was a paradigm shift that he went through sort of midstream that changed, and like the ethics, his shift to focusing on ethics and sort of the self, and the history of that. So there, and some of that stuff is just being translated into English right now. And it was supposed to originally be a 6-volume series. The last couple volumes you can sort of reconstruct through lectures that are published. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. And part of what's interesting about Foucault is he did have that Jesuit education, Catholic education growing up, and eventually, and part of that paradigm shift of studying morals is that he had to go back and read the church fathers to really understand the history of where a lot of Western ideas came from. So there's just a lot of, and it sort of links back to this idea of genealogy. So I just wanted to include that for people that are interested in intellectual history.
Yeah, that's all good stuff. Jasper de la Nuit is actually something that Ravel wrote a classical piece based on. One of my favorite piano concertos, I believe, is called Gaspard de la Nuit. And I got this book just for that reason. And I would like to read it someday. But like I said, I usually, when I get books, they come in piles. And, I read some of them, and some of them go to the wayside. And I would say that all the books in my house are worth having in my house, but have not read this one. Lorca is a Spanish poet. I think it's a side-by-side translation. Haven't read too much Lorca. There's his picture on the side. I believe he is a queer author. The Idea of Perfections by Paul Valery is a big collection of poetry as well as the prose of Paul Valery. It has some side-by-side translations, and it has some just regular kind of non-translated prose. It's rather nice. I can't tell you much about Valery because I haven't spent much time. But Mallarmé is a very nice poet. Many people will continually reference Mallarmé. I think, Lacan and Deleuze and everyone in that milieu was reading Mallarmé. He is a very surreal author, maybe in the $10 word range of authors. I love Mallarmé. I'm glad that this is side-by-side French. This is a great book. I highly recommend the works of Mallarmé. This is a Loeb Classics Library translation of Sextus Empiricus. Sextus Empiricus is Outlines of Pyrrhonism. This is the complete Outlines of Pyrrhonism. Sometimes Loeb Classics does multiple volumes for one work. But this is about suspending judgment. And if you have two irreconcilable ideas, Sextus Empiricus and the Pyrrhonists were just we're not going to take a side, we're going to suspend judgment. And I never read this entire book, mostly because I don't feel like it's entirely necessary to understand what Pyrrhonism is. But it's an interesting little school. I, on one hand, was really interested in the Pyrrhonists because it's like kind of it's like actual atheism that makes sense. It's not just like, we're attacking reason with reason. It's like, we're suspending judgment, and that's pretty valid. The idea that I don't know something, therefore I won't judge. I'm not going to take a side. I think that's valid. Maybe not in every instance. Like if you're, in the instance of Nazism, one should, be anti-fascist, but some things one should suspend judgment on, like maybe the large world and the small world. Like how does relativity reconcile with quantum mechanics? Like if there is an answer, I don't have it, but I suspend judgment on that particular question. And then you see this shelf actually has resettled since, and you see it's lifted up a little bit, and it did not land directly on the books, but it no longer is fitting for these books because the little knobs kind of made it so those two Hegel volumes don't fit anymore. But these are my Cambridge Hegel. I got the Science of Logic as a birthday present. Phenomenology of Spirit was a gift from my partner. I have been reading this version when the Terry Pinkard translation of the Phenomenology of Spirit, since Gregory Sadler told me basically this is the version to get. I was using the Miller, and Gregory Sadler said I was only using the Miller. Gregory Sadler said I was only using the Miller because I wanted, because that was the current translation at the time. But this Terry Pinkard translation, who I also had the biography of Hegel from, is a superior translation. So this is a very nice sort of Cambridge hardcover. These are institutional books, so usually libraries would get these. But on my birthday, I like to ask for some collectible or institutional books that I would otherwise not be able to afford very easily. So these are books that were gifted to me. Derrida, Writing Indifference. I could say a little bit more about the Science of Logic, I guess. I was in a reading group for the Science of Logic. And it's a book that comes after the Phenomenology of Spirit. This was the last book that he wrote. It's a book about the categories of thought that sort of are after the presupposition. I don't think there's such a thing as presuppositionless science, so I don't know exactly if I agree with the notion of we're starting from no presuppositions, because I think we talked about last video why I don't agree with the idea of the transcendental reduction of Husserl, that you can kind of suspend judgment and have no presuppositions, because your background assumptions just are your knowledge. The preconscious and your background assumptions are the knowledge that you have. So if the Science of Logic is a presuppositionless science, I don't think that that's actually possible, and it sounds like Husserl. But, if the Science of Logic is also about the reflectiveness of being, according to Hippolyte, I believe, in Logic and Existence, which is another book that I did not like because it seemed to, reduce all sort of individuality and uniqueness to dust. And Hegel, in this book, I believe, you'll see him many times. He'll influence Deleuze and Guattari with his notion of internal difference, I believe, but he also will, I believe, repel people like Max Stirner. So, you see the duality and the difference, the difference even, in the Derridian sense of Hegel's Science of Logic, and that it has no, it's not like a book of fixed meaning. It's a book of deferred meaning, I think. A book of multiple meanings. Like all of Hegel, really, except for some of his sexist and pro-state writings. But even in the philosophy of right, he'll talk about the state a lot, but then he'll say spirit is above the state. And so, the world spirit is above the state. That means that the state is not the ultimate necessary form of life. And I think Hegel might even agree with that and say, right now, the state is instantiated in the world and we kind of have to theorize about the state. But, Hegel never said that the state must remain. So that's one kind of thing that one can say about Hegel. Maybe he's more libertarian than we think. Derrida, writing indifference. I need more Levinas in order to approach this book. I've read Speech and Phenomena quite a bit. That's where you get difference. Difference is the idea that speech and meaning is differing and deferred. So, like, deferred meaning is a very Heideggerian concept. If you have the idea that a text just is pure, this is impossible for Derrida. The text has so many different meanings that are, differing and deferring in every time you look at a text. Like, for example, there's the monarchist reading of Hegel. There's, the Marxist reading of Hegel. There's even religious fundamentalist readings of Hegel. This is difference. This is the ability of a text to have many different meanings. And this Speech and Phenomena book is rather extraordinarily dense. It has lots of untranslated different languages that he does not even bother to translate because he thinks apparently that translating them would give them a fixed meaning, and that would be wrong for Derrida. Derrida is considered now by some people not as useful for his deconstructionist methods, but I do believe that there is productive difference in the notion of the duplication of meaning and Deleuze-Guattari's difference and repetition. So difference can be productive, and difference is not simply, a deconstruction of all meaning. It is the ability to see multiple meanings in a text. And I have not read Grammatology. I have not read Margins. Margins was a gift. Speech and Phenomena was a gift. Came from the school. They gave it away to the graduates. Situationist International Anthology, have not read. Sadie Plant, I've read a bit of her ones and zeros. Sadie Plant is writing on the Situationists in the postmodern age here. It's a Rulich copy. I have not read this book. Imaginary Machines, that's what's it called? Minor Compositions. I have several Minor Compositions works on my shelf. I believe that this is a rather Deleuze-Guattari influence work. Raoul Van Vauhem, I don't know how to pronounce this. Revolution of Everyday Life is a classic situationist text. I got this a couple years ago and have really focused a lot more on the Society of the Spectacle. And I did get the Society of the Spectacle many years before, a couple of years ago. It's been sort of a book I've been interested for 10 years now, the Society of the Spectacle. And like I was saying last video, I've already talked about this book, but I can say just a little bit about how it is, the spectacle is the mode of production, it is the guardian of sleep, it is a collection of images, it is, when you're on your phone at a concert and you're looking at the screen of the phone as opposed to listening to the concert, it's something that is a commodity. The commodity puts you to sleep. The commodity gives your life a representational image of what it could be according to what is profitable. Society of the Spectacle is really, it's such an incredibly difficult book. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Debord was just constantly drunk when he wrote it. I think he was an alcoholic. Pessoa is my favorite poet, and he was also an alcoholic, so I don't mean to demean alcoholic poets, but I feel that the clarity suffers in Society of the Spectacle, and it's not a clear book, but it is an extraordinarily interesting book. Guy Debord. And then commentary on the Society of the Spectacle. That's just comments by Guy Debord on his own book. Spectacular Capitalism, that's another minor compositions book. Expect Anything, Fear Nothing. This is situationists in Scandinavia and elsewhere. Kind of just a book that I got from one of these anarchist publishers. And then this
kind of a cool logo.
Yeah, I agree. These other books over here, I've read a bit of Ours to Master and to Own. I mentioned earlier my argument against Lenin. That comes from here. I've read an essay from this book. These other books are kind of in the same vein. I really bought a ton of these, and I have not read them. Yeah, I have bought a ton of these, and I have not read not read all of these, but we can quickly go through these. These are all Union literature. Yeah, I don't have much to say. Rudolf Rocker is a classic anarcho-syndicalist. For libertarian communism, Daniel Gurin, I like that book. I read a little bit of that one. Daniel Gurin, it wants to kind of combine Marxism and anarchism. Like a lot of anarchists, including myself, like I read, the book We Do Not Fear Anarchy, We Invoke It by Graham. And I think Marx really kind of was awful to the anarchists. He did everything he could to keep them out of the First International. But Daniel Gurin was very pro Max Stirner and also very pro Marx. As Max Stirner wrote a big long screed against Marx, or sorry, other way around. Marx wrote a big screed against Max Stirner, and Daniel Gurin tries to reconcile these authors and be like, okay, how can we have Marxism and Stirner and anarchism? So I really, really like Daniel Gurin. I have a bigger anthology of his works that I want to get into. But yeah, these other books I would like to have read, but I haven't.
I wanted to make a couple comments on Derrida because I think his ideas are really important, and difference is also kind of dovetails into intellectual history and the changing meanings of words. In my original bookshelf tour with Greg of Reddit, we talked about the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the reason why it's 20 volumes and it's so big is because it keeps track of each sense of a word and when it first appeared and the date and where, gives you the quote. And there's sort of two major types of dictionaries. There's prescriptive, like the Heritage, I think it's American Heritage Dictionary, and that's sort of the old school method. And then there's descriptive dictionaries, which describe the language as it's used. And so as words are used differently, it keeps track of that. And that kind of links to this notion of difference and deferred meaning, the idea that you described, and how different people will just have different interpretations, and over time interpretations can change, or different people will have different interpretations. But I also want to just briefly mention how this understanding of language is sort of a reaction to a divine or transcendent interpretation of language, which in the Western context particularly connects to the Bible, interpretations of the Bible, hermeneutics, and literary theory, which is also kind of similar to that, in terms of how different denominations of Christianity in particular have different creeds where they sort of stabilize their interpretation of the Bible, of Scripture. And there's this idea that there's a set canon, and with the Apocrypha, Catholics have the Apocrypha as part of the canon, Protestants don't. So that's an example of sort of fixing the meaning of the canon and then fixing interpretations of Scripture to mean a particular thing, to be interpreted into a particular creed, which is then fixes a particular denomination's understanding of God's communication. And because God or the divine is the one communicating, it's therefore sort of understood to be a perfect communication that has a single reliable meaning. And so that's in tension with these deconstructive ideas. And that's a often not talked about sort of submerged piece of all of this, but it's fundamental to understanding the intellectual history of these ideas and these long, centuries-long, millennia-long debates about the meaning of words, meaning of language itself, and its stability.
I believe that Wittgenstein kind of attacks the Augustinian view of language at the very beginning of philosophical investigations. It attacks the attacks the Augustinian view of language in the philosophical investigations for Wittgenstein. Someone's holding down their horn. Okay.
There's also the story of the Tower of Babel. I haven't gone into enough depth on it in terms of what that necessarily means. And it's sort of linked to AI because AI is sort of this almost godlike technology. And AI itself, which sort of feeds off of language, it's sort of an interesting example of what happens when you do try to mix together just a ton of different stuff. But yeah, I will have to look into that Wittgenstein you mentioned.
Yeah. Did you want to talk briefly on the AI thing since we just segued into a conversation about it?
Definitely.
Okay, so yeah, I think I was about to talk about AI the last time when we brought up Kropotkin, and I basically was about to say before I grabbed my Kropotkin book that I think AI, on the one hand, there's big environmental problems that we have to solve about like, the amount of water it uses, the amount of emissions it makes, but also like, if we take away the social safety net and we try to take away people's jobs with AI at the same time, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to, not you personally, Timothy, but just in general, what does the audience think is going to happen? Like, if you take away the jobs with AI and you also don't pay people, then people might just be homeless and die. And there's going to be huge unemployment. And I wonder, what do the oligarchs think is going to happen with this AI technology? I think we're actually not thinking it hard at all about it. It's just, how can I make profit? And once people are totally fucked over, that's not my problem.
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion on that is I think they're kind of just buying time. And I think in a lot of situations like this, there's people in power are sort of waiting till the last possible second to do something because they just want to accumulate more advantage while they still can. And so it's more of just kicking the can down the road. I think even with the national debt, like there's just it's sort of human nature to want to kick the can down the road and not, there's a famous quote like, government will do the right thing once it's tried everything else or something like that. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. So I think sort of a weird example, but there was a tour. I love these tours of the Oval Office. And it's sort of a tradition that usually once per presidency, there's a tour of the artwork. And the guys on the All In podcast, which is a great podcast if you want to understand how billionaires think about a lot of these issues. And there's an interesting debate going on right now between the moderator, who's I think he's a centimillionaire, and then the other three guys are all billionaires. So he's a journalist, and his name's Jason Calacanis, working class background, I believe in New York City. He was a journalist in tech, and I guess he still is, but he argues that, the kind of stuff we're talking about with it is going to take a lot of jobs. His perspective is really interesting because he has all these entrepreneurs coming to him saying, hey, we want you to invest in our company that's going to replace every HR person within this role or every accounting person within this role. And will you fund us? And look at how much money we could make if we just eliminated all these jobs and replaced it with an AI. We could charge, $2,000 a month for it, and it could replace a $10,000 a month employee. So it's a really fascinating show to get that insider perspective. And he kind of argues against the other three who are much more, I don't know if you would say capitalist realist or just individualist, or kind of let it rip, laissez-faire. But anyways, they all toured the new, I was going to say bedazzled, but gilded, new Gilded Age, gilded Oval Office. And one of the things they pointed out is Trump pointed out is a portrait of FDR, and he didn't have FDR in his first administration on the wall. So I interpreted that as and I've interviewed Jonathan Alter, who wrote a biography or not a biography, but he wrote a book on the first 100 days of FDR. And it's Obama, I guess, had a picture on his Twitter where he was reading it. And I guess Biden also read it. So it's, I think that's where things are going to go, where it's going to get, I think it's just going to basically be when the unemployment hits a certain point, we're going to see some kind of FDR type of solutions. And so it's going to be, boiling the frog and waiting till the last possible moment to make interventions.
Well, I don't know if it's going to come from this administration, that sort of FDR policy, but I think a new administration could definitely do that.
Yeah.
But going back to David Graeber, these are my David Graeber books. Did you want to stay on the topic for any other reason, by the way?
Well, I think about things in terms of like Hoover versus FDR, and you had the Hoovervilles where people were living in tents or they were living in literal encampments. We have, I think in LA especially, like these huge encampments of people that are just homeless. And so I think we're just seeing like sort of a very interesting replay of the 1920s and just things steadily getting worse and worse. And when is going to be that sort of straw that breaks the camel's back?
Well,
you know,
the one thing that I'll say is that, I believe it's often said that FDR saved capitalism because he, introduced the welfare state. As the welfare state is part of social democracy. And people, I hear so much, everyone gets this wrong on these outlets nowadays. It's like, oh, FDR was a communist. It's like, that is 100% false. FDR was a huge statesman. He did not abolish the state. He also implemented kind of a racist program with the New Deal. He did not affect black people the same way it affected white people for housing. But FDR saved capitalism in the sense that he was very popular. He showed that if you, release some valves in the pressure of, if you release some pressure valves in the, in the system for letting people have, the means to survive, then capitalism can hang on for a little while longer. But I don't think that the problem with like social democracy for me is that you still have the oligarch. You still have not even you can get rid of the oligarchs, but then you can have still like representatives who don't represent you. Like in the oligarchy, you would need to get rid of Citizens United so that people cannot give unlimited campaign contributions to whatever, people that they want. It would have to be small dollar donations or even publicly funded elections, I think, in order to have a real democracy.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's a huge issue. I think that's almost the issue in a lot of ways.
yeah, publicly funded elections or
Yeah, I think, I guess I haven't gone into enough depth on it to say for sure publicly funded, but yeah, I would say that would be something that or something very similar to that. But I think, one of my theories is that I think the age of influencers that we're in, we're only just beginning. And I think this last election is kind of an interesting example because the Democrats really disdained social media and the influencers, and now they've realized that that was a mistake. And so now both parties are kind of focused in on that. And I think there's a lot of disappointment with the influencers that did support Trump, where they're now kind of they've kind of soured on him. And so now it's going to be really interesting that there has been this paradigm shift from mainstream to influencers and social media, that it's not overturning Citizens United, but it is, you can only astroturf so much on social media. And there is an element of, once the majority of the population and younger generations who really don't watch mainstream media, once the influencers do have a lot of power in terms of these sort of podcasts and other things, that does, to a certain extent, change the dynamics of elections, because you can't just buy a ton of ads and pay for mainstream stuff. It has to be more organic. And I think to the extent that it can just become more and more organic, more and more representative, and people vote with their views, they vote with their subscriptions. So I think they vote with their attention, basically. And to the extent we're in this new attention economy, it is slowly but surely turning the tables to an extent.
Yeah, I think that that's a good point, that once it's more organic, it will become more representative, because that's the thing, is that we have people that can give as much money as they want, and we also don't have, as I said in the last video, recallable representatives. So a delegate is something in the CNT which is like, if someone's doing something wrong, you recall them. It's not just like they stay in there. Like, a lot of our representatives, like, I don't mean to demean the old, but like, a lot of them are very, like, even demented in Congress. Like, I think there was one who, like, she couldn't remember where she was at one point. I forget her name, but like, there are people in Congress who are just old and have dementia, and they they shouldn't be punished, but they should be, like, not in Congress. I
And
don't,
you,
I don't know.
if you even think about Hillary Clinton versus Bernie, and the superdelegates issue, that was a huge issue. On Joe Rogan, you have Bernie and you have Trump, but you don't have Harris. You don't have some of these Clinton. So one thing you can say about Trump is he brought Zohran Mamdani to the White House, and obviously there's a lot of superficiality to it, but part of why he won is because he was more responsive in a social media sense than previous candidates. And even his big rallies were a way for him to learn about what people cared about and sort of feed off of that in a more organic way. So I think there's an element to which those sort of dynamics are just going to continue to get stronger. And you see a lot of these people who had Trump on before the election who are now having Zohran Mamdani on. So they're not really bought and paid for by one particular party, and they're very beholden to their audiences. So they want to have on who their audiences want. And that shows you the difference between mainstream media, who has the power to sort of shut people out.
Yeah. Getting into the topics of like Trump's visit to, or Mamdani's visit to Trump's office, and just Joe Rogan's effect on social media in general. I don't want to have like any viral moments here or any like big controversial statements. I want to like not go too far into Joe Rogan and Trump. But I'll just say, I don't subscribe to these people's worldviews or their channels. I'll leave it at that. Because I really just don't want any kind of like tumultuous comment sections.
Sure. Do you want to get into the Graeber stuff?
Yeah. David Graeber's Debt is a book about like a gift economy. It's a book about like the history of the way that economies worked before capitalism. I have not read as much as this one. This is a new book. But I do want to say one thing. Just about before I go on, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Like when it comes to these some of the podcasts that are like, they say that they're like ideas podcasts. I think sometimes that this means right wing, basically. Like, not for you, but like if someone says that they just like ideas, then they might end up just turning around being like supporting right wing candidates or defending right wing views. So like sometimes it's when I hear like, I'm just a neutral ideas person, like someone like Joe Rogan, what I think that kind of, says to me is like, I don't have core values. And to me, having core values is like, you know, is like, um, it means that I can't wear a mask. It means that I can't cover up what I say out of just a view for I want ideas. It means that I have to choose like, this is, you know, what means something to me. And I think that Joe Rogan, he showed a lot of respect for Bernie Sanders and then showed that he doesn't care about Bernie Sanders' views. And um, I used to watch Joe Rogan, and I no longer do. But I don't find Joe Rogan to be well read either. So I don't like to watch him.
And he didn't just sort of like Bernie. I'm pretty sure he endorsed Bernie explicitly at
Yeah,
in 2015 or 2016. So
yeah,
I think the populism is really because I don't just think this stuff is important domestically. It's really there's a lot of interesting studies that just populism across the world. And I don't think it's just when Trump first won, then other countries followed. There's a rise in populism that's going on across the world in different sort of forms and different forms of populism. So it's kind of like going back to Hegel. You have a Bernie and you have a Trump, and there is a sort of dialectic there. And there's a populism underneath that unifies them. And I think it's a mistake to focus too much on. And I think Trump was sort of um, part of his insight into the zeitgeist was that populism, which really he changed the entire Republican Party by noticing as the Democrats abandoned working class people towards the suburbs, he saw that as an opportunity to realign the Republicans with take over the Republican Party and focus on workers. So there's a retreat by the Democrats that leaves the doorway open for somebody to come in and exploit that opportunity.
and I definitely think that exploit is the word that I would use for. Well, I don't want to go too much. I really,
Yeah.
I said I don't want to cause, you know, problems on YouTube. I'm glad that we can kind of cover this stuff, but when it comes to um, this sort of stuff, I don't think that any of it is anything but fraud, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think that this administration is anything but fraud, and I don't really want to talk about it too much. But to demand the impossible in anarchism by history of anarchism by Peter Marshall. Um, this is a very large history of anarchism, and it. I have not read it, but it's contrastable to Zoe Baker's history in that it's less. Zoe Baker says that this one is less philosophical. Um, um, it's a it goes into like just a lot of like I think prehistory of anarchism too. So like it's like 1,000-page tome on the history of anarchism. Uh,
Would you say it's the best or one of the best in terms of a history?
I haven't read this one, but it is definitely one of the classics. Like it's kind of ubiquitous. You see it coming up on a lot of websites. Uh, so it's I haven't read it personally though.
Yeah.
Debt, like I was saying, is a book about economies before capitalism. So like the gift economy, concept of a excuse me, concept of a gift economy is the notion of you give gifts as opposed to the like exchange value and stuff, and exchanging goods. Like I haven't read all of this book. I've read much more of The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow. This is a book about how human beings experimented for tens of thousands of years with different organizational structures before capitalism, before industrialization. It talks about the very Enlightenment values of Native Americans. It talks about just the ways that like they didn't want private property and how they were very critical of the capitalist system, and they were often kind of, looked down upon in civilized so-called society where, they wouldn't, they would be very influenced by the Native Americans, but then they would say, you know, the Native Americans, were not equal to them, and they would go and, try to conquer them. Um, and so, you know, David Graeber not only goes through the history of lots of Native American literature, but lots of, prehistoric. No, prehistoric is the wrong word. Prehistoric is generally viewed as like, before the history of the colonizer, which is why you don't use the word prehistoric anymore. It's kind of a slip of mine. I apologize. But yeah, it's pre pre-scholarly, civilizations that um David Graeber is trying to piece together. And, one of the things about this book is that there's the view of Hobbes and um, Rousseau. They had views of nature that were not based on history. They were just based on sort of thought experiments, according to David Graeber and David Wengrow. And so David Graeber hopes to show a more advanced view of not just is life nasty, brutish, and short, according to Hobbes, or is life sort of is it better in nature like Rousseau thinks. I think David Graeber says it's not either of these sort of binary dichotomies. It's it's a matter of experimentation. It's a matter of things have not always been just this one system that negates every other system. I've been reading this book for a long time. I read it a lot over a vacation to out west this previous summer, and I took it with me in my my suitcase, and it was fantastic every time I read it. There's this idea that the Indian chief is not like a lawmaker. The Indian chief is like a non-coercive person that is more of a mediator, someone who, tries to fix problems as opposed to put people in jail, like, tries to resolve problems. And so, like, there's so many things about anarchism that one could say from the dawn of everything that, just beyond statehood, there are so many more possibilities. And this is one of my favorite books. Once I finish it, I'm sure it'll be like top 10 for me. But I've been working very slowly trying to, really understand everything that's happening in this book, because it's really one of my absolute most favorite books of all time.
Wow.
Yeah. This next book, The Ultimate Hidden Truth of the World, is posthumous writings that I just got recently, like a month ago. It's a collection of his works after he died. David Graeber's Bullshit Jobs, I also have not read in depth, but I've read an essay from the Libertarian Reader on bullshit jobs. And it's basically, our society produces so many jobs that are unnecessary, that are just for the purpose of making profit. And many jobs, like, I can't give any ones in particular, but maybe like like selling a specific t-shirt design at like a like some shop on the beach or something, or just like some random knickknack or something. Many jobs are just there because people need to produce things to survive. And so David Graeber wrote a whole book on bullshit jobs and the reason why many jobs are not even necessary in order for society to function. This direct action book in ethnography is a history of direct action. Fragments of Anarchist Anthropology, I have not read. David Graeber's George Orwell's essays. This is a very nice everyman's library. Another fat tome. I've read a few of the essays in this when I was just getting into libertarianism. A lot of what he writes is reviews, sort of book reviews. He was a prolific sort of review writer, George Orwell. I couldn't say much about the essays in this particular book. I could say a lot more about 1984 and Animal Farm, but this is his big collection of his essays. Mark Bray was recently driven out of the country by death threats. Very unfortunate for Mark Bray. My solidarity with him and his family. This Antifa book is just about Antifa. Yes.
I just wanted to, I looked up the types of jobs that Graeber talks about in his book, so I just wanted to read a little bit of this. 5 main types of BS jobs. 1, flunkies, which are make someone look or feel important, like receptionists, door attendants, and personal assistants to mid-level managers who have no power. 2, goons, aggressive roles that would vanish if others didn't have them. Corporate lawyers, lobbyists, and telemarketers or spin doctors. 3, duct tapers who fix problems that shouldn't exist. Examples are IT workers working on buggy systems rather than being allowed to redesign them. Customer service agents apologizing for defects that could be solved upstream. Administrative assistants cleaning up chaos created by incompetent managers. 4, box tickers provide the illusion of useful action. Corporate compliance officers, academic assessment administrators, middle managers who write vision statements and look at key performance indicators. And then 5, taskmasters who create work for others, middle managers who exist only to hold meetings and demand reports, team leaders in make work government projects, and supervisors hired after mergers to justify headcount expansion. So yeah, we can continue, but I just wanted to give a flavor
Thank
of
you.
that.
This is the most embarrassed that I've ever been about not having read a lot of these books, but this is my anti-fascism section that I bought up in this previous year. Against the Fascist Creep is a book about, the creeping authoritarianism of the right wing. Anti-fascism reader for the U.S. Non-partisan is about the world, anti-fascism in the world. Alt-right stuff. Beating the Fascists is another kind of book about that sort of stuff. The alt-right, I'm not going to read that other part, but by Wendling. And I think I have enough to say about this section in that it's just books that, like, I read a lot of Deleuze and Guattari, so, like, I'm reading an anti-fascist author right now. The idea that the fascism of, schizo in it, like, in our psychology, like, the fascism of everyday life is what I like to try to study as opposed to just macro fascism. But I've read a little bit of these books. I just don't like I never set aside time to just read this topic, unfortunately. Like, I have so many topics that are, like, pressing to me, and reading a book about fascism cover to cover always seemed stressful to me. Like, it would be a stressful topic for me. Like, it would be something that I would not enjoy reading about because it's, like, makes me just, like, nervous. Like, I don't know, like, I don't like the topic, but I have some books on it in case I ever wanted to read about it. And then there's this Rilke. I think that might be Heritage Press. I don't remember, but this is I believe Vellum. It was rather cheap. I did not get this for too much. It looks a lot more expensive than it is. We can go to the next shelf.
Do you want to say what this is?
That's Nietzsche. A Nietzsche little thinker from what's it called? Unemployed Philosophers Guild. Usually there's a Serial Experiments Lane doll in there too, but it looked a little crowded and we decided to keep the Nietzsche. This is my little what's it called? Sort of psychoanalysis shelf, as well as, like, magazines and bigger books from this room. That Mutual Aid from PM Press is a really nice illuminated version. It says an illuminated factor of evolution. This book is by PM Press and Peter Kropotkin. Mutual Aid is about, we talked about this a little bit last time with the notion of, is there values and morals on a molecular level? And Deleuze-Guattari would say that, the molecular has the socius within it. So, values and stuff. Values are the basis of how we determine our facts. And so I would say that, if there is values of cells, they're unconscious. And so, mutual aid, our cells in our body are constantly working together to make our body work. And, Kropotkin is right when he says that there's mutual aid on like a molecular level, because our all the cells in our body are kind of working like not like there's no centralized authority. There's no homunculus that, makes our body work the way it does. But, mutual aid is like a decentralized, like the body, decentralized and, largely not unified.
There seems to be maybe a paradigm level issue of like, is something centralized or is it decentralized? And I think the human body is actually an interesting example of some of it is centralized and some of it isn't. And
Yeah.
the centralization can be at the very top level or it can be at a middle level. It can be somewhat of a cluster or somewhat isolated, but somewhat connected to the higher level. You have, unconscious versus conscious and primary processing and stuff we've talked about. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah. So, like, when I say that, there's like Hegel talks in the phenomenology of spirit a bit about how, like, spirit is not anywhere in particular in the body. So, like, our soul, the soul, I think Klosowski says, is not even the driver of the body, it's the impulses. Um, but I forget how we got on this topic.
You're talking about molecular and sort of there's no homunculus, there's no centralized thing
Yeah.
with the values.
Yeah, so like a lot of our body is working on an unconscious level. Like we don't think about the background processes that happen when we kind of like, do our like move our arms and stuff. We might, it might be like a ready to hand thing in Heidegger's terms, something that disappears once we're doing it. So like, once I'm writing, I'm not thinking like an H goes right before, the this other letter or something. I use just write. So like, the when it comes to the unconscious and values, I would say values have to be unconscious because so much of what we do is ready to hand as opposed to simply just present to hand.
Mhm. I guess I would maybe see it a little bit differently in the sense that I think that this is an example of the imperfect secularization of various philosophies and intellectual history, where to maintain an idea of a soul or maintain an idea of values, and I think Nietzsche gets into this with genealogy of values. You have to maintain some idea of transcendence, but also it doesn't really jive with a materialist understanding of the universe. And so um, there's a fundamental conflict there, and different theories and theorists resolve it differently, but it's a perpetual conundrum of how can you save um, morality and values while having not having a transcendent signifier.
Interesting question. I will say Klosowski is a Catholic. So when he says that the unconscious is totally disconnected from the conscious mind, I don't think that Klosowski is saying that because he thinks morality is impossible. I think Klosowski is saying the unconscious is disconnected from the conscious mind because he thinks that the impulses produce a sign that becomes disconnected from the impulses once it's been spoken or produced. Like things become dead once they're spoken. I think we talked about this a little
Yep.
bit earlier. But um, yeah, like I don't think that it's a rejection of morality for Nietzsche. I think it's actually, a an elevating of morality to say that on an unconscious level there is still these moral things happening. So I would say it's not a rejection of morality, and Klosowski is a Catholic. It's actually, the points that Klosowski are making when it comes to how to live like a just life. He says, at the beginning of Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. It's not the point of the book, but we can kind of gauge based on what is more or less agreeable to the passions, as like this works, this doesn't work, and we can kind of determine based on the agreeableness or disagreeableness of the impulses, how to determine what a good life is. Which it doesn't sound like a terribly um, Catholic thing on its surface, but I think that Klosowski has ways of determining, how to go about the world, even without a strict like conscious morality. Like we follow the conscious morality as opposed to the having an unconscious. Like I don't know if I'm um
It sort of
it,
gets at the definition of these terms, and I'm not familiar enough with his work to know what exactly he's meaning by that. So, um, I
we can
I don't want
continue
to.
if you want.
Yeah, I think we should continue.
Okay. Philip Mainlander, he's a pessimist who's also a socialist. This was a Reddit translation that I printed at my school library back when they did hardcovers, but it's just a Reddit publication. Then there's Understanding Guide to Music Theory, Direct Action, Gets the Goods, Antifa comic book. If you could scroll up, please. Bruce Fink's Clinical Introduction. That's a Lacan book. Emancipation After Hegel by Todd McGowan. That's a Hegel book. Bakunin to Lacan, I've talked a little bit about. That's the book where I mentioned strategic non-identity. This is a book where he says, all the ways of anti-representationalist, anti-imagistic thinking. Post-anarchism reader is sort of like that Saul Newman sort of vein. He's a post-anarchist. So that means like trying to get away from representational thinking in anarchism. Like he doesn't like these guys will tend to think that traditional anarchism is more representationalist. But I think for me, it's not really like always that representationalist. I don't think that traditional anarchism needs to come from a place of like, pre-structured planning all the time. I think a lot of anarchism is about more of like uniqueness and, going against spectacular life. And actually, it goes both ways. There are theorists of anarchism, but also anarchism doesn't have to be a planned sort of, sort of thing. It doesn't have to be a theory. So like, but, Newman emphasizes the real of Lacan, where it's not a place, it's not, it's like a displacement, it's not identity. And this, ties in much with notions of sort of gender that I've seen that I appreciate, where our identity that's conscious is not really the full picture, as opposed to like the desiring machines and the unconscious. And so Bakunin to Lacan has been very influential to me, just in having a non-representationalist view of things. The Ontology in Heidegger and Deleuze by Gavin Ray. This book is it's about how like Deleuze was really influenced by Heidegger, but he has like kind of goes beyond Heidegger. Like Heidegger is still a representationalist thinker for Deleuze. I don't remember exactly what Gavin Ray's argument was, but I read a couple chapters of this book. It's like temporality, I think, is not desiring machines, basically, is how I understand it. I don't think that's what the book says, but like Heidegger in Being and Time is talking about a view of Dasein that is like, you're connected with temporality. And so Deleuze is kind of beyond Heidegger, I think, in that Heidegger is he's not an ethical thinker at all, and Deleuze is also going to say that this this lack of this neutrality or whatever, this lack of politics in your philosophy is not going to agree with Deleuze either. And I haven't read that in this particular book by Palgrave Macmillan. This is another institutional book. Palgrave is a very expensive publisher. Palgrave Macmillan, The Autistic Subject by Leon Brenner. I actually know someone who's working with this theorist, and that's why I bought this book. I haven't read it yet, but it's basically saying that autism is not like something that has like something underneath it, like like a real person underneath it. It really is the person. Autism is a structure of subjectivity, is the idea behind this book. I've read a few chapters of it, and I'm not really a strict Lacanian, but I agree with the idea that autism is not another like just some like separate simulacrum of a person on top of a real person. It is the person. Autism is, a structure of subjectivity. Max Stirner, another Palgrave Macmillan book. I used this one for a class. I was getting a lot of, sort of citation material for Max Stirner's work. I don't remember this particular book's essays very well. Yes?
I was just going to say, I don't know too much about this book. I feel like I've seen it a few times, and I definitely want to check it out. But I think it's part of a larger
Yes,
kind of
absolutely.
stream of anti-psychiatry and Thomas Saz, SZA.
Oh, I was going to say it's part of a larger stream of Lacan works by Palgrave. Like, look, Palgrave Lacan is a huge series of works.
Yeah, and Lacanian understandings of basically psychiatric nosology, which just means how quote unquote disorders or just not non-neurotypical experiences are categorized and defined, and so this would be an example of a basically non-mainstream, but within the Lacanian. I guess I'd be interested what you have to think about just sort of Lacanian reinterpretations or alternative definitions of a lot of stuff. That's, to me, sort of a major pattern of Lacanian thinking, is sort of different understandings and maybe deeper understandings of certain things that have a mainstream definition to them. Does that have anything to do?
When I think about redefinitions and Lacan, I know that he was a return to Freud. So, if we're talking about the death drive for Lacan, I think it means all drives. I'm not sure if it means all drives for Freud. Like if we're talking about the superego, and the like kind of the mother, like the mother becomes Das Ding. The superego becomes sort of a know of the name of the father. I don't know. Like I know a lot more about Heidegger's redefinitions than Lacan's, because I don't usually think about it in terms of redefinition. Like I know a lot about Lacan, but I don't think like he took this and then he turned it into this every single time. When I think about Lacan, it's more like he has three sections of, the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real, and it all is pulled from Freud, but like I've never done a side by side, like here's how we got all the genealogies from Freud. I would love to do that, but I haven't.
It seems to me that there's more of a focus on language and like structuralism, and Freud, I don't think, had much of that. That wasn't really in the air when he was around in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Something came up when I put in this book into ChatGPT, in terms of jouissance. Autism, reading here, autism involves a distinctive economy of jouissance, bodily enjoyment organized through self-stimulating loops that avoid the intrusiveness of external desire. Brenner calls this a closed circuit of satisfaction, contrasting it with the open, conflictual jouissance of neurotic life. So yeah, it looks like there's a lot of interesting stuff in here.
Mm. Yeah, that particular book is, um, I think, no, I got another book by the Palgrave Lacan for free because Amazon dented it a couple times.
I have a
And so I
tendency to
caught,
do that.
yeah, it gives me a lot of free books, but I also don't like the dents. Um, the autistic subject, yes, I did pay full price for this. This is an institutional book, and it is an interesting book. Derrida vis-a-vis Lacan, Andrea Hurst. This is I used this for some citations in a work that I was doing once. I have not read the whole thing because it's a massive tome that's very dense, sort of comparing Derrida to Lacan. I believe, if I remember anything from the book, it's something having to do with like the Lacanian real being paralleled to like the Kantian thing or something. I don't exactly remember, but Freud is full. I used like basically, I found a chapter in this book that was making an argument that I wanted to make, and so I cited it. And I have a tendency to get books in my library that I'm citing for my personal kind of backlog of things I want to read. Freud is Philosopher by Rick Boothby. This is another reading group that dissolved. It actually had a psychoanalyst as the reading group leader. This Richard Boothby book. This is a book that Todd McGowan, I think, did a whole lecture on with Ryan Ingley. Um, we never got too far into it. I think people's time schedules and their ability to process something this dense in a reading group area was just too low for everyone involved. Pristava Reader, have not read, would like to, came from my school. Introductory Dictionary of Lacanian Psychoanalysis by Dylan Evans. This is a very, very good work of terms, kind of comparable to the Laplanche Psychoanalytic Dictionary. It is very useful if you're trying to learn Lacan. My Lacan is on the lower shelf. Max Stirner's Critics is another Max Stirner work, one of the only two that he wrote, and some of the unpublished works that he has not been published yet that have been coming out in a steady stream on the Anarchist library. I read that book with a reading group. It was fun. It talks about scruples as an example, like, being without scruples. It kind of reminds me, that's a horrible thing to say because, like, Jeffrey Epstein said of Trump, he's a man without scruples. That's a terrifying thing to be. But, Max Stirner was against spooks. He was against the idea of the fixed idea. He was against being controlled by anything but yourself and the unique. So, the scruple could be a good thing or a bad thing. I think that's the difference of Stirner. Stirner is not necessarily a good guy. He just is. He is everything good and bad. He is just human. Read My Desire by John Kopchak. This is a book that Tom McGowan really likes and recommended on his show, but I have not read it. This is Voyage to Arcturus, this big Lindsay Woodring book. This is Beehive Books. They do incredible, like $100 slipcase, high-end illuminated texts. I cannot believe that this only costs $100. It's one of the few times I'll actually say what something costs because I don't like to talk about money over the content of the literature. But this was a really good deal. This book is very surreal, very kind of gender bending. I read like 100 pages of it until I kind of, had other things that I wanted to do. But it's not my favorite book by any stretch of the imagination, but it really is pretty in this format. Ingmar Bergman, I love Bergman. I watched so much Bergman. Persona and The Seventh Seal are two 9 out of 10 movies for me. Like Solaris and Stalker by Tarkovsky are 10 out of 10 for me, but Ingmar Bergman, he has some books, some movies that I did not like as much. Like the one about just kind of I forget was it Autumn Sonata? The one about I don't think you've seen them, Timothy, but sorry to call you Timmy. I know someone named Timmy.
It's fun.
Yeah, Ingmar Bergman's cinema. Yeah, I've watched many of these with my partner, and I've developed quite a close relationship with Ingmar Bergman. So we decided to get the complete Bergman, my partner and I. Um, I don't have much else to say about it except that he's a very religious director. He has like many crises of faith in his kind of movies. I don't think he's like a atheist, but I think he's very critical of questions of faith. There's one where a priest calls God a spider god, and then a man goes and kills himself. So very, tough questions of at what point do we criticize religion? At what point do we embrace religion? Ingmar Bergman is on the cutting edge of those questions. Um,
We have another
then we here. That's a Lacan figure that someone made me to go next to my Lacan books.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a Lacan figure before.
Yeah, it's custom made. Being in Nothingness by Jean-Paul Sartre. I've wanted so many people. I've asked teachers. I've asked reading groups. I've asked so many people to do a reading group on this book with me. And I only do reading groups with my friends. So if you're going to say in the comment section, please do a reading group with me, I'm sorry, I probably won't. I only do it with my friends, but I really want to do this book. And then Simone de Beauvoir's Second Sex is kind of like, she was the partner of Jean-Paul Sartre. She was not a polyamorous partner of Jean-Paul Sartre, who was kind of a philosophical, woman counterpart who was very, very influential on feminists. Her notion of becoming woman is, I think, very sort of kind of pre Butler concept, of performance. Because it's like you perform the act of womanhood and you become a woman as opposed to just being essentially a woman for Simone de Beauvoir. But I have not read this book. Rebel Voices, an IWW anthology, is a collection of IWW work. The IWW was a libertarian anarchist organization in the United States. They have lots of songs in this book. So I think I don't know exactly. So maybe Solidarity Forever. I don't know. That's more of a socialist song, but I've looked through this book and I was planning to use it for a semester, but I got overwhelmed by other books in the semester and never got to really read much of this book. But this is an IWW anthology. Dancing in the Streets is another anthology. The Cultural Politics of Emotions. I've read a few chapters of this book by Sarah Ahmed. I want to say really quickly before I go on to the last book. This is available, I think, on either PM Press or AK Press for only $25, and it is in Buckram. A very nice copy of the book. Mine has a little bit of a bend in the spine. I was upset when they shipped it to me like that, and I might order another one someday, but my partner insists I don't need another one. I don't have to replace all the slightly damaged books in my library, even though I wish I could. Very pretty, very nice gold embossed letters on the side. It's about the Situationists and the IWW and their kind of publications. Very pretty. Heatwave and the Rebel Worker. The Cultural Politics of Emotion by Sarah Ahmed.
I actually wanted to add something to this because there's a book that I'm blanking on the name of it, but it almost connects with Cultural Politics of Emotion, maybe, which I haven't read, but just the idea of communal dancing as part of a larger kind of sense of community. We were talking last session about more and more communication being intermediated with images and simulacra and just the hollowing out of social reality. And I think, the idea of dancing in the streets and communal dancing, there's a whole interesting intellectual history there of like dancing in medieval times, and sort of people would just start dancing for no reason, or it was almost like a spontaneous thing, almost like some of the situationist stuff, what are they called? Instant crowds, or sort of flash mobs. That's
Oh,
almost a.
I don't know. Like the tournament is the one situationist term I know.
Could you say that again?
The tournament, I think.
Could you spell that? I've never heard.
Let me see. Let me type it into Google. I think the tournament is spelled Detournement. So French for rerouting or hijacking. So I think that's the view of culture jamming as well is the term for it. So like when you go out into the streets and you write like graffiti on the walls that is like revolutionary or something, or if you go do something in the streets that is like disruptive to spectacular life in some way, like like putting like I don't know examples. Like graffiti is the biggest example. When I read the Situationist Guide to the Boy Scouts, Boy Scouts Manual to Situationists or whatever it's called. And I don't remember exactly all of their tactics because I'm not a situationist. But well, I am a situationist insofar as I like read their stuff and I agree with what they say. But like I don't actively try to like say like I am a situationist as I'm a libertarian or something like that.
So I found the book I was thinking of. The flash mob thing was big. I don't know how much of it was on Vine back in the day, but it's also a social media phenomenon. And dancing and group dancing is often a significant piece of that. It's also marching and political marching, which is a really important aspect of activism, is also sort of a form of dance and sometimes connected to dance. But the book I was thinking of is Dancing in the Streets: A History of Collective Joy by Barbara Ehrenreich.
I have that one.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
So let me just read a little bit of what it has here. This book traces the origins and suppression of communal celebration, including dances, festivals, collective joy rituals, from ancient ritual to modern mass gatherings. She argues that such collective dance and revelry are deeply rooted in human biology and social life, and have often been suppressed by elites because they undermine social hierarchies and reinforce communal bonds. Her analysis links dance not just to aesthetics, but to social and political dynamics of cohesion, resistance, and collective identity. And then two other books that came up with that also look pretty interesting are Dance and Activism: A Century of Radical Dance Across the World by Dana Mills, 2021, and Dance in Politics, 2025, Michael Davis, short scholarly work, both on similar issues. But yeah, I just wanted to add that.
I will say about the cultural politics of emotion that this book is about. For one, like an example of an argument from the book is like if there's a bear in the forest and you're afraid of the bear, that's a fact and a value being mixed together. So like, when people say facts don't care about your feelings, actually facts and feelings are so deeply mixed that like if you see a bear in a forest and you're scared of it, that's because you have a good reason to be scared of it. So emotions are not dumb. Like emotions are not just something that are like, a superfluous sort of, discharge of effluvium from, your brain or something. Emotions are a direct result of the facts that you're processing. So, this is the cultural politics of emotions that Sarah Ahmed talks about, is like so often emotions get like pathologized even. Like if you're getting someone's getting emotional at like bigotry, for example, they'll say like, why can't you just, accept that someone's attacking your core identity and, not be emotional? When like to me, if someone's like saying, well, facts don't care about your feelings, don't get emotional, it's more like, someone's getting emotional because they're being abused. So like that's how often this sadistic culture that we live in, people they won't care about your emotions. They'll just say like, facts don't care about your feelings. When I think Sarah Ahmed really shows that this dichotomy is kind of wrong and sadistic. Foucault, I've really like not read much of Foucault. He is like an sort of we said, does a lot of genealogy, talks about power, talks about like prisons and
Total institutions.
total institutions. I'm sure I'd love Foucault if I read him, but I don't know if anyone watching this has noticed, but I kind of have a lot of books. So I haven't read it yet. The Losing Guitar Dictionary. You can see, scroll up a little bit. I want to show you all the, look at the bookmarks. So all the terms that I like to call
Oh,
out.
wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've really I haven't covered to cover this book, but I've really used it a lot.
What are these? They're not Post-it notes. Are they just scraps of
I
paper?
have a lot of little bookmarks.
Oh.
Yeah. Lacan the Charlatan is another one of those Palgrave Lacans. I got this one for free because they dented it, and then they gave me half off, and then they told me like, oh, we forgot to pay you back, or sorry, they gave me half off, and then they say we forgot to pay you your refund, so we're just going to give you a full refund. So thanks to Amazon for being kind of incompetent and give me so many free books. Lacan's Desire and Interpretation is a book I haven't read.
Did you read this one?
Not yet. It's really recently I got it. My partner, I will admit, my partner bought me this book so I could stop talking about all the doomy stuff happening in our world on the news. She was like, you talk about this stuff and it's scary to me and it's uncomfortable, and I, if I buy you this book, will you stop concerning yourself with it openly all day? And so she kind of agreed with me that like I'll buy you this book if you stop doing about politics. So I've done a pretty good job not doing about that since, but there's other things to do about. So this seminar of Jacques Lacan, The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, book 7, I've read a bit of. I was in a reading group for, but I was in a reading group for these a long time ago. Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis. These books kind of talk about like the objet a. They talk about hysteria. They talk about concepts like sexuation, feminine sexuality. I think is the idea of the man is a woman who thinks she exists. The woman does not exist, but she is. That doesn't mean that the woman is like useless or stupid, but it means that she has no essence. It means that the woman is like, she has no essential nature that makes her like universally a woman. There's no single thing that makes a woman, is I think Lacan's point, is when he says that there is no woman, or that the woman does not exist. But like I had major differences with the Lacan reading group when I was in the Lacan reading group. They were very clinical in their basis of their psychoanalysis, and they never wanted to make it all about political critique. And that's why I switched to Deleuze Guattari. I never went back to the Lacan servers that I was on, and they, I think that they never really wanted my style of psychoanalysis, mixing psychoanalysis with politics in the first place. So that's another reading group that I sort of left, that didn't really get completed with these books. Yeah.
I was just going to say that's an important sort of way of understanding the social sciences and even beyond, into literary theory, is the traditional sort of three, or at least the way I think about it is there's maybe even 4 levels, but there's sort of the level of the individual and intrapsychic, and even potentially parts within the individual and multiple entities within the individual. Then there's small groups and like family systems. And then there's large polities and basically just large groups, and even the world as a whole and the zeitgeist, and then that sort of shades into the transcendent and the divine. And so different, or even the real. And so each of these, I think to a certain extent, you can map any particular school of thought to all four of those levels, but they tend to have a center of gravity where the communities will tend to focus on particular levels of that hierarchy. And so I think you're getting at that. People who, if their day job is being a clinician, there's a lot of incentive for them to have their center of gravity around the individual that they're treating.
Yeah, and that was really the problem with psychoanalysis, is that it does not have, like you were saying, there's the individual, the family, the large polity, and the zeitgeist. It does not think, at least in the Lacanian sense. Well, here's the thing. There's the Slovenian school, which is like Slavoj Žižek and Alenka Župančič, and people of that school, like I think Mladen Dolar as well, who are more social in their Lacanianism. But the Lacanians that I was with were more interested in, like that individual intrapsychic level. And I think that one of the things that, Deleuze and Guattari really critique, even someone anti-fascist like Wilhelm Reich, is that Wilhelm Reich did not put objectivity within subjectivity. He did not say that the individual is social as well as an individual on a subjective level. And so, like, when we talk about the individual versus the family versus the polity versus the zeitgeist, they're all connected. I think that there's no way to disconnect them.
Yeah. And there's even
not safe. But I want to say that there's not. It's not to say that these are necessarily good either.
What's not necessarily good?
Well, not every family is good. Not every polity is good. Not every zeitgeist is good. Some are.
And there's even a level to which to just put them in a hierarchy like that is itself ideological. And you could also imagine them as a circle or as all kind of intermeshed. So I just want to include that. So
yeah. I've read a bit of the Écrit. That's what that book behind the Jacques Lacan figurine is the Écrit. E-C-R-I-T-S. It means writings in French, I believe.
That came up earlier with the Écrit feminine that I mentioned.
The what?
The Écrit feminine, the French term for feminine writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Écrit I've read a bit of. It has very difficult essays like the Purloined Letter. And when I read the Purloined Letter with someone, I did read what was it? The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe. And so it's about a letter where it gets hidden and someone finds it, but there's lots of clues as to like how it supposedly happened. And the way that Lacan writes is very cloak wavy. He doesn't give you exactly what he wants, what you want. And sometimes he'll say stuff that's very easy to understand, like, aggression is like when the imago is shattered. Basically the image of yourself when it's shattered produces aggression, because that's what causes mental stability, is the imago in the imaginary, I think. And so that's easy to understand, but then the Purloined Letter is not easy to understand. So Lacan is oftentimes talking in a way where you need to, like, he's elusive, he is often vague, he is often a horrible writer. And that's another reason why I don't read Lacan as much as I read Deleuze and Guattari anymore, is because I just feel like even Todd McGowan will say it's so hard to get anything out of the lectures of Lacan, even, or even the Écrit. The Écrit is even worse than the lectures, according to Todd McGowan. The Écrit is like, a poorly translated book that's poorly written too, is I think how Todd McGowan would talk about the Écrit. And I've read over 100 pages of the Écrit, and yes.
So I actually looked up Lacan the Charlatan and I got a little summary of it. I was on the fence about reading it to you, but based on what you just mentioned, I think it'd be good to just add this. So it's a 2021 book by Peter D. Matthews, Lacan the Charlatan, Purpose and Central Question. Matthews' book takes as its focal point the oft-repeated claim that Jacques Lacan was a charlatan. This label was famously articulated by Noam Chomsky in a 1989 interview that has recurred among critics who argue that Lacan's work is fraudulent, obscurantist, or pseudo-scientific. And I just, one sec, rather than intellectually substantive. The book does not simply repeat that accusation. Instead, it examines whether this claim is warranted by engaging directly with Lacan's critics and core aspects of his thought. So there's, I guess, a list. He organized into chapters of different types of charlatanism he was accused of: linguistic, mathematical, scientific, ethical, absolute, and master charlatan. So it looks like there's a lot there, but just thought that was a little bit interesting, and the Chomsky connection as well.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that when it comes to Deleuze and Guattari, they actually work through Lacan. They don't really try to destroy him. So, like, the real becomes positivized as opposed to negative. And the concept of like the no of the name of the Father, that comes up in and I believe Difference in Reputation. There's a yes and a no. So like there's a yes to life of Nietzsche as well as the no of the name of the Father, and they happen at the same time. So like working through Lacan for Deleuze and Guattari, is really important. Like Guattari was Lacan's student, and I believe Lacan went to Deleuze and said, I want you to be my student. And Lacan and, Deleuze and Guattari have a lot of critiques of Lacan, and they have a lot of critiques of the clinic. And I think that, the notion of paying for psychoanalysis is a big problem, because it's like, think about what you're doing in psychoanalysis. You're kind of going somewhere to pay someone money so that you can talk to yourself and like sit on a couch. And I think one of the quotes from Deleuze and Guattari that really stuck with me is, "What on earth are they doing on a couch?" Much of this sort of internalization of, civilization, its discontents, as it's said, happens from, the world. And so like, if we're trying to change the world, what are we doing on a couch? Isn't the world often responsible for the things that happen in psychoanalysis? And so one of my problems with psychoanalysis is not so much that its ideas are bad, or like sometimes they are, but like the idea of, psychoanalysis, even as an institution, is like upholding a sort of like, we're going to make people sick and then send them to this place to get better, that doesn't change the problems of society that made them sick. And I think that that's the main problem that a lot of people have with psychoanalysis. It's kind of like a pay to play, almost like, I don't want to say exactly like a Ponzi scheme, because Ponzi schemes are totally just, they're ripping you off, and psychoanalysis, you could probably get something out of it. But like, if you really have to pay a lot of money for psychoanalysis, and, Lacan even did the short session where you pay him like a ton of money and it cuts it off in 5 minutes. And, that's a really controversial sort of method about going about psychoanalysis, is just like giving people even a full session. But yeah, we don't need to talk forever about Lacan. Lacan is more of a transitionary figure for me. He is, in a lot of ways, someone who denied biology. The return to Freud of Deleuze and Guattari is because Lacan denied biology, and Deleuze and Guattari basically wanted to say, no, we're going to go back to the impulses, and we're going to do Klasowski as opposed to this sort of lack, this sort of emptiness, this this sort of nothingness that Lacan latches onto, even though he says he's not a philosopher. So, I would join a Lacan reading group again, but I am much happier with my Deleuze and Guattari reading group than I am the Lacan reading groups that I was in for about 3 to 4 years, maybe 3, nonstop, multiple times a week. And Lacan is very influential to me, but I am not a Lacanian. Would you like to move on to Cormac McCarthy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think bigger picture in terms of sort of history of science, history of intellectual history, I think you see a pattern repeatedly of there's a deconstructive phase, but then eventually there's sort of a rock bottom, and there has to be a positive, some kind of turn towards the positive, something to build off of, some kind of foundation. And I think I don't know enough about Lacan to say that definitively, but the pattern you're describing and that sort of reaction of Lacan's students kind of, I think, maybe shows that kind of pattern.
Definitely a sort of like reaction to Lacan. Lacan is someone who really, I think, neglects science. Like, he tries to make everything formalized into an abstract mathematical algebraic system. If you really get into like the deep Lacan stuff, it's all formalized algebra. I never understood it. It's all above me. Someone probably could get something out of it, but also I've heard the argument that all this sort of formalization only says something about itself. It doesn't say anything about, necessarily the patient. And if you're going to say, oh, you have the objet A, what does that say about the patient besides the fact that they have like, something that prevents full enjoyment and also is like a lure to a lack? Like when it comes down to talking about Oedipus, you can only talk about Oedipus as opposed to saying more about the patient. So, I mean, it's a very internal sort of like, like, uh, like, I want to say, what's that animal that puts its head in the sand? An ostrich?
Ostrich.
It's like an ostrich theory. That's all I have to say about Lacan.
Yeah. Okay. McCarthy.
Blood Incantation, brutal fucking novel. I read like a third of it, or 2/3 of it, or a half of it. I forget. But I think you can kind of see the little bookmark on the top of it. I read up to a certain point, and I just didn't like it. I found it to be bloody, gruesome, horrible. It had good prose, but it's just like kind of like it's not as bad as Lolita. But I did not like Blood Meridian very much when I tried it. And so The Passenger and Stella Maris, I believe Stella Maris is like a conversation with someone at a table with someone who's about to take her own life. But the other one, The Passenger, that's another one of his final books. I heard about these books, and I want to read Stella Maris first. You hear about the philosophical and scientific knowledge of Cormac McCarthy. I think it'd be interesting to hear about this. Sorry, I think it's about a math PhD, Stella Maris. So, lots of philosophical ponderings in that book, I imagine. Down here, if we just go to the center really quickly, talk about the Libertarian Reader. This is my favorite collection of works of all time, by active distribution. This is a 4-volume work that I'm constantly referencing. I've read and annotated the first volume. I've read half of the second volume, or about half of the fourth volume, and a little bit of the third volume. It's a collection of pamphlets, and you can see the side is the Libertarian Communist flag. This is by Ian Mackay, IAINMCKAY. It has everything from like people that I've been talking about, Max Baginski, to Malatesta to Bakunin to Proudhon to Tolstoy to Lucy Parsons to David Graeber to Derudi, Sam Dogloff. There's just like, this is my number one citation source for all anarchism. And I won't say that it's comprehensive, though. It does not include my favorite writer, Freddie Perlman, and the Primitivists. I don't think that, I'd imagine that Ian Mackay might not be sympathetic to Primitivists if he doesn't include them in this collection. There are Black authors in here, there are queer authors in here, but I don't think that there's explicitly like queer works as much as I would like there to be in the Libertarian Reader. The Libertarian Reader is about $100. It's 4 volumes that are $25 each, and I love it so much. It's one of my favorite books of all time, The Libertarian Reader. And you'll hear me talking about it throughout this entire series. I'm sure I've mentioned it many times already.
Yeah. Do you remember how you discovered it?
I was bulk buying from Active Distribution. I just was going through this was when I was trying to get books to preserve knowledge, and I thought, well, this looks like an incredible history. And so I added it to my cart, and I was not disappointed. Kind of like Freddie Perlman, I just randomly bought it, and, I discovered sometimes, like, when you buy a bunch of stuff, certain things rise to the top very quickly. This was, like, immediately my favorite thing that I bought from that website, because it's just, like, it's 150 years of intellectual history, like, compiled in one place. That's very rare. I don't have many things in my library like that.
And it shows the value of sort of being a bit of a librarian and preserving knowledge, and not like this idea that, oh, well, until you've read every book in your collection, you shouldn't buy another book, and each book needs to be obsessed over. There is a value to more expansive collecting and purchasing.
Absolutely. And Umberto Eco talks about this in his, like, when he's talking about his library, and that having, I think when people who don't read will ask you questions like, well, have you read all of them? When people who do read know that having lots of works is good for research, because it's like, there's so many topics that it's not just one topic that you have, it's so many topics that you can expand into. And really, when it comes to anthologies like this, anthologies for anarchism are perfect, because anarchism is basically pamphlet based. There's lots of full length anarchist works that you could read, like Alexander Berkman's Now and After, the ABC of Anarchist Communism, or Anarchism and Other Essays by Emma Goldman, which is actually a compilation work as well, or like, Kropotkin's work on the French Revolution. There are full length anarchist books, but when you want to get the full intellectual history of anarchism, you can really go idea by idea, person by person in this big intellectual history. And so that's one of my favorite books of all time, A Libertarian Reader by Ian Mackay. Would you like to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Companion to Karl Marx by David Harvey. I've been meaning to read the 3 volumes of Karl Marx, Capital. I've read like 120 pages of Capital, and I know a little bit about this book. It talks about how Marx actually was going to have a lot more volumes of Capital, but he died before that happened. It's David Harvey is, I believe, on Democracy at Work's channel as one of their theorists. Democracy at Work also has what's his name? Let me look it up. Richard Wolff, yeah. Richard Wolff is also on the network of Democracy at Work, and he's the guy who advocates for sort of democracy in the workplace, having instead of a boss having workers just directly run their company, and the worker co-op is how that usually works. but Marx and the Anthropocene by Cambridge by Sato.
I just want to
This
make a
book-
quick note. I think Easton Press is actually worker. It recently transitioned to worker owned in like 2021. I could be, I'll double check that because it's either them or Folio that did that. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that'd be very exciting if that did happen. Sato, Marx and the Anthropocene. This is a book about. It was a little dense for me. It uses a lot of $10 words, but it's about Marx's view in his late works on how the ecological rift occurs with capitalism. Capitalism is not sustainable, I think, is the idea, and this is a degrowth. Sato is known for his degrowth Marxism. So degrowth is not about degrowing the human population, but degrowing the economy. It's the idea that we can get by with a lot less production. We can not have infinite growth on a finite planet, basically. And Sato, I would have liked to have enjoyed this author more, but he's just very dense. Lou Cox, I read a chapter of this book, History and Class Consciousness. He's a class reductionist. I don't like him. Capitalist Discontent, Sasha Lele. This is a PM Press book that I got just because it was cheap. Godelier, Perspectives in Marxist Anthropology. This book came from my school. Marcuse's Heideggerian Marxism. The name alone is why I bought it, and because it's by Marcuse. Sorry, it too loud. Heideggerian Marxism by Marcuse. I want to read it soon, but I ended up doing Spectres of Marx for my reading group instead. Yeah.
So I did look it up. I was wrong. It's actually Folio Society. So
I kind of suspected that. The Easton Press is a little bit more like, conservative.
yeah, they're based in Connecticut, and Folio Society is based in the UK. So Folio Society is an independent London-based publisher founded by Charles Ede in 1947, incorporated in 1971, formerly privately owned. It became an employee ownership trust in 2021.
Yeah. And so Derrida's Spectres of Marx, this is the book that I actually did a lot more work on than Heideggerian Marxism. I gave my professor the option, like, do you want to do Marcuse or do you want to do Derrida? And of course, if you ask a professor what kind of work he wants to do, he will always choose the bigger author. But not always. Sometimes I can get away with getting like Freddie Perlman in there, but you really have to fight the department and say, no, look at his citations. He's a cited man, I swear. But Jacques Derrida, Spectres of Marx, is about, one real interesting argument from it between Max Stirner. Derrida critiques Stirner and says, this spook of yours, it's supposed to be, eliminated somehow, but you can't eliminate a spook. It's going to recur. That's the idea of, like the sort of repetition aspect of hauntology. Hauntology, even though it's a ghost, it somehow exists. So Spectres of Marx, based on the Marxist idea of, the specters of communism, like there's a specter haunting Europe, as he says in the Communist Manifesto. Spectres of Marx. It talks a lot about Shakespeare too. It's talks about the genius, not in the sense of the genius of his work, but the genie or something. The spirit of his work. So this work, I read about 100 pages of it. It is exhausting. It is some of the densest reading I ever did. I read the two Fanon books cover to cover twice this year. And I only read this one once. I really had to slow down in the class I was taking on it. And basically, it left me exhausted for like a month after reading 100 pages of it. It's horrible. I know that everyone wants me to talk about Gramsci. My friends want me to talk about Gramsci. Timothy probably wants me to talk about Gramsci. I have not read Gramsci. I apologize.
Do you want to say what the two Fanon books are? I know you've already said it, but
Yeah. The Fanon books are Black Skin, White Masks and The Wretched of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. This is more David Harvey, just kind of a book to get into capital and Marx. It says the madness of economic reason. You can kind of tell what it's about already. And then the Libertarian Reader, again, as you can see, we'll just kind of make a side note about the Libertarian Reader. It has the Libertarian flag on the side. Very, very cool. I love it. Transgender Marxism. This is by Pluto Press. I'm in a reading group for this right now, and we've actually gotten through a lot of the essays. We've gone through like 4 or 5 of them. I'm on essay 9. Some of it's a little essentialist. Some of it views, gender as a type of work. So like, femininity involves like, house labor for one of the authors. And I totally disagree. I don't think you can say gender is necessarily one thing because of things like difference and because, gender is always changing throughout the generations. It's a signifier that's fungible, as I might say. The markers of masculinity or femininity. And then the one essay I like, I think around essay 8 or 9, I think essay 9 is about aleatory Marxism, instead of viewing it as rigid and deterministic, viewing it as like a dice throw. So there's all sorts of things that might go into becoming queer that are not necessarily even innate or because of, deterministic things. Someone might have an incident that, triggers a feeling in them that they are more queer than they thought, or that they love someone who they didn't think that they would have loved. So the aleatory nature in one of the essays is my favorite thing that I've heard in transgender Marxism. And the book in general, it tries to be anti-essentialist, and in some of it, it does succeed. But it's a whole collection of different writers, and it is not defined by any single writer, as it's just a collection of essays. But I would have liked a transgender anarchist book as opposed to a transgender Marxism book.
What about like a queer Marxist or queer anarchist book?
Transgender and queer are kind of an umbrella that overlap, I think. So I would say, like, if there was a queer anarchist book, that would be cool. If there was a queer Marxist book, that would be cool. Transgender, I think that it's not necessarily representationalist to go from one gender to another, because it's not doing a traditional sort of gender thing. So like when we say, trans identity, and my critiques of identity, I don't mean that I'm critiquing trans identity and things of that nature. So like, I'm happy that trans people are able to identify as they want. I think when it comes to identity, though, like on a philosophical level, it's not the impulses that I think my main argument. So like when it comes to my view of gender, like I think that the what is in consciousness is based more on the symbolic and signifiers that are fungible, as opposed to like the what Klosowski would call the phantasms and intensities of the impulses. So, when we say man or woman, this changes throughout time, as opposed to being something more difference based in the sort of unconscious multiplicity of the sexes. And the multiplicity of the sexes being like what's it called? Micro transsexuality. So like, the sexes are not binary for Deleuze and Guattari. They're on an unconscious level, they break down binaries. So, identity and transgenderism is it's okay, like, on, just like a, colloquial level to be trans, but for me, like, identity is never the full picture. Um, Intersectional Class Struggle by Reagan is just an intersectional book that I unfortunately, Thrift Books covered up the publisher, and I have not taken off the sticker, unfortunately. I'll do that later. But it might be PM Press, I don't remember. Judith Butler's Gender Trouble is a classic. I have not read this book cover to cover, but it's about performativity, I believe. The idea that we perform gender as opposed to have an innate gender. Undoing Gender, I ordered this as a an an acceptable condition book, and they sent me a brand new book out of mistake. I was very happy with that. Um, but I have not read that much Butler. I have read Queer Phenomenology, though, and quite a bit of Zeros and Ones. It goes into Zeros and Ones. Ada Lovelace and her kind of her loom machine, I think, is what it was. Yeah, kind of an original computer. Um, that was very interesting. What I read of it, I was hoping it would be more, you know, uh, about like a non-binary view of gender, but I don't think it was. Queer Phenomenology, however, is a fantastic view of, line metaphors. It's the line of flight of Deleuze-Guattari and transversality of Deleuze-Guattari really come into play here. Transversality being the way that lines intersect in nature or like on a grid or something. Queer Phenomenology is about how queerness is a bent line and is bent from the expectations of straightness. Straightness as a metaphor is sort of like, contrary to the queer metaphor being non-straightness. So this entire book is about that metaphor, about the phenomenology of, like Husserl's table too, they talk about. So like, Husserl sits at his table while all sorts of women in the background take care of him. And, the phenomenology of a writer is often one at this time period of one who is taken care of by many servants. So like, the myth of the individual is broken down by this book, where it's like, a lot of people who say they're individual have a lot of people working for them to make them into the people that they are. And that has to do with the phenomenology of, displacing a sort of, individual straight kind of dichotomy.
So, this is also by Sarah Ahmed. Is there a through line there? And is there any other work by her that kind of fits into this?
Yeah, Sarah Ahmed also has the Cultural Politics of Emotion on my shelf and the Feminist Killjoy Handbook. Feminist Killjoy Handbook, I've read a little bit of, and it's basically about how to, whenever like problematic situations come up, how to intervene and, basically be a killjoy, as I understand it. I have not read this book, but that's how I understand it. Aragray and Deleuze. I have some Aragray here that I have not read. All this stuff is pretty new. It's just one of my many kind of Deleuze crossover books. But I believe that Deleuze's view of gender is very similar to Iragray's, I believe.
All right. So actually, we're not completely done with this bookcase yet, but something we were just talking about during a brief break here was the grounding of morals and how morals and morality works within anarchism, as well as some of the other stuff we've been talking about. And so I brought up social contract theory, and we got into a little bit of discussion about that I wanted to include in the session for everybody. So maybe you could just say what you were saying earlier to me and kind of flesh that out.
Sure. I think there was two things I was saying. Let me write them down on a new piece of paper. One was social contract theory. The other was individualism through collectivism. So
And you said there was a chapter or paper in here that specifically was related to.
In volume 4 of the Libertarian Reader, there is an essay on William Godwin that talks about how anarchism is like a social contract, but it does not violate the individualism of William Godwin, who was kind of a very whiny man. Sorry, too loud. Godwin was a rather whiny man. He felt that anything that was not, to his individual liking was wrong, and he would attack, I believe, the idea of it might have been the worker organization at the time. This was pre Proudhon, so very early. For not what we think about anarchism today. Godwin was one of the first, as they say, anarchists, but he was wrong about anarchism because the social contract of anarchism is not obligatory and it is not binding. And so the social contract of anarchism is still a social contract, but it is rather one which is based on a personal choice as opposed to, a binding sort of thing. And that's because you can always go to a different sort of, area of the Federation where there's different rules and different structures. And you can even start your own place where you have your own rules. So the social contract for anarchism is not, it does have rules that, they can be broken, and you can go to what Voltaire declares calls the asylum, because, you don't want in anarchism to punish people through retribution, as Hegel would have it in, the philosophy of right. In anarchism, you want to treat people nicely without hierarchy. So social contract theory for anarchism still applies, but it is not obligatory. Furthermore, individualism through collectivism. Oscar Wilde in The Soul of Man Under Socialism talks about, the gregarious versus the individual impulses, and these are Klasowskian terms, but I apply them to Wilde. And Oscar Wilde, he says he wants you to develop a personality that is not, through material means, but through developing, like Shakespeare and Shelley, like these people who have these incredible talents through, the cultivation that they were able to do through having the resources that society gave them, like privilege of, having the ability to read and write and develop these things. So, anarchism has one of the most sophisticated views of not just pure individualism and not just pure collectivism of like, we're going to submit ourselves to the mob. Like, sorry, too loud. We're not going to, just submit ourselves to the mob. It's not like Nietzsche says the herd mentality. Anarchism is rather the individual working through the collective. And I would say that in order to be yourself as a person, you have to be not yourself. Too loud. Yeah, sorry. In order to be yourself as a person, you have to be not yourself. You have to expand into the world, into the collective sort of, collective knowledge of the world. To be individual, you have to try to not be yourself. And individualism happens through gregarious impulses. There is no division between individualism and collectivism. They are mutual, not mutually exclusive.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. All right, so we're now going to go to the next set of shelves here.
The Ulysses annotated. Oh, this goes to a different copy of Ulysses than I have. It goes to I forget exactly the publisher that they want you to use this annotated copy for, but I did use this a few times when I was reading Ulysses, the 2 times that I read Ulysses. I bought all of this with some help for a project I was doing on Ulysses. the works that I use the most are the Nietzschean ethics. And then there's the philosophical writings of Ulysses. I think I read. Is that in the same page? Joyce's Ulysses might be the philosophical writings. It might just say Joyce's Ulysses. I think it's right there. Yeah. One of them is the philosophical writings on Ulysses. I think it's Joyce's Ulysses book by Kitcher. Yeah, I think that's a philosophical book that just doesn't include the whole title. O'Rourke, Joyce, Aristotle, and Aquinas is a book I did not use that I thought I would use, but it's on Aristotle and Aquinas and Joyce's view on those authors. I think it's a nice little institutional style book with that kind of binding. Interestingly enough, I hear that kind of binding only costs $10 to make, and they charge like an arm and a leg for it, which, Timothy, do you think that that's like, that could be aided some way to not have like the institutional book and the consumer book, and maybe just have the book as opposed to like the dichotomy of the book?
Well, my understanding, I mean, I don't know how much this is still true, but I thought the idea with institutional books is that because they're going to have more wear and tear, they need to be more heavy duty uh, in terms of how they're built. And so, I mean, that seems like a good justification, but
But don't they only cost like $10 to make?
I mean, I would I would look at the total cost of the total pipeline, and I think there's also a sort of interesting element of socialism in terms of how a lot of intellectual work and even movies are published where 90% of the stuff you publish at a loss, and you're making up for it with the 10% or the 5% or the 1% bestsellers, winners. And so you're sort of, even in angel investing in Silicon Valley, you sort of expect 9 of the 10 companies to lose money or go or fail, and one of them to pay for all the losers. So I think you have to look at it from that perspective of, and that's part of what's cool about university presses is that they're even less motivated by profit. They still try, I don't know if they try to break even or if they try, or how exactly the finances add up, but there are those kind of dynamics at play.
I see. Because I always wish that there could just be the $10 book and the $20 book, and then everything else that is out of print could be some other price. But whatever. Derrida and Joyce. This is uh, I think some writings on Derrida and Joyce, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, I want to say something about your comment because this actually came up just reminded me of a conversation I had a long time ago. I think before I was doing the bookshelf tours, it was about an idea of the government subsidizing the publishing of books. And we already sort of do that with public libraries. And it's sort of famously this, said earlier, social institution or socialized service of books and library of things. But, and we also have media mail. So I use media mail a lot, and that's how books are shipped. And that's also subsidized by the government because there's seen to be a sort of, I don't know if it's a GDP advantage or what, but it's kind of like having interstate highways. There's sort of a general improvement of the economy and productivity by having people be able to communicate as cheap as possible. Same thing with rural electrification, rural Ethernet. So there's an element of subsidizing these public goods that then leads to people buying more books and young people being able to buy more books and then invest in themselves. That's same ideas with free higher ed or government loans that have no real collateral, except you can't discharge them. So when society determines that there's a public good, it sometimes decides to subsidize those things and maybe fix the prices of them, and there can be economic advantages. I mean, a lot of our food is subsidized. a lot of farm.
Well, can I just
Go
add,
ahead.
like, if we weren't doing so many ridiculous wars that we could have already done this a million times over? If we didn't, disappear trillions of dollars from the Pentagon, we could have already done this millions of times over. If we, I'm trying to think of all the ways that we could have already done this. Like, if we didn't give so much money to the rich, we could have already done this a million times over. So I don't know. I totally agree that we need to socialize the publication of books. We need the $10 book and the $20, the $10 paperback and the $20 hardcover, and then maybe the $50 deluxe ridiculous edition. And then, whatever else is on the market for, like, I don't want there to be like million dollar books, because I think as soon as you're spending $1 million on one thing, you're taking food away from people. You're taking resources away from people. And I think there's a certain amount that should be allowed, like, we shouldn't have a billionaire, but maybe someone can have a certain amount of profits that's sustainable for everyone. Oh, sorry, too bad. But, you know, um, that's
One,
something to work for.
yeah, one thing I think is sort of an interesting thought is that you have, I think, a lot of people who want to be billionaires or are billionaires. They like the idea of the power it gives them. And you have people in government and people who are even just influencers who have a lot of power. They may or may not be able to monetize it. But I think that there's perhaps not giving people avenues to have influence, um, or those people could find an alternative out. We talked about desiring machines earlier. I think it's interesting to think of a billionaire as somebody who, I think a lot of them are kind of odd people and have strange lives, um, and so there's an interesting aspect of the sort of fixation on money, or the fixation on, uh, sometimes it can be just pure creativity, but uh, I think Peter Thiel has a famous thing. There's the value you create and then the value you capture. And some people create billions of dollars of value and they capture none of it for themselves. Other people create a lot of value and they capture a lot of it, and maybe even more of it than they actually created themselves, because a lot of it was other people's infrastructure. So I think the idea of people creating billions of dollars of value and maybe recognizing them for their, I think of it as sort of a secular sainthood. And I talked about this with Jason Johnston when we were talking about the book of saints' lives, and how in medieval times there were these sort of spiritual heroes who maybe, ran a charity or something kind of like that, or did stuff for the poor, and they were celebrated. And today we celebrate billionaires. So it says a lot about the society of who's celebrated and why they're celebrated, and what kind of incentives we create in terms of what you have to do to be celebrated. And that has a perverse effect where I think it creates a desire of people to be billionaires, to get recognized. And if we were recognizing philanthropists or people who did important charitable work or political work, kind of like, the Nobel Prize kind of does this, but what we recognize, what the media talks about, that creates a social structure that shapes people's desires.
Yeah, I'm writing down a few of the things that you were saying. It sounded like you said an avenue out for the billionaire. Is that something that you said?
I think, yeah, a potential I think a lot of the obsession with being a billionaire is the influence it gives them over society, and also the recognition that they've been productive, that they're sort of a praiseworthy person. And I connected that to the saints' lives of, and the Nobel Prize and other prizes that celebrate
Yeah.
other types of
Um,
accomplishment. And I think there
so
is a deservedness to, if somebody invents a great medicine or a great company and benefits society through that, there aren't a lot of great mechanisms to recognize them outside of accumulating millions or billions of dollars, with like the Fortune 500 or the Fortune richest people list. So the fact that there isn't an alternative recognition mechanism is part of the problem, potentially.
well, I, Uh, I would say, people do deserve to be compensated um, for their inventions, but how many times over? How many, like, how do we need a trillionaire? I don't think we need a trillionaire. Do we need someone who has maybe the ability to have influence over certain things that they're good at? Yeah, but I think that one of the things that Sam Dogloff talks about is the more power consolidates, the less people around the person in power have influence over what they're doing, sorry, too loud, which alienates the people around those in power. And also, the value created is not created by the billionaire. I think that that's the whole fundamental notion of like anarchism and Marxism, is that the billionaire doesn't create the value; it's the worker. That's the labor theory of value, is that the every commodity is the history of what the worker put into the commodity. And so, you
Do you consider the entrepreneur to be a worker?
um I think that the entrepreneur is in a position of power over the worker who is not a worker. I think that the person in power over the worker um, is, in a sense, someone who is owning the means of production, who the workers uh, who instead could be running. Now, there is the idea of the talented technician. And I do think that having technically skilled people to run, a society that has, an infrastructure that's sustainable is necessary. But there's also the idea that, we don't want to treat the technicians as somehow, more deserving of the power over their own lives as the people who work under them. So, if we have elections that we want to have, as you were saying, a sort of openness of, not having, citizens united. I think we both agreed on that.
Public funding of elections
Public funding. Yeah. So,
or
I think,
campaigns.
yeah, but there's a question too of how this wealth inherently destabilizes democracy, because it means that people can buy so much power that there's an outsized vote of like what they can do with land, what they can do with capital, what they can do with resources to buy the media, even. So, like, in the sense that a billionaire is um creating wealth, yeah, I think that they're also buying power for themselves, which destabilizes democracy.
So I wanted to just give you a couple hypotheticals. One is the Folio Society, which I brought up as the employee owned or transitioned to that. And the second is so I conceptualize the entrepreneur beyond just, and it's not the mainstream definition, but beyond just the financial or business entrepreneur sort of founder, but also political, moral entrepreneurs. I would look at somebody like Martin Luther King as an example of a political um, entrepreneur, as well as the original Martin Luther. So somebody like Martin Luther and Martin Luther King, neither of them accumulated uh, significant money from what they were doing, but they had profound influence over society. And you could make the same kind of argument you're making to say, well, that's no man should have that much power, even if it's non-monetary. So
Well, I would say that the power of king was justified, whereas the power of a power of an employer is more of the master slave dialectic. Is you see this, the imbalance of, the person making the product goes to the person in charge, and the person in charge has the power over the product, while the person making the product is only renting their labor, and they could be in a vicarious position where they could be, ejected from that position into poverty and, primitive accumulation, as we discussed last time. So Martin Luther King is, he has a lot of power, is your point. And I agree that, the argument, if it is truly that no one should have that much power, then it would hold. But I think that there's another aspect to add to that, which is that Martin Luther King's ideas of, you know, um, economic equality, sorry, too loud, Martin Luther's ideas of economic equality are, something that I would agree with morally over a billionaire. I do think that it is immoral to hold like billions and billions of dollars of wealth. I think that, having a couple million is sustainable and it's not going to destabilize democracy. And I think that Martin Luther King, he wanted to make, if I understand correctly, a more, open democracy for people as opposed to billionaires. Like, so I think,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
let me try this one on you then. Imagine if Joe Rogan didn't make any money from his podcast, but he still had the largest podcast. Is that too much? Is there an amount of subscribers he could have where it's too much power, even though he doesn't, let's say he's making a couple 100,000 a year?
um, well, there is the idea of a moneyless society. So, like a gift economy, the idea of we give each other things based on what we need. And so, like, how that would work is, let's say Joe Rogan wants to create a studio. He could say, hey, could you please give me, money for a studio? And he could get enough people to say, I think that you're good enough at this, that we think that you could succeed at this. So you could have like a publicly funded studio that Joe Rogan could do. Um, and that would not need to operate under money. That could be a gift to him if that were to be, operating on the fundamentals of a gift economy. Um, so I don't think that Joe Rogan, if he lived in this society, would even need to go without. I mean, people.
But that,
Yeah,
that wasn't really what I was getting at. I was getting at, let's say he has across platforms 100 million subscribers, but he's doing it in sort of a nonprofit way. So he doesn't have a lot of money attached to himself, just a lot of political influence and just societal influence. Is there an amount of that kind of influence or power that would be unethical for one
I
person to
see.
have?
That's an interesting question. I actually have to think about like how much influence is it ethical for one person to have. I think that the answer for an anarchist would be we want everyone to have a sort of say in how. Sorry, too loud. Uh, I'm really bad at that audience. I apologize. Please don't judge me for that. The amount of societal influence that a person should have, I think, should be like distributed among the society. So, like, when we talk about the outsized influence of a billionaire, the idea of like a direct democracy in the workplace would be like everyone gets to vote on, say, whether or not the company goes overseas or, whether or not the company is going to lay off specific workers. Like it becomes not a decision of the boss that puts you in a vicarious position. It becomes a collective decision of the company, to say, are we going to manage things ourselves or are we going to manage things through um, someone who has an outsized relation of power over us? That's really the problem with the billionaire is the destabilization of democracy, the outsized relation of power, and just the fact that having that much wealth, it's not just that people deserve this wealth or don't deserve this wealth. It's literally that by having that much wealth, other things don't happen which could benefit people, such as the things that we would love, such as the socialized, publication. So like I'm not even saying that people shouldn't have more than other people in some instances. Like I obviously have more books than other people, but a lot of these were gifted to me. A lot of these I bought um through my own purchases. And I have uh, social safety nets in my life that make it easy for me to do these sorts of things that I don't take for granted. Um, but I agree that it's like it's a difficult question, like how much influence should one person have? I think if someone's really that popular and they're doing it out of their own show, but I don't like, see, here's the thing. I think like Joe Rogan, he's kind of an insider. He's not really just like I'd imagine he's getting a lot of money from these billionaires who he's supporting. I don't think that Joe Rogan at this point is just like a small dude on a show. Like Joe Rogan, his outsized societal influence in part comes from having a sort of constituency of very powerful people. So, it's part of that big club that you're not in, as George Carlin would say.
I would say, I just think we're entering an era of influencers where we're going to have a lot of people that are very influential and not necessarily billionaires, maybe a million, a few million, something that maybe isn't that out of the ordinary. And they're going to use some of that money they have employees, they plan for the future, et cetera. So they have security concerns. So there's an element of, I think there's going to be and there already sort of are, any author, any person who's a creator who has success has outside, very significant outsized influence. So it's, I think in a post-scarcity world, in a world where most people aren't working, that becomes potentially the core asset that people have. And you see people who are billionaires wanting to start their own podcast. They want to have some of that influence. So there's something about social influence that's very appealing to people. And it could become the sort of main currency people are concerned with. So I think, the obsession with money as a different type of resource than other resources, I sort of call that into question. And I think I think you have to have a more holistic view of all the different types of assets, resources, and forms of power, and see how they intersect and interlock.
More holistic view of assets besides just money, you're saying?
Yeah, forms of power is another way of thinking about it. You have, social capital, and who wrote that book? French guy. But yeah, social capital, other forms of capital, and even in if you do imagine that post-money world, social capital maybe becomes the most important capital to people.
I think that's a really interesting idea, actually. Let me write that down. Post-money social capital becomes most important. I think that a decentralized society would try to handle these issues. So, like, Sam Dogloff in The Libertarian Reader, Volume 4, talks about the necessity of sort of, let me read this back to myself, social capital. Yeah, like, with decentralization, no one gets that much power. So the whole point of anarchism is that this sort of thing wouldn't happen as long as you have a decentralized sort of society. Someone could talk about things, and that's actually an idea that comes up from Zoe Baker's Means and Ends, is the idea of platform communism, which is where you have people who they sort of give ideas, and they give, a sort of not blueprint, but like suggestions of how society could work. And so if billionaires didn't want influence over the workplace and they instead wanted to have a podcast with this influence, I would say there's actually a form of anarchism, called platform anarchism, that sounds like it would work. But here's the thing, is that there's a difference between the social economy of, like, doing a podcast, and economic economy. Sorry, too loud. Social economy and economic economy. So you could say, in this hypothetical society, the billionaire wouldn't, they would have a social capital as opposed to a monetary capital. And in that world, there would still be functions of society which would operate beyond just, this person has this influence, because, the person only becomes a dictator once they take the reins of the state and start enforcing laws on people that are against their wills. So someone could be an influencer as much as they want. It wouldn't change the fundamental nature of decentralization.
So I looked up the guy who I was thinking of. It's Pierre Bourdieu, The Forms of Capital, 1986. And I think you could even see a change where, like, semantically, the word billionaire stops meaning money and means having a billion followers or a billion subscribers. And that's sort of the new billionaire. And I look at platforms like Twitter or Reddit, where you have people who accumulate karma or points, upvotes, etc. And you do see that certain people accumulate. Um, I don't know if you're familiar with the Gini coefficient, but like there's this, it's not really a social law, and I'm always skeptical of these kind of things, but it says that resources tend to kind of, even if everybody starts with the same amount, like they've, I guess, tested some of these things with like college students and just give everybody the same amount and allow them to trade. And eventually just it accumulates to a small number of people. So I think that's a pretty big axiom for you to start with, that in a decentralized situation, wealth or value won't accumulate to a small number. I think there's a fair amount of evidence that it will. And that's what's particularly, you just have to find a way to deal with it. Like, post World War II, very progressive taxation, 90%.
May I interject?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I believe in like native societies, they wouldn't accumulate things. So in the gift economy, that's one of the things that marks some indigenous societies, is that they would have gift economies, but then there wouldn't be just people who hoarded things. There wouldn't be like someone who emerges in charge and says, I own all these things. And they talked about that at Mesa Verde, how there wasn't hordes of someone, like a king trying to have a mountain of gold. So I think that there's definitely precedents for that not occurring, but it certainly does occur. And I think that, it would be a problem if someone in a society just started owning and hoarding everything. But, I think when it comes to like going back to the Bible, the manna doctrine, there's enough for everyone on earth to allow everyone to have enough. And we've
But
made
again,
some.
that's an axiom. Like, you can't just say, well, the Bible says it, therefore it's true.
But haven't I said, like, if we didn't have meat production, we could feed people many times over. And if we, didn't throw out 1/3 of all food, then we could feed people many times over. Um,
Yeah, but
I
but
think,
if the population continued to expand, that wouldn't be true forever. At some point, there is a limitation on certain resources.
I believe that populations that are more affluent, like, tend to have less kids. So, like, countries that have lower incomes tend to produce more children, is I believe how the statistics work on that.
But that's not like a rule of physics. That's something that
No,
might be
it's not a
true
rule
for
of physics,
some.
but it's correlation, not
Yeah, so I just think
causation.
it's important to be aware that there are certain things we're taking for granted when we say, like, well, there would never be resource lack.
Oh, I don't mean to say that there would never be. I just mean to say that if we distributed things in a more fair way, then it's likely that it would be distributed in a more fair way.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. And I apologize if I really did come across as saying an absolute of history, or a law of you know causal economic relations. I think that one of the things that anarchism is about is not having fixed laws of economics. Like, I think one of the things that Emma Goldman said was, like, anyone who says that human, I think the exact quote is like, anyone who says human nature is bad is like a charlatan, is what Emma Goldman says. So like this notion of a fixed human nature, the notion of an economic law that says that nothing will accumulate if if these things occur. I wasn't trying to say that. I was trying to say more like, there's precedents in history, like indigenous societies where it didn't occur. So it's just like it's part of what could occur. It's
What I think is sort of interesting is that when you do have these different, the balkanization idea I talked about earlier, when you do have a variety of different microcultures doing their own thing, there's going to be some cultures that really value having a lot of kids and others that don't. And over time, that group that's having a lot of kids is going to sort of need more space, need more resources. And the one that's where their population is declining over time, they need fewer resources. So it just, those kind of things usually aren't centrally managed of, how many kids are people having, but that does have an effect on social safety net and social security and other things like that. So I think it's there's just when it's a more laissez-faire situation, different groups are going to do very different things and understand things in very different ways, and they're going to have different resource needs because of that. So I did look up the other Bourdieu book. It's Distinction, A Social Critique of the Judgment of Taste, 1979. And it gets into his sociology, luxury, taste, and class. He analyzed how refined or luxury tastes in art, food, fashion, decor, and leisure are not natural preferences, but markers of class position and embodied cultural capital. Luxury consumption is a symbolic weapon. It distinguishes elites from middle and working classes through subtle cues of style and aesthetic distance. What looks like pure taste or good judgment is in fact a learned disposition, habitus, shaped by education and social background. Famous quote, taste classifies and it classifies the classifier. So that's cultural capital, which is a little bit different from social capital in terms of like having followers. But it's another important part of my interest in these different forms of capital.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to have anything else to say on that, or if you want to return to the books here.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, out of an abundance of caution, I hope that I'm not like sparking a war right now with this debate in the comment section. And I hope that
No, I think we're just getting at the different kind of schools of thought on things and some of the finer distinctions.
I see. I don't really have much else to add, I guess, on the, not centrally not centrally managing how many kids people are having. I think China tried to do that once, and it really did not turn out well. Like, people really hated the one-child policy because then everyone really valued men over women. And, that was a disaster for China.
Actually, the other hypothetical that we didn't get too much is just what do you do about founding new organizations? So like the Folio Society, imagine if from the beginning it was founded as an employee-owned company. Is there a role for an individual to be a founder of something? Similar with a political movement. Like, I view Zoran Mamdani as a political entrepreneur, and him founding his sort of organization, his campaign, and serving as the leader of that movement, or even Martin Luther King sort of founding a movement or being a leader. I think there's a problem of, is it a leaderless society? Is there a role for leaders and founders of new organizations? And what does that look like? You have founders of nonprofits and political organizations. I see them as, in a lot of ways, similar to founders of private companies. And And so I'm kind of interested in that. What does it look like under original libertarianism for there to be a founder of an organization but to do it in a non-oppressive way? And what does that relationship look like? Is there a founder who continues to be a leader of an organization, even if it's employee owned, or is it run by a committee? Is there a board of directors who can hire and fire a CEO, and so therefore they're kept in line? What is the proper, because there's CEOs of the post office, there's CEO or something similar to that. There are CEOs or an equivalent of state-owned corporations. So I'm just curious if you think that's a model or what kind of how you look at that.
Yes, these are all fantastic questions. So for one, there's no in anarchism there is no like shareholders, there is no there might be like I said like a platform where people could give ideas. There might be like specialists, like people can specialize in a specific field. Like if any socialized country will still have like doctors, things of that nature. Um, Employee owned, yes, it would be employee owned. Under anarchism, leaderless means that it doesn't have people in a hierarchical role who can control your life. So, something that we could go into a little bit is like temporality and how our temporality, let me write this down. Temporality is structured. So the metaphysics of having a leader is basically, you do something for someone else, you submit yourself to someone else's commands, and you don't have a choice in it unless you want to live vicariously in a society that doesn't take care of you. So a leader, in a company is like a boss who usually makes many times more than the other person. And this is not to say that no one would ever have authority in an anarchist society, but they would have decentralized sort of uh, uh, organizations. But there would still be like, let's say, Malatesta talks about in the work organization, like a treasurer. So like, it wouldn't have a leader in the sense of like a boss who takes all the money that have all of your labor value taken from you. It would have people who manage the money. So there still would be someone who manages the money, according to Malatesta, but that person wouldn't own the money. So this is a huge difference between organization of anarchism and organization for like something with like a CEO that makes like 100 times more than their employees, and shareholders, things of this nature. Founders, yeah, like Lucy Parsons helped found the IWW. Emma Goldman helped found Mother Earth. There's people who are ideological thought leaders in anarchism, but I think that the idea is anarchism doesn't want to set up an institution where people are going to have outsized authority over the constituents of the institution. So it's still an institution. I'm not saying that anarchism is getting rid of institutions. I think that if anything, Klosowski shows us that every time we speak, we're in an institution, and anarchism is an institution of speech. And so anarchism is creating an institution. It's just a matter of a non-hierarchical institution, one that distributes power over a more even basis so that no one can take so much power that they use it against others.
So, yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it. So for I guess it sounds like there still is a place for founders and entrepreneurs. They just can't make significantly more than the workers, and they can't have the power to hire and fire.
I think there is still people can be kicked out of an organization. Like, if someone really doesn't like you, that's just what happens. And, but I think the idea is not that you get kicked out on your ass. You get kicked out into, like, a house that's provided for you. So, like, your workplace might not want you, but you'd still have the basic goods to survive. And that's one of the things about, the destabilization, not just of democracy, but of the resources in order to provide for oneself when there's such an outsized influence of the rich on our economy. And I think that, especially in our new Gilded Age,
Yep.
it's something much different from just having a billionaire here and there. It's like these billionaires are extremely, extremely wealthy. They almost are trillionaires at this point. So, like, I hear you on entrepreneurs and this sort of thing being important, and people who are like intellectual, leaders in a way should have power, but they shouldn't be able to subject others to, unfair disadvantages through, not having everyone have the basic needs that they need in life taken care of. That's like,
Let me just give you a hypothetical. So let's say you kept the billionaires, but everybody had a minimum income of $100,000 and so basically they could afford a house, food, healthcare, etc. What would be the problem there? That the billionaires can still buy. So if they hire and fire you, doesn't really affect your home, doesn't affect your ability to feed yourself, have a family, etc. So that goes away, but you still have billionaires who can buy a lot of influence in elections.
well,
And
I
it's still a
need more
problem.
paper to write on. Can you give me a second?
Yeah.
I've lost track of my notes because I ran out of note space. Let me grab more paper. Okay. So if I understand, I am on new paper now. If I understand your question,
To compress it, it's sort of the idea of universal high income, which Elon Musk has talked about. I think the CEO of DeepMind at Google has used this phrase. I would say $100,000 for everybody with same real value as it has today, where you can feed yourself, family, even maybe 100. There's an article by Michael Green that says it's like 150,000 is the poverty line. But let's say everybody is, let's say, getting 150,000 from the government as UBI, but you still have billionaires. What are then the sort of top three problems in that society?
I would ask, what society $150,000 for everyone is going to occur in America with the billionaires that occur right now? Like, you'd have to get money out of politics. You'd have to, rearrange the incentive structure of the way that the politicians work in order to get them to give everyone $150,000.
Right, but I'm saying just take that for granted that you wave a magic wand and that reality exists. What is then the major problem with billionaires existing?
Well, say we do get to this rather unimaginable place. I think that it would be, something of a miracle of capitalism. It would be like, let's say everyone has like a super high income, everyone has, a lifestyle that they can, buy whatever they want. They can, not be fired from their job, not have vicariousness. I don't think that that's what capitalism does, personally. I think capitalism tries to, produce profit and try to reduce profit for people. So, like, if capitalism really did work like this and it didn't produce the world that we live in right now, then, maybe I wouldn't be an anarchist. But historically, capitalism has produced inequality for many people with all these deaths that we talked about with primitive accumulation, like 50,000 a year through lack of health insurance in America alone. And, deaths from starvation. I believe millions have died since ending just U.S. aid. That's an austerity measure that's created much much primitive accumulation. So, when we talk about a world that has billionaires and it's okay to have the billionaires, on the one hand, I would say the $150,000 would be nice, but then why would you want to have these people who are in charge of everything and, making it so, okay, well, maybe get all this money, but then you can't ever talk about yourself having a seat at the table. And I think that this is what, Oscar Wilde says, is that we don't want charity, which is what $150,000 a year would be. We want the ability to have a vote. We want not just the billionaires to be in charge of the company, or have the billionaires even having the ability to, run anything but just their duty in the company. Like, I think that we want to have people who don't have outsized power in anarchism. And I think that, when you say, like, personally, if someone gave me $150,000 right now, that would be stupendous. But I would not say I'm not an anarchist, because not everyone's getting $150,000. And I don't think that
You're just denying the hypothetical at this point.
I am. I don't think that the hypothetical is realistic. But I think that's to say, like, to say that we want these bosses too. I think that that's the other part of what I was saying, is that we don't want these people with outsized influence over our life. So, like, let's say the boss can fire you. We want not just the boss to want to fire you, but actual, a consensus in the employees to want to fire you too.
I think I should have specified in this hypothetical, it's sort of a post-work situation where most people don't need to work and don't work. In fact, they don't have a boss. They're not working for a company. They're not employees.
I'm writing this down. Yeah, I mean, certainly I have much literature on why it would be great not to work. But here's the thing. Going back to, like, banking everything on AI, I think that that's what needs to like, people think needs to happen for this to occur. And this bet right now on AI, like this, I don't think this is artificial general intelligence that we're dealing with. I think that it's more like, autocomplete, and it gets many things wrong, and it's a rather, it's even led certain people who are on the brink of, schizophrenia to go and commit murders. Like, so chat, the idea that artificial general intelligence will lead to this specific thing that you're talking about, we have to question the premise. It's not just that we can take the premise of we will all get $150,000 because of general AI taking our jobs. I think that right now there's austerity measures because they honestly want us to die. That's perhaps an assumption, a hypothesis, but I see no other explanation for when they're taking away the social safety nets and, saying AI will take your jobs except primitive accumulation.
Okay. Well, I think it's definitely difficult to predict what's going to happen. And I think every political school of thought, to a certain extent, has a utopia or a vision of what would be the ideal. And like the primitivists you've talked about, they have a certain kind of also hard to imagine ideal of going back to simpler times. And so
I want to check that assumption. I don't think that all of them do. Yeah.
Okay.
Perlman was a teacher who, taught at a university in America. He had classes where he, there was no, people could give their own grades even. And Perlman never, he accepted help from hospitals. Perlman was never a primitivist in the sense that he lived in the woods or wanted to live in the woods. He was a primitivist in the sense that, industrialization has encroached on indigenous life.
hmm
So it's not about going back, I don't think. And that's why, like I was saying in that one sort of anarchism versus primitivism pamphlet, is it makes these sort of like arguments about how primitivism is sort of it really would be awful if we went back to like primitive farming methods, to say like, we're not going to mass produce vegetables anymore. That would lead to starvation on a mass scale. But I think that the notion of industrialization being a problem, like going back to Klosowski, is like the massive waste that it produces, the massive amounts of pollution. So like, um, yeah, that's the reason why industrialization would be wrong from like a anarchist perspective, is that it produces so much waste, it produces so much surplus, it produces so much pollution. And what was the thread of the conversation again?
I so the earlier I a couple hypotheticals. The first one was the Folio Society. Is there a role for a founder or entrepreneur under something that's employee owned? And one of the issues that came up is nobody should really have the power to like fire somebody and then they get kicked out of their house. And so that made me think, this second hypothetical of what if everybody does, whether it's 150K that they're just getting and they don't have to work anymore, or if it's something more realistic, as in a much more generous social safety net. Um, Either way, I think, if somebody can fire you, like these sports stars who are getting paid millions of dollars a year and they get traded, or they decide to buy out the contract or something else, they're still sitting on millions of dollars. They may have gotten fired, or these CEOs that get fired and they have a golden uh, parachute. There are people who get fired and their life is actually better after they get fired because they don't have to work, but they still get paid for the remainder of their contract. So it's not necessarily that there's a power to hire or fire, but that how that affects somebody's ability to live a decent life. And so that's why I brought up that second hypothetical, because I think that there's a creative energy that comes from people being incentivized to found new organizations and do new things. But there's a trade-off there with stability. And when you don't have a social safety net, that turns into a lot of destruction and of people's lives when they lose a job and their whole life is ruined because of that. But if you had some kind of social safety net or universal basic high income, then them being fired wouldn't really affect their livelihood. It would just be, okay, time to join another team, join a new thing.
With universal basic income, it wouldn't affect their livelihood. I mean, universal basic income is not a bad idea. I just think that it's not complete sort of like reworking of the hierarchies of society. We've talked a lot about the difference between welfare and having a seat at the table. And, when it comes to a socialized infrastructure versus one with entrepreneurs, I think entrepreneurship should happen in art. It should happen in, thoughts. It should happen in invention. But I don't think it should happen in just the sense of having control over people's lives. And I think that that's the big difference between like an entrepreneur that's, you know, um, kind of doing things for a collective purpose, and one that's doing things for the purpose of just having power because they think they deserve it. And I don't think that anyone necessarily deserves power. I think that power is kind of should be distributed fairly.
Okay. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about what it means to have a seat at the table, because we've mentioned that several times and not really gotten into what that looks like. Um, there's the idea of employees get a vote within their organization, and everybody gets a vote in various national, local elections. But is there anything beyond that?
Yes, there absolutely is. There's the notion of the Anarchist International. To answer your second question first, the Anarchist International, you know, goes beyond just direct democracy with delegates and direct democracy votes. The international is a more national sort of, not in the sense of a nation of a state, but like national as in like a country of, it would still be like a region or something. So, like, the Anarchist International would be a lot of little communes and co-ops that sort of organize on in, national or internet, even international level, because the idea that they talk about in Mother Earth is that you want an international anarchism, because without the international aspect, states will jump in and start crushing the anarchist opposition, because I think literally because it's, why do anarchists continually be crushed by capitalists is because anarchism is not profitable to capitalism. It's an externality to capitalism. So its war machine must crush it. A seat at the table, this would be kind of like having a direct vote in your company in elections for, how delegates would operate. So delegates, they would basically be people who could interact on a national scale and sort of coordinate things that, would happen on a smaller scale, like, like where food would go between organizations, like trade, people would produce things and other people would sort of, get those things. Um, and, people would have a vote on how these things would occur. And so, like I said, like having a seat at the table just means having the ability in your day-to-day life to have control over what happens to the destiny of your own organization and yourself, and not just have the people above you have this power. So it's more like, that it's an intersubjective relationship between the, the organization that you're in and the beyond of the Anarchist International.
Okay. So maybe when we get to a book on that Communist International, we could go into that a little bit more.
We went over the book that mentions the International when we talked about the Mother Earth books.
Okay, so that was back in the first class.
Yes.
Do you know where it is here? Mother Earth.
It's on the theory shelf. This one. Yeah, so that one right there, Anarchy, Emma Goldman's Mother Earth. They also talk about the notion of the international in Living Utopia, the documentary about the CNT. So there's two things I can say about the international from cited sources. One is Mother Earth talking about the necessity of the international so that larger states don't sort of consume smaller organizations. And the other mention of the international, that rotating the image was distracting me a little bit.
Could you just point out the specific book? Because
yeah, it's right there. Mother Earth, right there. Anarchy, the big one. Anarchy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The other thing I was talking about, Living Utopia in this book. This book talks about, in one of the essays, the necessity of having an anarchist international so that small organizations don't get consumed by states. So the anarchist international is basically a defense against being consumed by states so that you have solidarity. And I'd say the, Living Utopia, the CNT talk about the anarchist international in their documentary. We need, if we had international solidarity, then we could have not been crushed by the fascists, is what the CNT said in their surviving members. This international concept, it's not talked about terribly much in any of my books that I've read, but it is a concept that's held by anarchists that I've read about and heard about. But it's a rather, like, it's a goal that one involves, like, having multiple countries try to federate. So, like, the concept of a federation is that decentralized, social contract that's non-binding, where you have, like, many people who have alternative organizations within the same federation. So it's meant to, like, maximize the amount of difference that occurs within an organization, as opposed to just capitalism, which is sort of like, I think Deleuze and Guattari describe it as X plus D of X. X plus the differential of X. It's always, adding surplus, adding to the differential is how Deleuze and Guattari describe it. Whereas, that's the operation of the mega machine. Whereas, a federation would not operate on surplus. They would just have things that are necessary, and everyone could try to, take advantage of technology too. Because we were saying, if we really had ChatGPT or whatever, take all our jobs and we could have $100,000, you and I would both think that that's using technology for our own good. And I think
Right.
that we would both agree that that would be wonderful. But, the problem is this technology going to be used just to wipe us out?
Yeah. And I think that's a really significant concern. So uh, I think people sometimes don't take that seriously enough. And I think there's a lot of historical precedent of large groups of people just being wiped out by starvation or other things because it was sort of economically or otherwise profitable for another group. And so that's, whether you want to say it's part of human nature or what exactly it is, but it is a part of history and a part of something that people need to be concerned about.
I agree. Um, so that was a fascinating discussion. I know at some points I might have strawmanned you as trying to say, well, Joe Rogan has enough. So, but you were trying to say about, his power and the influence of what one person should have. And I apologize for strawmanning you earlier. I feel bad about that.
Yeah,
And
they're sort of pretty non-traditional arguments or hypotheticals. So, but it's just part of, I guess, how I'm thinking about the future of social media, the future of elections, where I think we are entering this influencer age, and social capital is sort of the new currency. So I think looking at Reddit, looking at Twitter, they do have sort of an economy of upvotes, an economy of karma. I think measuring karma is sort of an interesting ideological framing on Reddit, and some of these people do have a lot of power through their subscriber base and just social influence. And so it's just an angle of things that I like to look at. And, a lot of the people we're looking at today, these authors are influencers in a sense. So it's just sort of a new media.
well, one thing I want to say, and then we can get back to the books, is that influencer culture, I've noticed, like, a lot of it's just like, I'm going to post a picture of myself or things of that nature, or I'm going to say I'm reading a book right now, and, I'm going to post a picture of the book, when um, I think a lot of writing that's deeper, um, often goes unsaid in these spaces. Like, when we're talking about social media, I don't find social media to be a place to have, you know, deep discussions. I think, when we're talking about having a deep philosophical discussion, one on one, in, like, kind of the format we're doing right now, in long form, would be, more authentic than typing behind a screen. I've rarely ever had an authentic conversation about philosophy that's, on one of these, forums or something. But I have had many authentic conversations, talking with someone one-on-one. So influencer culture to me, I have no interest in it. I just want I just want to read and hear what intelligent people have to say. I've never really I don't know a single influencer. I can't tell you a single influencer. Is Joe Rogan an influencer?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's a lot of
Maybe
micro
I do.
influencers that are like, people with 10,000 followers or 100,000. So I wouldn't just focus on the mega influencers with millions, but I think there are, BookTube, for example, and Book Talk and the various iterations.
Oh, so like better than food book reviews or something?
Yeah, I don't know how many subscribers they have, but
Yeah. That makes sense. I apparently know a lot of influencers then. I thought you just meant people with a selfie, going on Instagram or something.
yeah, and I think that's, the way capitalism and a focus on profits over everything shapes the algorithms is really important. There's been, big exposés of Facebook. There's a woman who I think wrote a book, and she was working at Facebook, and she exposed all these experiments they were doing where they found that they were increasing self-harm among girls and other things. And they sort of hid that stuff. And all these people in Silicon Valley, they don't let their kids use social media because they know it's basically like giving them heroin. So I think the algorithms have a big shaping effect in what people follow, what they're almost sort of told to follow. And so it's not just the influencers themselves, but it's the algorithms that sort of shape what people get recommended. And the majority of what people consume is actually what's recommended by an algorithm, not stuff they seek out themselves directly. So I think we're still in the early days of a lot of this stuff, but it maybe the most famous example, and it's not a perfect example, but I guess the algorithm for TikTok in China has a lot of emphasis on educational stuff. And then the algorithm in America is like just whatever, anything goes, and any kind of slop, any kind of, mindless, brainless content. If it works, then it goes in the algorithm and it succeeds. So it just kind of shows you how, by shaping the algorithm, which is the equivalent of just what an editor-in-chief and editors at newspapers and other publications, that's what they do, is they are the algorithm that decides what gets published and what the headlines are. The algorithm is just a machine doing that instead. And if you have editors who decide they want to pump filth into a society, then there's going to be predictable results.
Yeah. I mean, especially with AI slop, that's another thing that is just totally awful with the algorithm. And AI is apparently feeding on itself now, kind of like, toxic stock buybacks. It's like, feeding on false information that it produces itself. And it's made, the entire AI in America kind of just like a slot machine. Like I'll talk to it, and it'll be like, I'm dunking on you. And then it'll be like, I just went into seminar mode. It's like, whoa, that's, it seems like it's taking from social media a lot in that instance, kind of feeding on detritus and garbage that occurs online. And algorithms in AI, as well as algorithms in, social media, they absolutely do pump you a lot of garbage, especially on Facebook. I try to block everything that occurs that's like, a slop or something. But there's ways around these things, and I don't care to talk about Facebook at all. Sorry.
Yeah. So do you want to jump back into the books here?
Yeah. So
I think you covered the first few already.
we covered the first few. Those were for a class. These are all from an acting professor who died and gave his books to me. Or, I got a call, and I was like, "You want some books?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I didn't know the guy.
Nice.
I read a few of them. The Rhinoceros and Other Plays I read. That's a very interesting sort of uh surrealist work. Rhinoceroses appear at one point, I believe. And it's just a bizarre work. Durin Matz, the Physicist, is a play about physics. I have not read it. I Am My Own Wife is a cross-dressing disguise play, one of my least favorite genres in queer literature, the disguised queer literature. I like queerness as openness, not a disguise. But Daria Foe, We Won't Pay, We Won't Pay. I think I read that one with a reading group, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Maybe not that one. I think maybe actually, yeah, I just don't remember it at all. But Who Gets Slapped in Other Plays is a surrealist play. Yeah, I haven't read that one. Expressionist plays, Schiller, Tom Stoppard. I read a Tom Stoppard play, I think a little bit of Arcadia. I did not like it. I thought it was just a little bit kind of like, boring and self-indulgent, and I thought it was like just not enjoyable. And I don't know, don't have much to say about it. Freud and Man's Soul, Freedom and Determinism. That's just a book from my school, Freedom and Determinism. Don Juan, Moliere and Wilbur. The Pillow Man, Martin Danu. I think I started reading that one. It's about a murder. Moliere is like the French Shakespeare. Marat Sade, I read that one. That one's about, I think, the French Revolution. It has I forget exactly who, like I forget his name, like Pierre Maxwell or something, and he is in an asylum, and it's basically a play about an asylum. It has lots of themes about the Marquis de Sade. I think the Sade might be a character in it, if I remember correctly. It's been a very long time since I read it and then watched the play along with it. But yeah, it's really interesting. I recommend it. 3 Irish Plays, haven't read. Water of the Moon, I haven't read. Brendan Breton, haven't read. Here we have The Three Penny Opera. I did read that one by Bertolt Brecht. That one is about like street gangs and stuff. It's got, some social tendencies, more so than other plays, Bertolt Brecht. Whatever, it's funny when you read Harold Bloom's writings on Bertolt Brecht, it's a hit job, basically. It's like, oh, he's not even the writer of his own plays. So maybe that's true, but Crapp's Last Tape by Beckett, I read that one. It's about recursion and the body without organs. It's about a tape. Basically, the body without organs is a recording device. It's a whole play about the recording device and, living in the past. A very sad play. The guy kind of keeps listening to past plays or not past plays, but past recordings of himself, and it's very sad. Racine, don't know. Kramer, don't know. Eliot, I've read some of Eliot's poems, like The Wasteland, and let me think. East Coker. I'm trying to think. If my partner was here, she would know the Eliot that she's read with me. The Four Quartets, too. I've read some of those with my partner. But I have not read these plays. Bernard Shaw, that's a socialist playwright. Harold Pinter. I don't think I've read Harold Pinter. We can go to the next shelf. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead is a play about Shakespeare. I actually read Pedro Calderon de la Barca, Life is a Dream, with a reading group. And oh my God, I had to drive this reading group by the reins to get it to keep going with this book. They could not handle trying to read out loud like this old translated Spanish play. Like, it was so arcane, even to these Lacanian people. I mean, I enjoyed it very much. It went by kind of fast to remember what it was about. It was some years ago, but I liked this Life is a Dream play. It's kind of about how life is a dream. Honestly, it's like a metaphysical play. Songs of Innocence by William Blake. That's a little illustrated book. Mysticism and Other Essays by Bertrand Russell. That's a book that I have not read. We can just kind of zoom in on these and, say their names and then
Okay.
go over them. I don't really know them. We have Red Logan, The Retreat from Moscow by Nicholson, I Am Camera by Van Druten, Moonlight and Magnolias by Hutchinson. I don't know what that one is because it's upside down.
We can do the upside down ones at the end.
Okay. The Truth About Slades, and these are all ones that I have not read. Faith Healer, The Beauty Queen of Lenane McDonough. I've read a little bit of a McDonough play from another part of the shelf. A Skull in Connemara McDonough, The Lieutenant of Inishmore McDonough, Semi-Detached Turner Leslie. These are all just plays that I received with the acting professor and his death. Okay, Ladies in Retirement, Percy and Denham.
Mhm.
Miller, The Affair, Anarchism. There you go. That's a book that I was reading. This is the Albert Parsons book. I read just a little tiny bit of it as I got this book just this year. But it talks about how anarchism is like republicanism. And this is the book that he is put to death for, supposedly setting a bomb off at the Haymarket Massacre. And this was, I've read some of his essays in the Libertarian Reader as well that I'd have to recall as my memory is in the page. But Albert Parsons was put to death for the false accusation of planting a bomb, and Lucy Parsons also wrote a book, The Life of Albert Parsons, which we will get to, but I haven't really read because I don't have my reading copy yet. Breaking the Code by Whitmore. This is about Turing. What's his full name? Something Turing. Alan Turing? Yes, Alan Turing. Sorry. That's a really big name. He's a really big queer thinker that I really should know the name of. Sorry.
Famous Turing test, which is sort of AI, if you put a message in, can you tell whether it's a human that responded or an AI? And that was sort of the ChatGPT 3 moment when we had that first technology that could reliably pass that test.
That's true. Vivat, Regina, Robert Bolt. This one's a rather expensive little book by Random House.
There's actually a secret history to the Turing test. If people want to look it up, I forget all the details, but there was actually a gendered component to it. And the version that we know of today is actually a sort of, maybe bouldered isn't the right term, but it's a sort of cleaned up, sanitized
version of the original he came up with. So just a little interesting piece of history.
Hmm.
It's on the Wikipedia.
Yeah. So, but Ubu Ra by Alfred Jerry. This one is a classic that I've read, and I did a whole report on it, basically summarizing the chapters of it into a slideshow. This one, if I remember my slideshow correctly, it starts with King Ubu, who is, he starts off giving people stuff and people like him, but then he turns into a tyrant. And King Ubu, is, he has like a wife who's also kind of greedy, and he just eventually people turn on him, King Ubu, and they run him out of town. If I just remember the really basic story, it's like it influenced the surrealists a lot, this Alfred Jerry guy. He's also known for pataphysics, which is like imaginary metaphysics. And I've personally seen people get upset when you call their metaphysics pataphysics. And so it's kind of like people get, kind of personal with their metaphysics sometimes. But I think Alfred Jerry is an interesting author, and I don't think that he's an insult. So The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. I have not read any Alan Watts. Jacobi's Complex Archetype Symbol. That is a book about Carl Jung. John. Oh, that's Bollingen too. That's
I was going to say.
I love that publisher so much. They have some of my favorite books in my library. Not ones that I've read terribly deeply. I love the I Ching. I've read a bit of the I Ching. Junk by Ayad Akhtar. Don't know. Inspector General by Gogol. The Raisin in the Sun by Lorraine Hansberry. Fans of African American literature, this is Raisin in the Sun. I have not read it, but it is African American literature, I believe, or at least about African Americans, if not written by African Americans. Dracula, Rabbit Hole, Lindsay, Avari, Mademoiselle Colombi, Macropolis Secret, Carel Capek. I had to put, you can see that one's rather deteriorated. I had to put archival tape on it. The cover was, you can scroll down a little bit. You can see the cover has come rather detached from the spine. But it's still readable now that I put the archival tape on it. But I haven't made an attempt to read it. Exit the King is one that I have made an attempt to read. I got it from a store when I was just shopping. And I don't know, it wasn't terribly interesting. Like, usually if something doesn't grab me by the first 30 or so pages or 50 pages, then I'm just not that interested. And this play, it's supposed to be like rather philosophical and stuff. Maybe it gets better in the latter part, but I don't know. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I have that first edition of this book that my friend wants me to read. Robert Pirsig. I actually do want to read this one rather soon. I probably won't read my first edition hardcover. That's my archival copy. I will mark the hell out of this book. I don't know what it's about, but I look forward to figuring it out. Rousseau's The Social Contract. Rousseau, the big charlatan himself. Sorry. It's yeah, so Rousseau, like I was saying, has this notion of the state, like Hobbes has the notion that the state of nature is nasty, brutish, and short, and Rousseau is like the state of nature is actually good, but we don't have, historical evidence for this for Rousseau. We just have thought experiments basically. And that's why I haven't read this particular book by Rousseau, but like Rousseau in general is not a thinker that I want to read. He's just kind of like an ephemera. These other books, I don't know. We can move on. You want me to read the titles?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
And then after that, I did look up a little plot overview of Raisin in the Sun, and
Okay.
so I want to read that.
Sophocles 1, Odin von Horvath 2 plays 2, Michael Frayn, Democracy, A Father and a Dream play, Strindberg, Brendan Brahan, Frank McMohan, Virginia Woolf, A Room of One's Own. I picked up that Virginia Woolf on a vacation with my partner and her family. It was I can't quite say what bookstore, but it was just it was a nice vacation. We can move on to the quote you wanted to say.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give a little plot overview of Raisin in the Sun. So just reading from the AI here. Lorraine Hansberry's Raisin in the Sun, 1959, is a landmark American play about race, class, family, and the pursuit of dignity in mid-20th century Chicago. It was the first play on Broadway written by a Black woman and presented a nuanced, realist portrait of an African-American family grappling with segregation and economic limitation in a post-war period. So plot overview. The Younger family awaits a $10,000 life insurance check after the death of a father, Big Walter. Each family member attaches a different dream to that money. Lena, Mama, wants to buy a house to give the family stability and fulfill her late husband's wish. Walter Lee Younger, the son, dreams of investing in a liquor store to achieve independence and wealth. Beneatha Younger, Walter's sister, wants to use the money for medical school and rejects assimilationist values, exploring African heritage through her Nigerian boyfriend, Asagia. Ruth, Walter's wife, desires a better environment for their son Travis and struggles with an unplanned pregnancy. When the family purchases a home in a white neighborhood, Clybourne Park, they face racial hostility. The representative of the neighborhood association, Carl Linder, offers to buy them out to prevent integration. Walter initially considers accepting, but ultimately rejects the bribe, choosing pride and solidarity over financial security. So yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there will be a lot more African American and slave literature in my attic once we get to that part of the video that I have not read, that I was going to take for a class, but the teacher wanted me to read 12 books and do everything through the lens of Bakhtin, and I said, no, thank you. That sounds ridiculous, but I kept all the books that they wanted me to read, so they're upstairs.
Okay, so we're in the next shelf here.
Yeah. The Souls of Black Folk by W.E. Du Bois. That's a book I have not read, but it's supposed to be a classic. Curious Incident of the Dog in the Night. I have seen this play. It's a play about an autistic person who goes on a journey through the subway and wants to have a math degree, even though they are sort of, on the lower functioning spectrum of having autism, maybe higher functioning than some. But I think that this is a play about a high functioning autistic person. I personally found it to be a little bit like, there's this trope for autistic people where I don't like the idea that autistic people have to be like talented in order to make it into cinema. I think this is definitely one of those kind of plays where it's like, the person at the end kind of resolves in a positive way because they were talented at math. And it's like, well, what about the autistic person who's not talented at math or talented at, what if they're just low functioning? And, that's kind of, we don't get a whole lot of like, low functioning autistic people in cinema because it's profitable to see like people, succeeding basically in capitalist society as autistic people. So I have mixed feelings about this play. I am not saying I don't want to see the person in the play succeed. I am not saying I don't like when autistic people succeed. I'm just saying it would be nice to have more representation.
Mhm.
And these other ones, like I said, like this shelf, like I got a huge load of what's it called plays, and I just have had not been able to find enough people to do play reading groups with these because I don't like reading plays by myself. There's something about the play structure where there's no descriptions about like, about thoughts inwardly or like descriptions in an abstract way. It's basically just a person talking in a setting of a play. So the rest of these plays, if you can kind of want to read them all out loud, I'll save my throat and we can save some time. But these are all just, you can go to the bottom shelf. Still nothing in here that I know. I thought that book would be interesting. I saw it at a library sale and never picked it up, and I bought a copy for myself, and it's a little dated. It's Theory of Personality. And this was when it was kind of new to me, the idea of, social psychology or psychoanalysis. Like, I think Deleuze and Guattari socialize the libido a lot more than I could get out of this other 1970s Anglophone book. I honestly don't think that this book is anywhere near as interesting as Deleuze and Guattari, but haven't read much of it. These are my little
I just wanted to say something about the School for Husbands because it reminded me of the Taming of the Shrew by Shakespeare, which we
absolutely,
referred to earlier. And as you said, Molière is the French Shakespeare. So sort of, I think this is sort of the opposite of The Taming of the Shrew, but I haven't read it, but it just kind of popped out to me. So
that's fascinating. Wow. I want to read this one now. That's A School for Husbands. That sounds almost like a feminist idea.
So let me read the plot summary. Two guardian brothers, Scognarel and Ariste, are entrusted with raising two orphaned girls, Isabel and Lenore, whom they intend to marry. The first guy is strict and controlling. He wants to keep Isabel secluded and submissive. Ariste is liberal and trusting, believing in freedom and mutual respect. Predictably, Isabel rebels against her authoritarian guardian, deceives him with wit and disguise, and arranges to marry the young Valère. So it's not the opposite. It's actually similar. And there actually is another classic book that's also kind of in a similar vein. I'll see if I can find it. But there are these books that have to do with sort of theories of education, and they're almost kind of like Bildungsromans, but different. But anyways, we can move on to these smaller books.
Lord Byron. I see Shelley. I see, if you could zoom in again, that'd be great. It's really hard to read these little labels, but I think I have a Dickinson, A Song of the Sea, I think Songs of the Echoing Green is in there, if I remember correctly. Kind of like, would you like me to grab that stack, actually?
If you want to.
I think it's a nice little stack. Yeah. Yeah, so these are my pocket poets. I'm just going to go through them really quickly. Lord Byron, Poems of Solitude, Wallace Stevens. I love Wallace Stevens. Wallace Stevens is one of my favorite poets. He's not like Pessoa level, but he's very, very beautiful. I love Wallace Stevens. Alexander Pope is a religious writer. Sleep and Dreams, Ralph Waldo Emerson's poems, James Joyce's poems, The Echoing Green, Rummy, John Dryden, and Shelley. The nice thing about these poems is I have little Mylar covers over them, and I like to, if I'm like going to go to the doctor's office or something, I'll just put it in my coat pocket or something. Like, they really are pocket poems. Like, they fit in your coat pocket, and I love this little set. This is my favorite thing to bring with me if I'm just going on a short little outing where I have to wait in a waiting room.
So I looked up the other book that I was thinking of related to this School for Husbands, and I just wanted to add something on that because one of the things I like using ChatGPT for is this sort of comparative analysis and finding things that exist sort of in parallel. So on this School for Husbands, it's the school refers to the idea that women or wives must be taught obedience. Molière turns this into satire, contrasts two husbandly philosophies, tyranny versus freedom. And the moral is that excessive jealousy and constraint destroy love. True partnership is based on trust. Molière's comedy thus ridicules patriarchal over-control, showing the jealous husband becomes the fool of his own machinations. While Shakespeare's play, Taming of the Shrew, is seen as proto-feminist or misogynistic, depending on interpretation, Molière's version more clearly mocks male domination and celebrates female intelligence and freedom. Both plays belong to the domestic training genre of early modern comedy, where courtship and marriage are laboratories for examining gender power. In both, school or taming functions metaphorically as a pedagogy of gender, how men attempt to instruct women and how that project backfires or reveals deeper social anxieties. Molière likely influenced not directly by Taming of the Shrew, but by the broader Renaissance tradition of didactic marriage literature, Erasmus, Juan Louis Vives, that also informed Shakespeare. Later critics often read the two side by side as opposite poles of the same debate. Shakespeare dramatizes the battle of the sexes while Molière satirizes it. And then the other one is there's Rousseau's Émilie, and there's also Molière's School for Wives. So people can look into those if they want to, but we can return to this stack. If there was anything else you wanted to say about those.
I don't have much to add to that. I think that the Wallace Stevens is my favorite, and I like to bring these to the doctor's office in my coat pocket.
Okay, so that wraps up this set of shelves here. And we're now moving on to a new bookcase, Study Wild Card. And so you want to say anything about this in general before we go into the first shelf?
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff is new. A lot of this stuff, you'll see I've read a couple books here and there, or started a couple books here and there, but a lot of this stuff is, like I said, part of my desire to preserve knowledge. So, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I hope to read soon, but I have started reading in some cases. Merleau-Ponty, Signs, Sense and Nonsense, Primacy of Perception, Humanism and Terror. Neuroqueer Heresies is a book about autism. Empire of Normality is about how capitalism causes mental illness by Pluto Press. Tolstoy's The Kingdom of God is Within You. That one is like anarchist religious work by Tolstoy. And I am so desiring to read that one. My friend gave that one to me. The Mad World is another mental illness and capitalism book. Going Crazy is that's anti-psychiatry. So like David Cooper, or I have read a bit of David Cooper. That's in my bedroom. But David Cooper and who is the other one?
Thomas Saz.
Do you mind if I go see in my room?
Dad.
Yeah, okay. The other thinker is R.D. Laing. R.D. Laing and David Cooper were really influential in Deleuze and Guattari, and I think that R.D. Laing is in this Going Crazy book. Advertising Shits in Your Head is a book about advertising. Hermeneutic Communism by Vatimo and Zabala. That one has some highlighting in it. I want to replace it. It's light highlighting, but I want another book. Art and Philosophy and the Aesthetics of Philosophy and Criticism. These came from my school. These are Random House and St. Martin's. The Random House one is really pretty. Haven't read these one in particular. A Study of Plato's Dialectics and Plato's Parmenides. I did read this one. Pretty good. It's spatio-temporal forms and not how do I describe this? So a form is not extended in the world and you can't take control. Sorry, too loud. A form is not extended in the world and you can't take control of a form. A form is not out there somewhere in the world of forms. A form is the, universal, what's it called? Universal history of thought. Universal history is the possibility of thought to occur in the universe at any moment. And so, Dialectics and the Parmenides, it's been years since I read this book on the Parmenides as a secondary, but basically, if you want to understand what forms are, this book, A Study of Dialectics in Plato's Parmenides by Sande, is a good read. The Birth of the Japanese Labor Movement. Have not read it. I love this particular volume, though. It was like $10 for a book in hardcover that came in a Mylar sort of like cover. It doesn't get better than that, really. That's like less than I would even say hardcover should cost. So, pretty awesome. Garfield's Fundamental Wisdom of the Middle Way. This one's awesome. This is the Wisdom of the Middle Way with a commentary on it. It is a rather expensive book that I got for a reading group when we were reading the Wisdom of the Middle Way. And if I could remember Nagarjuna's ideas, it's that there's a conventional reality that we all live in, and then the ultimate reality of nothingness or emptiness, which is basically like a wordless sort of thing beyond conventional reality. And that's all I can really remember for right now. I'd have to reread it. My memory is in the page. History of the Makhnovich Movement, Arshinov. I believe this might be Free Press or Freedom Press. Freddie Perlman translated this into English at one point, and that's why I have this book, because it's part of the anarchist history in Russia, and also Freddie Perelman's notion of anarchism, what he translated in his intellectual history. The Origin of Capitalism, Ellen Meiksins Wood, Jonas Sika, How to Philosophize with a Hammer and Sickle, Classic Writings in Anarchist Criminology.
And that's a play on Nietzsche, who had the phrase philosophize with a hammer, right?
Yeah, and Jonas Sika is a YouTuber who has like a really good philosophy channel. I've actually watched most of Jonas Sika's videos. He does stuff like, like Marx and Nietzsche. He does stuff like Hegel versus, I think it was either Nietzsche versus Schopenhauer. Yeah, it was Nietzsche versus Schopenhauer was a big video that he had. He had a big video on like the Emoji Movie where he was doing a critique from the Frankfurt School's perspective. He did a really big breakdown of Stephen Hicks explaining postmodernism, explaining why this book is really fraudulent. He did a big breakdown of what was it? Jordan Peterson at one point. And yeah, Jonas Sika is a fantastic YouTube channel. I highly recommend his stuff. I read only a little bit of this book, and I think I remember the chapters that I read saying like, Marx and Nietzsche both disliked the same communists. So like, it's funny, people say, well, Nietzsche hated, communists and socialists. And it's like, well, Marx actually disliked the same socialists that Nietzsche was criticizing. It's an interesting part of intellectual history. Like many of the books on my shelf, I did not commit to the entire thing, but I would like to. Classic Writings in Anarchist Criminology, A Historical Dismantling of Punishment and Domination. I have to get this off my mind earlier, that I hope it did not come across that I was Bible thumping earlier when I said like, well, it's in, the Bible says that the manna tree has this, way of giving enough manna so everyone can survive.
No, I was saying that sort of tongue in cheek.
Okay, thank you. I do not want to come across as a Bible thumper.
It goes back to the grounding thing of how are we grounding, what are our axioms and all that.
Right. Now and After, the ABC of Anarchist Communism. I have the first edition of this. It does not have the dust jacket that makes it like thousands of dollars. But this is my reading copy of my first edition of Now and After. Haven't read it yet. Character Analysis by Wilhelm Reich. This is where the idea of masks and armors from Freddie Perelman comes from. This book is supposed to be an analysis of the armored man and different character traits, that are people who are like armored against themselves. So like Freddie Perelman's notion of the armored man is someone who, accepts society's traits and, does not, desire to not be a Zach, just, kind of goes with the flow of, the spectacle, the spectacle armors you against your human nature, basically. So, for Reich, this is a sexual impulse. He says, if your lawnmower was backed up, you would clear the blockage before you use your lawnmower again. That's how he views sexuality, Wilhelm Reich. And The Function of the Organism, I have not read. Alenka Zupankic's Disavowal, I have not read. Androgyny by June Singer. This book is all about androgyny. I've read a tiny bit of this book. I got it in a trade when I gave away like a couple Folio Society and a couple Easton Press books, and got a couple other Easton Press books and interesting books along with this book. It's a rather spiritual book. I have a reading copy of this as well, and it is for the 1970s extraordinarily non-binary. It's kind of non-binary theology, I think. It's I really honestly just bought it because it says androgyny in the biggest, fattest letters on the cover I've ever seen, of the spine, I mean. And I was not disappointed. It's a rather interesting book, and my friend gave me more June Singer after I got this June Singer. And then there's my social psychology section. Someone just recommended me all these, and I just bought them. Like, I'm sorry, people who recommend me stuff. You're gonna just buy me. You're just gonna recommend me stuff. I'm gonna buy stuff, and it's not gonna be read by me, is what I'm trying to say. Until I have time, but I have not read these. The Red Book, I have read a little bit of this. It's very like Nietzschean. It goes with my large companion book of the oversized illustrations and stuff like that. This Red Book is what's it called? Not illustrated. So this is just the text, the translated text, whereas the big Norton, large edition is going to have like all the is going to have all of the calligraphy as well as the like hundreds of paintings in the illuminated text. So the Red Book is one of my favorite art books. This is just the text of the Red Book, which is probably equally as interesting as the art in the Red Book. This is Laplanche, moving up a little.
I just wanted to ask if you had read this one.
No.
Okay.
I like all these books I wish I had, but I got them in the last year or two. Language of Psychoanalysis, Laplanche. That is a big collection of, psychoanalytic definitions. So, like, you'll find things like reaction formation, the different types of drive, such as anal, oral, and phallic, as well as transference. I don't know. I don't know if transference is a Lacanian term that you might find more in the Evans Dictionary of Lacan. But if it is a Freudian term too, it will be in this Norton Language of Psychoanalysis Laplanche Dictionary. This is a very, very lovely little, fine binding, I'd say. I love this copy. It's fun to hold and fun to read. Then there's Arcturus, which is like just about Arcturus is just about the best value and like high-end, low price book I've ever seen. Like, this book costs like $10 or $20, maybe 20, and it's like, I think it's got like the Kelmscott illustrations inside of it. And the other book that I have in my room from Arcturus is the Paradise Lost. And Paradise Lost is illustrated by Gustav Dorr for their other Arcturus edition. And so really, like, they just go all out. They take the best illustrations that they can possibly find, like, the Doré, or I think this one might be the William Morris illustrations, and they put it inside of like a really nice sturdy, I don't think it's buckram, but it's something like a knockoff buckram that is still really feels really nice and doesn't feel like it's going to disintegrate. It has a slipcase, yeah.
So I have a bookshelf tour that I just finished recording, but it's not out yet. It's with somebody called The True Aesthete, Aesthete. And he has a copy of Paradise Lost and we specifically discussed and showed some examples of Doré's artwork. So if people are interested in that, that'll be in that bookshelf tour. But go ahead.
This book, The Knot by Michael Gira, one of my biggest disappointments in all of my life is not getting the paperback of this book when I saw Michael Gira a second time in concert, because like my partner insisted, you already have the hardcover. And this is the dichotomy between me and my partner in a nutshell. She wants to save as much money as possible, and I want to have nice things. So, Michael Gira, The Knot, this book, I did not get the paperback, and I wish I had, but this is a collection of things like, it has parts of The Consumer by Michael Gira in it, which is another book that I have in my first library tour shelf, in the glass shelf around the beginning of the tour. And going down, there is this is a little shelf. This little corner actually came from one person who I liked. I had a conversation with him, and I said, hey, you know a lot about kind of like, these kind of alternative histories. Could you add something to my library? And so he gave me these 4 books, the AFL-CIO's Secret Weapon War Against Developing Country Workers, The CIA is Organized Crime, How Illegal Operations Corrupt America and the World, Strike 1 to Educate 100, The Rise of the Red Brigades, 1960s to 70s, and The Politics of Heroin, CIA Complicity in the Global Drug Trade. This book is how, at one point, the CIA literally brought heroin into the United States. Noam Chomsky's Turning the Tide, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And I guess if we haven't talked about Chomsky yet in this video, we did last video when I just said, no one says that they're friends with Jeffrey Epstein unless they're demented or a criminal. And that's what Chomsky said. So moving on from Chomsky. Federico Campagna's Other Worlds. I got this recently as a gift from my partner, and I absolutely adore it. It goes into the history of, like, the queerness of gods. Like, sometimes their eye or their hand or something will become a different gender. And, for Campagna talks about the lack of importance of the physical world and the sort of, world that, immigrants have, which is imagining the world of their homeland, and how, the world that is just the physical facts in the world are not anywhere near as important as, the world of the spirit, the world of, the world we inhabit with our minds. Other Worlds also talks about how, there was a war of the gods in ancient Mesopotamia. This is actually a book about the Mediterranean. It's called Escaping Lessons on Escaping History. And to the part I got up to in the book, it talks about how the gods used humans as sort of their working slaves. The gods don't work, humans work for the gods. And that's how, I think, maybe it was Marduk who, commenced that war to enslave humans or tried to save the humans. But either way, the humans were enslaved by the gods in the ancient Mesopotamian mythology. These People Have Always Been a Republic by Crandall. This book was recommended to me by a park ranger at Mesa Verde. I have not read it yet, but it talks about the governance of indigenous people and how they operate as a republic. So, the idea that indigenous people don't have a government is wrong. That, as the book title suggests, they have always been a republic, especially in southwestern United States, such as like the Hopi people might be what this book is about. I'm not sure exactly what tribe. So that's another book that I got it for half off, but it's kind of an institutional book. The Divide, Global Inequality from Conquest to Free Markets. Have not read it. The Invention of the European Middle Ages. Someone recommended this book to me who recommends great books, but I have many ideological differences with. And it's about the invention of race in the Middle Ages, as the title suggests. I have not read it, unfortunately. I got it for $10. This book, The Verdict on Henry Kissinger, I got from Jacobin right when Henry Kissinger died. They were kind of waiting to release this book for the date when Henry Kissinger died. And I really don't want to talk about Henry Kissinger. Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah. Open Veins of Latin America, Eduardo Galeano. The Jakarta Method. This is also about like foreign intervention. Bury the Corpse of Colonialism. I honestly just got this book because it has like one of the coolest titles I've ever heard. It's about a feminist conference in the 1940s. And Perelman has the notion of the Leviathan. It's like a big corpse. And so I honestly just like the wordplay in the title. I don't think it has anything to do with Perelman. Perelman was born at that time, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think it has to do anything with Perelman. Exile and Shepherd have not read. The Colonizers' Model of the World have not read. 100-Year War in Palestine. Oh, this is a guilty not read. There's Rashida Khalidi. Yeah. No, I'd rather not talk about Palestine right now either. Frantz Fanon's Alienation and Freedom. Someone recommended this in a class as like it was really on sale at the time, which is why I got it, and I used it to examine the library of Frantz Fanon, which is included in this volume. Frantz Fanon also has plays in this edition and case studies, I believe. Case studies from the, I believe, Algerian hospital where he quit his job because they were sending him basically people that they tortured for him to treat. So he, we talk about the psychoanalytic industry, sort of being like a pay-to-play sort of thing. And while in Frantz Fanon's time, it wasn't just that capitalism tortures you and then you go, to a psychologist and they tell you how to make yourself better. It was they literally torture you like physically and like brutally and sometimes killing you in Frantz Fanon's case in Algeria, in some of his, patients that didn't make it to him. And like his patients would come to him and be like, oh my God, I was tortured. And he'd be like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, they're just torturing these people. That's like, I'm not treating them. They're just being tortured. And so like, Frantz Fanon, he became a revolutionary soldier because of that. And he wrote some books like Wretched of the Earth, which is also on my shelf. Balagoon, A Soldier Story. This is written by a new African anarchist. It is it's actually an anarchist who is what's called I think like a black nationalist. So there's ideas that Frantz Fanon had, that nationalism in the sense of having, like you were saying, a strategic identity, under the name of blackness.
Spivak's strategic essentialism.
Yeah, that's basically Fanon, I think. Having like the concept of a black nation is a very Fanonian idea. But not like an exclusively black nation for black people, but like fighting in the name of a black nation, like having something to rally around, I guess, is like not the idea that we're going to have only black people and segregate ourselves necessarily, but like, having like a black front or something. And so White Black Skin, White Masks, this book is about the psychoanalytic complex of racism, and Frantz Fanon, he talks about, cultural assumptions that people have, like, that black people are cannibals, and black people, they have to deal with the gaze of the white person, inside of their heads even. The concept of like, I'm constantly being judged by white people, and my worth is determined by white people if I'm a black person. And, Frantz Fanon talks about how we don't need this psychoanalytic complex of inferiority and superiority. We could try to live in a world without this, colonial sort of racism, and that it is a very colonial aspect of the world, because white people come and they say, you must, live by our standards or we will kill you. And I think that there's many examples of, just the primitive accumulation of indigenous black people in Africa under the French colonial regime. And they would, there would be, also bourgeoisie who would take over, like the nationalist bourgeoisie and Wretched of the Earth. And, they would sort of be even worse than the bourgeoisie, because they didn't have any power, and they just, they were kind of a simulation of the bourgeoisie in America. And so the Wretched of the Earth is an evolving account of Frantz Fanon's work in the field, and he often will contradict himself. Like, he'll say, we don't want, worker democracy or something, and then he'll say or we don't want democracy, and then we do want democracy. So he's kind of working in the constraints of what can be done at the time on the ground. And so Wretched of the Earth, if anything, it is about wretchedness. It is about living in a wretched situation where there is no good alternatives. Like, if you're going to have to build a school, the school's going to suck. If you're going to have to, set something up to help people, it probably is going to be inadequate. So Wretched of the Earth is what do we do to achieve freedom with basically nothing? And I spent most of the beginning of this year on these two books, as well as Derrida, and I read both of these books twice. I am not totally on the same page as Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon, says stuff like, queer homosexuality is expedient for my friends, is what he says. Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon.
What does that mean?
To be honest, I can only guess. It was in a footnote. It could mean they only do it because it's there's a utility in it or something, but it doesn't make any sense. There's no utility in something that's socially frowned upon. It's actually a detriment in a way. If you're going to put it in the case of doing it for benefit. I mean, if there's a benefit, it's just because you want to be yourself. It's not because it's improving your social capital or something. So I don't know what Frantz Fanon means by it's expedient. I think he just doesn't care about the issue. Then these are some other books on race I have not read. I want to say also I kept a journal on both of these books. I page by page summarized every single thing happening in Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth and Black Skin, White Mask. That was a lot of fun. Malcolm X, by any means necessary, is I've read some of these speeches, but these are Malcolm X speeches. Some stuff on violence in there. Malcolm X is pro-violence. Like I said in the first video, I think violence is, for self-defense, is good. No violence is necessarily good, but if something, there's steps you have to go through to actually get to the point when violence is necessary. I wouldn't just say use violence as a first means of something. Violence should be a last resort. But I don't know exactly off the top of my head how Malcolm X wanted to use violence. I have to remember my memories in the page.
Would you connect that at all to Fanon's sort of theory?
So for Fanon, Algerians and, the oppressed in, a colonial situation, they have not much choice but to use violence because they're being killed. If they don't, then they're just going to get killed anyways, through starvation or through, colonial occupation and gunfire. So yeah, like it's a matter of one thing that we talked about a lot with Frantz Fanon when I had the reading group on it was like, it would take a lot for Americans to get to the point where they're this wretched, where people like, commodities are like a sort of like opium. We have a lot of commodities in America, and they don't have really that much in Frantz Fanon's Algeria. So it's easier for people in Algeria to sort of like say, I'm going to throw off my chains because we have no choice. We're being oppressed so hard. And I get there is kind of a difference, not in every part of America. Some parts of America are very impoverished, but there is a difference in general in America between the poverty and the colonial oppression of the wretched of the earth and that of America.
And maybe the global south. I don't know how much the global south, it wasn't really a thing at that time, but
Yeah.
I kind of associate the wretched of the earth with the that sort of shift towards the global south.
I don't have much to say about the politics of the global south. I would have to bring up some of the documentaries that I saw on like Chile or Guatemala, but I don't have it fresh in my memory at the time. Newton's Huey P. Newton Reader, Angela Davis, Woman, Race, and Class, Racecraft, Naomi Klein, This Changes Everything, Ellul, Violence, Ellul, Hope in a Time of Abandonment, Ellul, Will and To Do, Ellul, The Ethics of Freedom, Jacques Ellul, The Technological Society. That is the big one. That's the one that influenced, Ted Kaczynski, except Jacques Ellul is nonviolent and believed that anarchism means nonviolence, whereas this book is about the techne, is I believe how it was introduced. I have not completed it. I just got it within the last year. But this book is also Alfred A. Knopf. Sometimes they have really nice high-end versions of Knopf, and sometimes it's kind of just like a general hardcover, but this is like really high-end Knopf edition. Usually it's hard to get with the dust jacket. This one kind of appeared with the dust jacket at like a reasonable price, and I was just like, whoa, that's kind of extreme to see it with the dust jacket. There's also that No Spiritual Surrender book we can go back to next to Wretched of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, that book, I bought this one at a store, and it's about land defense, at least in the beginning of the book. You just passed it.
Yep. I just wanted to show the others, the publisher.
Oh yeah, Detritus Books. There's a couple of Detritus books. I think the Never Work book might be Detritus Books too. But yeah, that's an interesting indigenous anarchism book. So like, if anyone ever tells you like, indigenous people, they don't want anarchy. They don't believe in anarchy, right here. This is your book. Other than that, don't want to talk about Palestine right now. I already mentioned it last video.
All right, cool. So we're in a new set of shelves here. And we'll start at the top shelf.
The Solutions Are Already Here by Peter Gelderloos is what that book is. I'll try to spell the name even though it's half hidden by Pluto Press. If you could pull it down a little bit. Petergelderloos Gelderloos is what that spells. Gone to Croton, Origins of North American Dropout Culture by Autonomedia, Sokolsky, and Coline. This was featured on Little Black Cart, and it was one of the books that was off website from Autonomedia. Lots of Autonomedia featured on Little Black Cart when they published books. Revolution of the Hearts and A Penny a Copy are these are Catholic worker books, and
Oh, cool.
you might have heard us talk a little bit earlier about that notion of the mana tree, and this school really emphasizes that notion, and it's a moral notion. We kind of joke about not being like browbeating religious people. I'm not trying to be like that, but they're a non-hierarchical organization, and the notion of the mana doctrine is supposed to be just a moral sort of not imperative. It may be imperative, but it's supposed to say like it is morally good to share. It is morally good to try to make the world's fruits work for everyone, and that's in itself a communist notion that's in the Bible. And I think that when I say this, it's not supposed to be an axiom from which economic laws are produced. It's not supposed to be a biological sort of thing that produces our morals or something. The mana tree is merely a moral sentiment, and I take it purely in the metaphorical sense. I don't really know what mana even would mean in a historical sense. What do you think, Timothy?
I honestly don't know. I was the other one I was thinking of was like the bread and fishes miracle, where there isn't enough. The apostles say, or the disciples say, like, there isn't enough. There's 5,000 people here who are listening to you speak Jesus, but we don't have enough food for all of them. And then he wrote one of his, I believe it's one of the early miracles. He sort of takes the 7 fishes and the 7 loaves or something and turns them into enough food for 5,000 people. That's, I don't think, the same thing as the manna, but I think the manna may have been connected to like the sacrificial food that the priests would eat, but I really don't know what the manna is.
So I have a book on my shelf in my bedroom, one of the bedroom shelves. It's called I have it actually right here with me. The book Manna and Mercy: A Brief History of God's Unfolding Promise to Mend the Entire Universe by Daniel Erlander. This book, huh?
I just looked it up in ChatGPT. What is manna? I can just read this. It's basically a paragraph. In the Bible, manna, sometimes spelled M-A-N-A-H, is the miraculous food that God provides the Israelites during their 40 years of wandering in the wilderness after the exodus from Egypt. It functions both as literal sustenance and a spiritual symbol of divine provision and dependence on God. There's the famous verse of like, man does not survive on bread alone. Not sure if that's connected to this, but it gets to that idea of there's spiritual sustenance as well as physical.
Mm-hmm.
Man does not live by bread alone. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, I usually like to bring up the Catholic workers just as like an example of a united coalition of mutual aid and peace. The Catholic workers are a very peaceful organization. They stand for, communism, nonviolence, and they do direct action against things like the nuclear power plants. They go into, um, nuclear power plants and they destroy the nuclear power plant equipment to make nuclear bombs. And this is part of their demonstrations that they do. And
Could you put them in a national context, or like which countries and which time period they were like at their height?
I think they originated in New York, with like soup kitchens, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So, they have a lot of like soup kitchens that they have. And they I'm not like and I haven't read terribly much on them. I read enough to to know a little bit of some of my friend and what he believes about it. But this book was given to me by my friend.
I just looked it up. I can give a paragraph of just basics. The Catholic Worker is both a publication and a social movement founded in 1933 in New York City by Dorothy Day, a journalist and convert to Catholicism, and Peter Morin, a French itinerant philosopher. Combines radical social activism, pacifism, and Catholic spirituality, becoming one of the most enduring lay-led reform movements in modern Christianity.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are high priority books for me. These are early editions, but they're really not expensive. No one's selling these books for that much, fortunately. Let's see here. The Modern State, that one's from Active Distribution. I think an offsite book. Black Rose Books is that publisher. This one I don't even want to say on the audio. It's not what you think it is. I think it's more like, why would you do that? But Andrea Malm, it's a book that you see even in like Las Vegas bookstores. So it's really not what you think. It's not like actually trying to advocate all that kind of stuff.
I mean, it's Versailles Books, so
It's a
they're pretty
Versailles, yeah.
big.
They're a really big publisher. It has a title I'm not going to say over the botnet. Yeah. Joyful Militancy, Montgomery Bergman by AK Press. That's a book about, after you're done reading all the theory, what do you do? I have yet to read this book because I'm not done reading all the theory. But this book is for people who want to, get active, I guess. And so it's called Joyful Militancy, and it's supposed to be pretty good. I think I got it from a local place. I don't know. Farid Attar, The Conference of the Birds. That's that is Sufi mystic poetry. I got it on a whim when I had, it was the end of the week, a couple weeks, and I was, getting some more money, and I was just like, well, I've had this book on my wish list for a very long time, and it's supposedly non-metaphysical poetry, I think, of the Islam. It's Sufi means it's a sect of Islam. I should clarify for people who aren't familiar with who the Sufis are.
More mystical Islam.
Or mystical Islam. To be honest, I'm only briefly familiar with it in my studies of medieval philosophy. So like Ibn Rushd is, I think, an Islamic philosopher I might have read at one point, but anyone who's into Islamic philosophy, this might be a book that interests you. I apologize that I don't know more about Islamic philosophy. Harvey, Neoliberalism, Brief History, The Condition of Postmodernity by Harvey, Simone Doan, Imagination and Invention, On the Mode of Existence of Technical Objects. I've been reading this one. I'm like 40 to 50 pages in. This is about basically like machines have feelings. I'm not kidding. He says, he's talking about machines as having alienation. Machines are a reflection of us. They are an extension of us, and they contain, like let's say an ensemble of a machine has parts that reduce, friction, and the friction might act as a form of like alienation of the, I guess, intended purpose of the object or something. But this book is about how, we don't want to enslave machines for some reason for Simone Doan. It's very fascinating. This is Minnesota Press, the same press as Deleuze and Guattari, and I think you can see that this is one of Kangelheim's students as well. So Simone Doan, I believe Deleuze and Guattari, they did not write a book about Simone Doan, probably because he's a contemporary as opposed to a classic author like Kafka or Hume or something of that nature. But Simone as a contemporary, I guess Foucault did get a book, didn't he? Deleuze liked Foucault most. He did not like Simone as much as Foucault, apparently. But Simone Individuation in Light of Notions of Form and Information. This is a wild book. Oh my God, it's like all about quantum physics, individuation as in metastable states in like a quantum environment. And oh God, I read only like 12 pages of this book because every single time you pick it up, it is brutal and punishing. You need to look up words. It's got like $50, quantum physics words. Probably not 50, maybe more like $10 quantum physics words. But like, talked about Mario Miele last video. This is a problematic author. I bought this before I knew he was problematic. Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. Got to stop here because this is a big one. This is my hardcover copy of a book that I have spent the last 7 months reading, and I plan to read again in journal on pretty soon. Pierre Klosowski makes several theses that I've made. Thesis statements, I mean when I say theses, thesis statements throughout this entire series of videos that I'm doing, where I basically talk about a core concept for Deleuze and Guattari, which is that the unconscious is disconnected from the conscious mind. What the conscious mind is doing is not, necessarily holding sway over the unconscious mind. And you can have slips of the tongue that undermine you, that have nothing to do with what you're thinking. You might have an unconscious that is revolutionary, while you might have a preconscious that has liberal assumptions for Deleuze and Guattari. And, that is the difference between the disconnect between the conscious and the unconscious mind. And Nietzsche's The Vicious Circle also talks about industrialization and how it is not capitalism or socialism. I kept on thinking, what is he talking about? Is this about capitalism? Is this about socialism? Is this about fascism? What is he talking about? And he doesn't reveal it until like a few chapters where he reveals industrialization as, the cause of surplus and, the sort of, decadence of society that Nietzsche sees. And there's also a subtle, but I think important parallel to be made between the notion that profit produces guilt in a society based on profit and surplus is going to produce a guilty consciousness because of what Deleuze and Guattari call the axiom of profit, X plus D of X, which is that, the thing that you want to increase the profit of is added with a plus sign to the difference of that thing time plus the amount added, so that constantly adding a new thing to the difference. This is the lack that Lacan talks about as well, that Deleuze and Guattari say is produced by capitalism. So that guilt is a lack of, what you don't have. You want more stuff. I want more books. I am guilty of this too. I constantly see things that I don't have, and I'm like, oh, fear of missing out, the FOMO. This is a result of the desire to profit continuously under industrialization as well. I'm trying to think. The concept of individual versus gregarious impulses. I believe, some people say, well, you want to be an individual. No, you want to be, collectivist. I think Nietzsche would say these are both sick impulses. They both lead to sickness. If you think too much, that's resentment. If you don't think enough, that's like the blonde beast for Nietzsche. So really these, things that are supposed to be mutually exclusive, they actually are, what was the word I was looking for? Yeah, they're both sick, basically. So,
Could you define those two, resentment and the other one?
yeah, resentment is a term from the genealogy of morals, and the blonde beast is also a term from the genealogy of morals. It's resentment is what happens when you're like an aesthetic, not aesthetic as in aesthetics, but ascetic.
Ascetic. Yeah.
Ascetic, yeah, ascetic.
Like a monk.
A monk, yeah. That's Nietzsche thinks that this is like kind of like the opposite of the blonde beast, who's healthy and doesn't need to reflect on, their sort of resentment for the strong. This is, Nietzsche sounds very reactionary, and he might be. So whenever I talk about Nietzsche, you take it with a grain of salt. Nietzsche, on the one hand, did seem to say some racist things when he talks about the blonde beast. He's not advocating this, though, I don't think. I think they're both sick, is what I think Klosowski is saying. And Nietzsche says contradictory things all the time. So, when it comes to what I want to do with Klosowski, I want to parallel Klosowski to several things that I've already talked about in this video from the Libertarian Reader, with things like the notion of Oscar Wilde's individualism that is, happens through collectivism. His notion of what he calls personality that you develop through the collective. That's something that, I would, pair with the first chapter. And then I would pair another chapter that talks about gregarious impulses with, the Godwin essay that talks about what's it called? The social contract versus the individual. Oh, too loud, sorry. I'm sitting pretty far away from my microphone too, so I apologize. Yeah, so like I would, as an anarchist, know it too loud. As an anarchist, Nietzsche and Klosowski are incredibly important to me, because when it comes to, the metaphysical arguments for anarchism, there's so much like, background assumptions that go into, psychologically, how do people defend their positions? And when you study psychoanalysis and psychology, you tend to realize like a lot of people's positions that they hold are just kind of a form of pre-conscious assumption, as opposed to something that's been like rigorously analyzed. And I think that, that's something that, Deleuze and Guattari are extremely keen on, and something that they take enormously from Pierre Klosowski. So if you're reading Anti-Oedipus, which I've spent 2 years on, I'm almost done with it. I have 25 pages left. This book is referenced in there, I think, to talk about sovereign impulses. And the sovereign impulse is kind of like, the police or something. something that's like, a sovereignty, like a position of power or something, like something hierarchical. And I need the context of Anti-Oedipus again to talk about exactly how they use sovereign impulses, but we talk about the inverted hierarchy of Deleuze and from difference and repetition, and I think I would apply that to the notion of the sovereign impulse. The sovereign impulse from Klossowski is something that I think Deleuze and Guattari are critical of. But moving on, do you think we should? I mean,
Yeah, I
Okay.
think you said some good stuff.
Okay, thank you. Moby Dick or the Whale. I am currently reading this. This book took me 10 years to track down. It's like a Moby Dick story of its own, trying to find this Charles Spiedelson Jr. edition. This edition has so many annotations. It will tell you all the biblical references and tell you all the things happening in the book. I would never read this book without heavy annotations because Melville is a supreme, like, symbolic thinker. He just packs everything like, kind of like Joyce with references. And I think he comes before Joyce, if I'm not mistaken. He's like an early or like late 19th century, early 20th century author, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe late 19th century. So he's not doing quite Joyce. He's not quite like a modernist sort of weird writer like James Joyce, but Moby Dick, which I am currently in the middle of trying to reattempt to read, this book, it has many queer themes. The Queequeg and Ishmael Ishmael calls him his wife. He says he has even the best cheeks at one point, and he says that he disparages his actual cheeks on his face, and it makes you wonder what cheeks he's talking about when Ishmael talks about Queequeg. So there's many queer themes. There's many themes I would apply to Fanon, themes of like preconscious racist assumptions that get applied to Queequeg. And it's an epic book about chasing a whale. And once you get into the parts with Ahab, the speeches get pretty good, but it's been a while since I read up to where I read. It's kind of a daunting book, but I plan to finish it. It's my next big tome. I plan to finish it. We talk about loving huge tomes in, these episodes with me and them. And this is another huge tome that I absolutely love. Like 600 to 700 pages. The autobiography of Malcolm X.
I just wanted to give the dates. I looked up Melville and Joyce. So
Yeah.
Melville is 1819 to 1891, and Joyce is 1882 to 1841. So there's a good, 60 years between when they were each born.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead with Malcolm X.
Yeah, I got this in a trade. I came into the store with it was Folio Society Wordsworth, and Folio Society Coleridge, the really big fat versions, as well as a copy of Slaughterhouse 5 in Easton Press, and also my Folio Society copy of Bertrand Russell's The History of Western Philosophy. So I came in with those 4 books, and I walked out with Autobiography of Malcolm X, first edition, that Madame Bovary hardcover from the other table, last video we showed my East of Eden, Easton Press, that was also part of the trade. And then that that what's it called? That androgyny book was the fourth book that I got in the trade. So I traded 4 more expensive books for 4 or somewhat less expensive books that I just kind of wanted because they were just books I wanted to get rid of. But yeah, I got this in a trade. Postmodernism, or the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism by Jameson. Haven't read it. Pragmatism by
Do you have any thoughts on Jameson in particular? Or
I read like Jacobin article on him once, and I kind of want to read this book. I tried to form a reading group on it once, and I joined not tried to form one, but I joined one that I guess was just reading like one chapter of it, and I was kind of disappointed. So I really was hoping that I would be able to join a reading group on this book, but the reading group was, I guess, not a committed reading group.
yeah.
But this is a copy from India, actually, if you want to zoom in on that little title right there. This is a very nice sewn binding in a very nice hardcover. It looks like a really serious sort of like, you know,
Almost like a Taschen.
yeah, it looks like a non-consumer, like sort of, institutional book. But it is actually, I think, like 30 or something dollars. It's almost like consumer price, I think. So it's pretty nice. I got this on Amazon. It's one of my favorite bindings. I really like the binding, and it goes to show that it doesn't cost that much sometimes to make bindings like this. This is really nice. Pragmatism, William James. I think did I talk? I didn't talk much about my little William James essays and reviews on the glass shelf, did I? But I have that nice cloth bound. That's much nicer than this little, library bound edition. Philip Solar's Event. This book is weird. This is like a non-book. This is like a book that's written just to be like a deterritorialization of language. It's not really about much. It's about like the twisting of words. It's about a bizarre speech, and I don't think it means anything. I don't know. Maybe it does. It's been a while since I read it, but
Could you give like a common example of deterritorialization of language?
Of language?
Or whatever. You use that term. I think a lot of people aren't going to be familiar with
Okay, so deterritorialization. How could I describe this? Deterritorialization is when something strays from the symbolic path of straightness, or, sometimes literally in the sense of like homosexuality, but sometimes also in the sense of, straying from just a normal sort of straight line of like, going on the straight and narrow. So like, deterritorialization, if you're on a territorialized path, then this is sort of like, how do you say this? That's sort of like it's like territorialization is like, not nomadic, as Deleuze and Guattari would say. It's like fixed. It's like sort of maybe even hierarchical. But deterritorialization is like not a fixed sort of thing. It's not hierarchical necessarily. It is something that's just kind of takes you off a fixed path. So like, for example, an example in queer relations, let's say someone, feels that they're straight, and then they see someone who's cross-dressing or something, and this deterritorializes them from the straight and narrow path of, I see something that I'm attracted to, and one might think I was only attracted to this thing, but now I'm also attracted to this. That's a deterritorialization, and that it takes you off of a sort of line going back to Sarah Ahmed's queer phenomenology that you would have, been traveling. So deterritorialization is like a line of flight, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. The Divine Comedy. I've been reading this piecemeal. Every now and then I start a new chapter of the Divine Comedy. I am on Paradiso, and I made it through, what's it called? The Inferno. I made it through, what's it called? Purgatorio. What I remember about it is that there's just these different layers of, places that people are paying their penance. From a Nietzschean perspective, you might say the debt that they have, the moral debt. And there's many different layers of debt and guilt in this book. Some might say that he's just kind of putting his enemies in places where he, for people he likes and doesn't like. That's maybe true of his contemporaries. He's putting people who he knew in hell. He's putting people he knew in heaven. He's putting people he knew in purgatory. The book has incredible symbolism, even though I'm not like an Italian Catholic. This is an enormous symbolic vision. It is, I think Harold Bloom kind of, he would say like, the only competitor to Shakespeare is Dante, or something like that. And then he'd say like, oh, Joyce knew that he wasn't as good as Shakespeare, or something like that. But Dante, he really is. It's great. It's got Virgil. I haven't read the Aeneid because I still need to read the Iliad, because I hear the Aeneid is basically Iliad fan fiction.
And propaganda for the Empire.
Yeah, right. But anyways, I love the Divine Comedy, even though I haven't finished it because it's kind of daunting. You have to constantly look stuff up, and I hate this. I love the translation of this John Ciardi translation, but really, like, the citations are in the back of the chapter or in the back of the book. I forget which one, and I hate when that happens. Like, the thing I love about my Moby Dick is all the citations are right on the page. Like, if you want to follow along with what's happening, you just move your eyes down. You don't have to, close the page, open up the back of the book. Honestly, like, the John Ciardi translation has the worst kind of citation method. I hate that when it's just like, oh yeah, go to the back of the chapter or the back of the book. Like, what can't even put like put a million bookmarks in it at that point. But these are my Kafka. I read The Trial a while ago. I love the scene where it's like, I use this example all the time where he's standing at the gate and the person is like, okay, what's like he gives him some riddle or something. And then, at the end, when he is about to die, when he just was staying for so long, he's like, you could have gone through the whole time. I wasn't stopping you. And he's like, what? Oh, I'm dead. And then I think that's how I think the book ends with him being, well, I won't spoil the book. Sorry. I really want you to read this book. This is a classic book. It's a book that is so surreal, but it also represents bureaucracy. It's a huge trial outside of the control of this man, Joseph K. Or was it Franz K? I forget. It might be It might just be a direct input, like self-input of Kafka. I think it might be Joseph K, though. I forget. But yeah, like there's a weird sort of trial place that appears. Um, there's Orson Welles movie as well that is based on the trial. That's about a 7 out of 10 for me. I was never a fan of Orson Welles. He's kind of a writer director actor that you know doesn't play up to the same standards as Jodorowsky. I don't think, at least in my opinion. Kafka's complete stories. I read a few of these, including uh, the Metamorphosis, and I don't think I've read the Penal Colony yet, but I've read another one about a bouncing ball and a few other short stories. Read a few aphorisms. I like the one about breaking the ice beneath the sea as the point of literature. Have not read The Castle. I'd like to read The Castle. We can move on.
I looked up the guy's name. It's Joseph K.
Yeah. Thank you. And then Robert Brandam's A Spirit of Trust and Less Than Nothing. Two big, daunting books that I've never had any interest in completing. But, like, Robert Brandam, his lectures, I never understood how, like, I was supposed to be reading a social theorist, someone who believes that, like, there's the language game of reason giving, and there's these institutional, these like the norm based judgments that we all have, and I always kind of wonder, like, when is Robert Brandam going to talk about actual social theory as opposed to just like kind of talking about this logic combined with Hegel stuff. It seems it seems like self-satisfactory to me in like the way that the density of like $10 words, and like I never got much out of it. Like I tried reading a bit of it and I was just like, what am I doing? Why am I reading this? Like, this is so like, and everyone's like, oh, you've got filtered. I did get filtered. Thank God. I got filtered by this book. Less Than Nothing. Haven't tried this one yet, but I've tried reading a few chapters of The Sublime Object of Ideology, a few chapters of The Most Sublime Hysteric. I've already referenced The Most Sublime Hysteric. That's Zizek's PhD thesis. Also, The Event. Read a few chapters of The Event. I like The Event. It's basically, I think, it's a I talk about the fungibility of signifiers, and reading some chapters of this book, Event, kind of helped me develop that concept. The idea of the breakdown of the symbolic order. I think Zizek makes some good points about. There's also the question of whether or not Zizek is truly a trash raccoon, and I cannot say either way or, one way or another. But I like his documentaries. I like his books. I think that his notion that toxic masculinity is a good thing is foolish, and his notion that the plus on the end of LGBT is a bad universal is reactionary. But other than that, he's kind of a classic theorist. I'm getting some water, of the Slovenian school. The Sublime Object of Ideology. I don't know exactly what, like, I think the Sublime Object might be like a commodity or something. I don't know. Like, I haven't finished the book, but yeah, that book talks about sort of the fundamental fantasy of ideology at the basis of all our thought. It's a rather complex combination of Hegel and Freud. Chomsky makes a real attack on Zizek. He says of Zizek, like, this is, posturing as highest degree. This is like the worst kind of posturing. And I think a critique of ideology is important. I don't think Zizek is as interesting to me as Deleuze and Guattari. And I think, sorry, too loud still? I'm like 5 feet away.
A tiny bit.
I'll go back a little bit further then. But the sublime object of ideology, it's not as interesting as Deleuze and Guattari. I would say Deleuze and Guattari go deeper into a critique of the unconscious than Zizek, who seems to reduce everything to nothingness. I think Zizek is kind of like a nihilist who like has a nihilist ontology that he uses to defend like God knows what actual praxis. Like, I read the Libertarian Reader because I want to know, how does communism work? How can you, like, what is a federation? Like, what is direct democracy? What is an actual structure of organization? And I don't know when Zizek ever talks about that. I don't know when Zizek ever cares about actual communism, but he has like joking pictures of Joseph Stalin on his wall. But I mean, I like Tom McGowan, and Tom McGowan is friends with Zizek. And so obviously there's maybe more accessible people who understand Zizek that I just don't understand Zizek at that kind of deep level.
There's an interesting, just two things. One is for people that like watching debates. I think Zizek's debate, I wouldn't say it was like a great debate, but I thought it was sort of a turning point in Jordan Peterson's career, where a lot of people thought Zizek won that debate, and I thought it was the most serious intellectual Peterson ever went up against. So I thought it was interesting for that reason. But again, I wouldn't say it was the most enlightening debate I've ever watched. But if you like debates, it was considered a pretty, more from popular culture point of view, one of the bigger ones. So there's that. And then there's also an interesting book that I was kind of surprised Zizek put out called Christian Atheism, How to Be a Real Materialist. So I haven't read that one, but I thought it was interesting that it even exists. So
I could say a little bit about that. Zizek, I believe, from his documentary, The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, which is like a ideological critique of movies, he was saying, or this might have been in his other movie, which was The Pervert's Guide to Cinema or something. But in one of his movies, he says, do whatever you want and you will be forgiven. And that's kind of the Christian ethic for him, which is, it sounds like a total perversion of Christianity when you think about it that way, but it almost does sound kind of true. It's like, you do something bad, you pray for forgiveness, and it's like, okay, at what point do you actually get punished when you ask for forgiveness? I think that might be the contradiction that Zizek is trying to exploit in when he says that, but I don't know. I'm really not a theologian, and one of the things about Jordan Peterson that bothers me is that he goes on camera and tries to exude all sorts of different fields that he's not an expert in, and I try to avoid doing that, and that's one of the big differences between me and Jordan Peterson. But Hans Gadamer, Truth and Method, I have not read this one, but I heard a really interesting description of a debate between Gadamer and Derrida, where Gadamer, he wants to bridge horizons of meaning, and Derrida wants to break down meaning. So Hans Gadamer was trying to describe something to Derrida, and Derrida kept purposely trying to make it harder for Gadamer to do what he was doing. And so that kind of describes the difference between hermeneutics and deconstruction in a nutshell. One is trying to find, almost in a paranoiac sense, all knowledge is paranoiac, a sort of meaning. And the other one is trying to break down meaning in a deconstructive sort of sense. And so the Hans Gadamer I have not read, but I am very interested in the notion of hermeneutics. We can go to the next shelf.
Hermeneutics actually has a long history in theology and interpreting the Bible. So it tends to have that connotation as opposed to literary theory, which has less of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this book did not cost as much as it goes for right now when I bought it, but this, do you mind if I look at the translator of this? Because this is a very valuable copy of the Iliad. Okay, this copy of the Iliad is translated by Rodney Merrill, and the publisher is University of Michigan Press. It says $35 on the back, but this is now worth far more than that. And I really wish I could get that Rodney Merrill hardcover of the Odyssey, but that son of a goddamn, it costs $1,000 for the hardcover of the Odyssey of the Rodney Merrill version. I don't know why it constantly costs that much, or if it's been the same version that's been unsold for years of that same hardcover. But, I've never seen a hardcover of the Rodney Merrill Odyssey, and I've wanted so bad, because it's like, I like having the different translations to read side by side when I was reading the Odyssey, and I've wanted to do it with the Iliad, and so I have this like ultra fine, University of Michigan Press hardcover, and I don't have it for the Odyssey. And you see, this is why my life is just a little bit less good. I'll put this back on put this on this table right here. The Dhammapada. This is a really nice, like really cheap hardcover. I read my copy of another version of these presses. This is Buddhist writings, I believe, and the other ones are Hindu writings on my shelf. The Nilgiri. I've read 2 books in this format. The Nilgiri. And then Settlers by Saki. This is a PM Press book about colonialism. The Nihilist Princess by Louis Gagner. This is about a woman who kind of runs away like Kropotkin from being a royalty, and becomes what's historically called a nihilist. And the nihilists were not like people who just, we believe in nothing, Lebowski. I think that they were a political movement. So not exactly what you think about as a nihilist today. A nihilist today is like someone who thinks that morality doesn't exist, that, there is no such thing as my hands in front of me. A nihilist could be ontological, metaphysical, moral, but it is a political movement for this book. Pyrexia, it's an anarchist novel that I got from Active Distribution. I haven't read it. Solaris is one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time, so I have the book. The movie is about a lake. Sorry, someone got angry at me one time because I said it's a lake. It's, not the right species. It's an alien. The Solaris mind, the Solaris sort of like, you could call it a mind. It projects itself onto people, in front of people, as neutrinos, I believe. It was how it worked in the movie. But fantastic movie. I haven't read the book. Betrayal of the Body got at a library sale. It's like a book about, I'd hate to say just generically like body positivism, but I can't say much. Universe in the Teacup, The Mathematics and Truth of Beauty. I got this one from my school. I haven't read it yet. Nick Heath, The Idea. I've read like 150 pages of this or more. This book is fantastic, if not a little bit too fragmented. It's about so many different figures in the history of libertarian thought. This one is rather expensive. It might be like $35 or something. But it is like, if you want to know where libertarian comes from, the idea, we'll talk about like the history of communism and libertarianism and anarcho-syndicalism. Obviously the kind of bullshit that Karl Marx would do, like shoot people. Like Karl Marx literally shot people who he wanted to, who disagreed with. And you might say like, oh, it's okay to shoot people for political purposes. Well, Karl Marx was, I think, I don't think he was shooting a reactionary even. I think he was shooting someone who disagreed with him on socialism, if I'm not mistaken. So Karl Marx was a very opportunistic kind of, person who would try to shut out anarchists like, Proudhon, and, wrote a screed on Max Stirner and kicked Bakunin out of the First International. And I think Nick Heath might touch on that, but also my book by Graham, We Do Not Fear Anarchy, We Invoke It, talks about it. Diogenes, I don't know what you're allowed to talk about on YouTube. Are you even allowed to talk about the kind of stuff that Diogenes does on YouTube?
I think so. I mean, if it's really short, I can edit it out, but I don't.
It's like he's enjoying himself publicly in a barrel. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Kind of that kind of stuff. Spitting in the face of rich people. Telling Alexander the Great, "You're standing in my sunlight." Diogenes, once said, "I'm carrying a lantern around to find an honest man." It's kind of, almost a Nietzschean sort of Zarathustrian vision of a dude carrying a lantern around, spitting in peace, pleasuring himself in the corner in some barrel, being like, "I'm looking for an honest man." It really, he's the ultimate sort of like a crust punk of the ancient Greek world. But yeah, he is what you think of when you think of people who listen to the band Dystopia and let's say Amoebics. That's what I think about when I think about people who listen to those bands. I totally love those bands, by the way. Sophocles. I have illustrations in this book, I think. This is an old book about the Oedipus complex, where the Oedipus complex originated. Ironically, Oedipus never had the Oedipus complex. He didn't know he was killing his own mother. He accidentally killed her. And Oedipus, if anything, is the thing that he says he'll do for his mother, because he's doing something in the name of something. And if you want to think about what Oedipus is, It's doing something for the name of the Father, a no. As we say, in Klosowski's Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, I didn't get to this, but the no sort of restricts meaning and lets meaning, have its possibilities. So in order for poetry to occur, what can be said must be restricted. And the no of the name of the Father is a restriction on everything else that makes one meaning occur. And not just one meaning, there's many mixtures of meaning inside of it, but it's a restriction on what is trying to be said in a certain way. The Idea of Progress by Bury. I really want to read this. This came from my school. This is just about the notion of progress. What is progress? Progress is, well, for Perlman, the idea of progress is tied in with the notion of technology. And, for Perlman, it's not necessarily progress for people outside of the Leviathan. The Leviathan's progress is, it's his story. It's a story of, rapid depletion of the environment. Progress, of history is not so progressive for indigenous people, let's say. So the notion of progress in philosophical history comes under question. And it's not, I don't know what this book is personally, but when people critique progress, it can be one of two ways. It can be, progress. Well, I'm a reactionary. I'm playing a reactionary right now. Progress, I'm a reactionary. I don't like progress. Or the other reaction could be, progress. Well, whose progress? Progress that has led to what? And, you can have multiple critical views of what the word progress is. And one of them, it can be reactionary, and one of them can be, maybe even more progressive than progress implies. And so, Are Prisons Obsolete? That's Angela Davis, a view that prisons are no longer necessary. We've talked a little bit about the anarchist view of prisons. I haven't read this particular book, but retribution of Hegel is not something that anarchists want. They want, rehabilitation of people who are dangerous, but not for people who are not dangerous. People who are not dangerous don't need to be locked up because they're not going to hurt anyone. They can be restricted in other ways as opposed to just, put in a cage. And so the punishments there's no punishments necessarily in anarchism as much as there's corrective justice. So, are prisons obsolete? Well, my answer to that would be prisons are not rehabilitative. A sort of place where you can rehabilitate people would be better than a prison. But we still need a place to put violent people, which is what I would say, and Vulture and Declare would agree with me, according to The Anarchist Fact by Ian Mackay. On Truth and Untruth by Nietzsche. This is a book on Nietzsche's view of truth. Nietzsche basically viewed the idea of truth as, I think, resentment. So, Nietzsche eventually lost the ability to speak, and it's theorized that it's because he didn't want stable truth and meaning in the realm of language. And so when he talks about truth and untruth, he's going to think that, why not untruth? I think is one thing that he said. And so, truth for Nietzsche is, I think it's actually under question, but he has to use truth to question truth. So Nietzsche is a self-contradictory thinker. Spinal Catastrophism. This is a weird-ass book that I gave up because it was I got to the point where it was talking about measuring sunspots with a seismograph on the brain. And I was just like, oh my God, I understand that schizophrenic writing is important, and I don't diminish any of the schizophrenic authors in my library, Antonin Artaud, or Holderlin, but this talks about stuff like cosmic background radiation is actually like DNA, like cosmic DNA. And it's just going so far into the abyss of paranoiac sort of stuff that I quickly found it to be sort of a chore to read. If you want to look at the publisher, though, this publisher also does Nick Land's Fanged Noumena. It also does Reza Nagarastani's Intelligence and Spirit, which is a book that I just received 2 copies of because Amazon sent me it in this accursed bubble mailer and it chewed it up, and so they sent me another one. But now I have 3 books in this series. This, what does that say? Can you zoom in a little more on the bottom of it? I can't read that. Yeah. URB Urbanomic. I have no Urbanomic. That's apparently the publisher.
Do you know where that word accursed comes from?
What was the context? Oh, I don't know where it comes from, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, Sextus Empiricus, we already talked about my Loeb Library edition. This is just like a consolidated version of that. So like maybe with a little commentary. The Culture Industry by Rutledge. This is an expensive book that I don't think I spent that much money on, but it's really expensive now. This is a consolidation of the culture industry chapter, a whole book on the culture industry, whereas the Dialectic of Enlightenment only has 1 chapter on the culture industry. I want to read this book, but I have not had time. Adam Jones, The New Flesh. This is a book about AI by Zero Books by a Stirnerian who reads a lot of Hegel named Alex Jones. Adam Jones. Sorry, I said Alex Jones. That's the wrong guy. Adam Jones.
A little bit of a different guy.
Oh my God. Like, they couldn't be more different, but we're not going to talk about that other guy. Homosexual Desire, Guy Hockingham. This is Queer Theory. I have not read it. Nietzsche, Protagoras, Nietzsche, and Stirner. Benedict Lachmann. Bill Marshall, Guy Hockingham. Another copy of my 5 copies of The Society of the Spectacle. Hegel and the Restlessness of the Negative. This book is, I believe, related to Blanchot's The Unavowable Community. John Luke Nancy is an author. I bought this book because apparently in my Science of Logic reading group, there is a book that John Luke Nancy wrote where, it's a non-state-based Hegelianism. So if you want Hegel through the view of a non-state-based lens, this is Hegel, The Restlessness of the Negative. I have not read it yet. Collective Courage, I got recently. This is about the history of African-American collective cooperative movements. Have not read it yet. The Schelling Reader. I got 2 copies of this because they kind of bent the page of one of my copies of the Schelling Reader, so they sent me another one. This is like a rather expensive book. Lawrence Seplovich, Max Stirner, The Path of Doubt. I bought this as a secondary for a class and I didn't use it. But it's also about Hegel and Stirner. Tanabe Hegemony, Philosophy of Metanoetics. This is a Buddhist response to Heidegger, I believe. And oh my God, like you have no idea how many books on my shelf just look so cool that I don't have time to read. Like this one in particular is just like fascinating looking. I have no idea what that publisher is. But this is the one related to Heidegger. I don't know what else in this, if there's other ones in this series that would be related to Heidegger, but I think this is the one related to Heidegger. Gaston Bachelard, The Poetics of Space. You will find Bachelard in abundance in Frantz Fanon's library. He was a French teacher. The Poetics of Space is a book about space. Young Hegelians, Max Stirner, Bruno Bauer, edited by Lauren Seplovich, who has that book on Max Stirner that I have over there that you just saw. People who I don't like very much who are also in my library, like Feuerbach. When I saw that meme where it's just like, you basically just like took Christianity and said, now it's man instead of God. It's like you didn't really make it much more complicated than that, in my view. It's like this Feuerbach guy. He also really criticized Stirner in a way that I thought was very essentialist and toxically masculine, in the sense of like he made Stirner have to conform to like a view of like a masculine man. And I thought that Stirner came out looking like the far more cool person in that sort of confrontation between a Feuerbach and Stirner. Black Metal Rainbows from PM Press. This is another new one. It is about queerness and black metal, and it has a lot of illustrations. It shows it shows a graphic picture in it of a guy named Dead who took his own life, and he's on a classic album cover, which is why it's in there, of someone who's a bandmate of this person who posted their picture on an album cover, this Euronymous guy. Black metal was a Norwegian scene that started in Norway and sort of spread around the world. And so this is, the original scene, I think, actually killed queer people. So with Black Metal Rainbows, this is like, a rebellion against the sort of heteronormativity of the genre. If there is any, most of the time there's not. If you look at Fenris of Dark Throne, I don't think he's very homophobic or racist, but certainly Varg Vikernes of Burzum would be. But Black Metal Rainbows, it has I think someone cross-dressing on the cover. And it's a very well-bound book. PM Press does fantastic hardcovers. This would be an expensive book if you wanted to buy it. But I got it as a sort of early last year with one of my bulk orders. I hope to read it soon with all these books. I did not like Crime and Punishment. I read 200 pages of it. Raskolnikov, of course, makes the decision that he will kill an old miserly woman in order to take her money or something of that nature. And he goes through a guilty sort of like, process where he questions what he was doing. And I don't like Russian realism. I like Russian surrealism, like Master and Margarita. This book is boring. I like Notes from Underground, though, from what I read of it. Like, I didn't finish it because it was perplexing when I first started it, but this is actually the book that made me realize, like, that literature is not just Michael Crichton and the Andromeda Strain and this sort of lameness of, like, the Da Vinci Code. And, I read the Da Vinci Code when I was a kid, and I'm just like, really? Like, this is, all that there is to literature? And I just kind of gave up. But The Notes from Underground, I believe, also influenced Nietzsche. It's a book that is about a man literally living under floorboards, and he I don't know, he talks about saber rattling and the spleen that he feels, and um he never seems to and I didn't finish the book, but he never seems to like have any purpose in being there. I don't know exactly what the underground man is doing. This book, Why Don't the Poor Rise Up? I got it because of its name. This is from Active Distribution in a bulk order. Hopeless, a book about Barack Obama and the politics of illusion. This book is about why Obama wasn't that great. Drone strikes on people overseas. There was the notion of the porter-in-chief Barack Obama. The notion of trying to think. I forget all the arguments. What?
The drones.
I already said drones, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already said drones. The problem with like the healthcare thing, like he imported like a right-wing healthcare plan. Those are 3 critiques of Obama that I could give off the top of my head. Just the porter-in-chief, drones, and right-wing healthcare plan. Kind of a insider, I guess, for Obama. He never really, was anything like he seemed to campaign on. But he's not as bad as some people. The Ego in its Hyperstate, Elian Rosenstock. Kind of a book about Max Stirner and the internet, maybe. I don't know. I bought it on a whim. Haven't read it. Direct Action by L.A. Kaufman, I think. This book is about direct action. If you could zoom out a little bit, please. Haven't read it. The Tree of Gnosis. This is a book about Gnosticism. I believe it has an Mircea Eliade quote on it, as well as a Harold Bloom quote, maybe. But this is a very serious book about Gnosticism that my friend gave me. We were going through his boxes, and he said, "I don't think I have anything on Gnosticism." And he was kind of going through old boxes, and I just pulled this out that was kind of sitting there. He's like, "Oh, you can have that." So he gave me that. My partner read Infinite Jest, but I have not. I continually take Mylar dust jackets off of this one and put them on other things because I'm not reading this anytime soon. I'm reading Moby Dick right now as my current tome. Henry Lefebvre's Critique of Everyday Life. This is Verso. And like David Harvey and Frederick Jameson have a little quote on it. That's cool. I have not read this one. It's just a nice tome. Nice, huge paperback tome. It's kind of a critique of everyday life, I guess. It should be interesting. Down to the last shelf on the bottom. Anarchy and Insurrection, Alfredo Bonanno. Have not read that one. A Theology of Liberation by Gutierrez. Have not read that one. Atheism and Christianity. I read a chapter of this for a reading group. I don't understand Block. Block is weird, but Block definitely I think he I don't know if he's an atheist socialist or a socialist atheist, to be honest. I'd have to read him to remember. But he's definitely part of the Frankfurt School, if I remember correctly. We read him for our Frankfurt School reading group. Cyber Disobedience, Jeff Shantz and Jordan Tomlin. The Cambridge Companion to Postmodern Theology by Cambridge. Rusty String Quartet, Surviving the Future, Abolitionist Queer Strategies. Okay, Anarchist Popular Power, Dissident Armed Struggle in Uruguay. That one should be interesting. I believe that's a Zoe Baker. Right. Or is it Zoe Baker or just AK Press Essentials? I think that's AK Press Essentials. Yeah, this is recommended on AK Press as their essential reading. Or like, theory-wise at least, in the essential theory section. Visions of Poesy is anarchist poetry, bought it from Active Distribution. The Long Deep Grudge, Tony Gilpin. This is a history book about labor. John Curl, For All the People, a history book about labor. No Gods, No Masters, Daniel Gurin. We talked about Gurin a little bit earlier in the video on the Big Grand Shelf with the other syndicalist works. Aura of the Zapatistas. That's a Zapatista book. My fourth copy of Max Stirner's, this one's the Unique in Its Property. That's the titleless one, the big hardcover. This is a bootleg, actually, because as I said, Wolfie Landstreicher, being kind of an idiot, published his book on an alt-right publication platform. And that's why the first edition of the Unique in Its Property is extraordinarily expensive. It's like $200 or something. And this copy is just basically like a photocopy of that copy. And it's being sold on Amazon for maybe $50 or something like that. So it's honestly just as good as the Nazi copy, but the Nazi copy probably has a spine title. So like, I don't know, better not to support a Nazi, but secondhand book copies might not be directly supporting alt-right websites if you want to buy it secondhand, but I'm not going to. Anarchic Agreements. This is a book about anarchist organizations. So like, if you want to like help with an organization or, organize an organization, this book is about doing such things. The May Days, Barcelona is a history book about Barcelona. The Operating System, Anarchist Theory of the Modern State, Eric Larson. That's a theory book about how the state operates, obviously. Disassembly Required. This is a book about the economy. Social or Lifestyle Anarchism by Murray Bookchin. I believe Bob Black, one of the reasons I speak so lowly about Bob Black is he really doesn't like Murray Bookchin and Murray Bookchin's notion of of anarchism as a social anarchism. And I think Bob Black, from what I heard, is kind of like rather like a individualist style anarchist, whereas Murray Bookchin is social anarchist. And I guess that might be the topic of this book. It's social anarchism or lifestyle anarchism, which I believe sparked a long debate between Murray Bookchin and Bob Black that lasted several works that they responded to each other in. And I've even heard people say like, oh, Murray Bookchin, he stopped calling himself an anarchist because of Bob Black. And I don't know about that. Maybe might be true, but I'm glad Bob Black hasn't bullied me into a corner yet. Breaking Free is what's it called? A Tintin comic that's turned socialist. It even has a little what's it called? Thing on the back where it talks about police officers saying, imagine if this got into the hands of children. Kind of a funny little quote, but it's just a socialist comic. Wobblies and Zapatistas. A book about the Wobblies and the Zapatistas. Workers' Control. This is a book about workers' unions in Great Britain, I think around the 1960s or something. This one is rather rare, I think. This one came from Active Distribution. I don't know if it's widely published, but it was only one copy available on Active Distribution when I got it, and I got it. Making Sense of Anarchism. This is one of the essential works on AK Press. The other one, Making Sense of Anarchism and Anarchist Action in Uruguay, as I said, the other book down there. This one is recommended to me by AK Press when I personally asked them, what should I read after Means and Ends? And if you want to scroll down a little bit, I could show you the other book that was recommended. That one, Anarchist Popular Power, that one was recommended to me by AK Press as something to read after Means and Ends by Zoe Baker, which we talked a little bit about in the last video. Native Wisdom, Indigenous Writing. Alistair Gordon, Crass Reflections. Crass is a punk band, an anarchist punk band who lives on a commune, and they are just about the most true and honest hardcore punks you can imagine. They let anyone come into their band who wanted to play, and some of their albums kind of suck as the reason for that, but some of their albums are classic, like Penis Envy. And Crass, they are real, true anarchist punks, and they are featured on Active Distribution's website as one of their books that they publish. Voices of the Paris Commune. That is, if you want to hear about, where libertarianism comes from, Joseph de Jacques of the Paris Commune sort of originated the word libertarian. And the Paris Commune is sort of a failed, I've heard, I think it might have been Kropotkin that said it was an organizational failure. I forget exactly how they failed. They were kind of crushed by the government once they tried to rise up. But it was students, and it was workers, and it was, people who were highly regarded in society, even, who were killed by the government during the massacre of the Paris Commune. And the Paris Commune stands as, a reminder of workers' solidarity and rebellion, not necessarily workers' victories. The Zapatistas' Dignified Rage, the final speeches of Subcommander Marcos. This book is about the Zapatistas. Proposed roads to freedom, socialism, anarchism, syndicalism. We talked a little bit about Bertrand Russell's view of synthesizing syndicalism, anarchism, and socialism in the previous video, but he advocates leisure, a lot, and he has what's called guild socialism. I don't exactly remember what the defining feature of guild socialism is, but Bertrand Russell, one should always take Bertrand Russell with a grain of salt when he's talking about Hegel, of course, because he, has this view of Hegel as a reactionary, but in his view of, socialism, I find, find it quite agreeable. He's a libertarian, I'd say. People say he's a liberal sometimes, but he's featured in the Libertarian Reader. Alinsky, Reviel for Radicals. This goes with that book up there, Rules for Radicals. This is the sequel to Rules for Radicals. Anton Pannekoek, Workers' Councils. That's syndicalism. Lyotard, The Postmodern Condition. That's about meta-narratives and the breakdown of meta-narratives. I believe Tom McGowan once said, like, isn't the breakdown of meta-narratives a meta-narrative? I don't know.
There's also another famous quote that I think is a famous definition about postmodernism, which is that it's a skepticism towards all meta-narratives.
Yeah, maybe. Sure. That sounds right. American anarchism, that goes into sections that have specific anarchists. I got that for a class and never ended up using it. That one, Wins from Below, Radical Community Organizing to Make a Revolution Possible. Haven't read it. Total Liberation by Anonymous, that's from Active Distribution. Wages for Students, I have read this one. That's 3 translations of the same essay. It's basically saying, students should make money for the work that they do. Students are not, paid for what they do, and it's basically unpaid labor. And it would, it's been a while, a few years since I read it, but it's just a pamphlet that has many translations in that same little book. Yeah.
So I looked it up. That is a quote actually from Lyotard. It's actually in the beginning of the intro paragraph of the Wikipedia entry for this book, The Postmodern Condition. Lyotard introduces the term postmodernism, which was previously used only by art critics into philosophy and social sciences, with the following observation. Simplifying to the extreme, I define postmodern as incredulity towards meta-narratives. So I misquoted it. I said skepticism, but it's actually incredulity towards meta-narratives. That's a very famous sort of little definition, because everybody's always wondering, what is postmodernism? And that's kind of, I think, the most succinct, one of the most popular definitions.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes Deleuze and Guattari are called postmodern thinkers, and I think also there's many different postmodernists, but Deleuze and Guattari don't think that there's no such thing as truth, and that's one of the things that I think, like, the Jordan Peterson view of it would be like, they don't believe in truth, they don't believe in I think the Bible as the source of truth, I think, is the problem with that Jordan Peterson would say.
I mean, he's sort of cagey about Christianity. It's not, from his maps of meaning, I get the sense that he's more of a Jungian, and he sees Christianity as an expression of the sort of enduring truth of archetypes.
Well, I think he says truth comes from the Bible, right?
I would be surprised if he said something that kind of simplistic.
Maybe I don't trust my own memory. But I remember him saying, like, something like either morality or truth comes from the Bible. I remember Jordan Peterson saying.
Okay. Well, his wife recently converted to Catholicism, so.
Yeah.
But he hasn't. He's the thing with him is people always ask him, like, what do you believe in? And he doesn't, or do you believe in God? And he's like, what is that? What does it mean to believe?
Flaked on that question, didn't he? There's like videos of him where he won't answer it. How did we get on the question of Jordan Peterson again? I forget.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Incredulity. Deleuze and Guattari definition of postmodern, and is there truth? And Jordan, you said Jordan Peterson accused the postmoderns of not believing.
Yeah, but
in
like
truth.
for for Deleuze and Guattari, there's true and false, but there's also like good and bad sense. And so like something can be true and but not make good sense. It can, or something can be um bad and make good sense, or so like what Deleuze and Guattari would say is that there is such a thing as true and false. It's just that it's not the entire picture of true and false. It's also like there's Oedipal and Anedipal. This would be part of true and false, I'd imagine, but then there's also like the pure multiplicity, which is beyond these dichotomies. And so like when we talk about, do Deleuze and Guattari just want to destroy meaning and like make everything chaos? Well, as we've kind of talked about earlier in the series, you know, anarchists as well as Deleuze and Guattari, who are not anarchists, don't really just want chaos. Deleuze and Guattari want to sort of analyze the impulses which make people act in a micro-fascistic way or in a fascistic way. So like, when people say postmodernism and they say they don't believe in truth, what they're really doing is trying to sort of demean postmodernism and saying, the things that you believe in, like criticizing, industrialization and, profit and things of this nature, this is not valid, is really what the critique of postmodernism is trying to say, I think, when it comes to people like Jordan Peterson, because I don't think that Jordan Peterson would want to admit the sort of things that, Deleuze and Guattari would have to say. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But I think, Deleuze and Guattari are definitely the sort of postmodernist, which Jordan Peterson would say, like, oh, you're against truth, you're against morality. Whereas I think, Deleuze and Guattari, they're not. They want meaning just as much as everyone else. In fact, maybe more than most people, because they're very rigorous in what they say.
Yeah, I mean, postmodernists are just some umbrella term for people that come in a certain that diverge into a variety of directions after modernism. And so it's a very vague umbrella term that doesn't really imply much about ideological uniformity. And so to try to characterize postmoderns as believing anything in particular is a mistake.
Yeah, I think so, especially when people are trying to say like, oh, they don't believe in truth. It's like, I think a lot of postmodernists do believe in truth. Like one of the things Klosowski says at the end of Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle is that we share our language. We are not just like incapable of understanding a shared meaning. And this is one of the really important things about Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, is that it's not a relativist work. And the postmodernists are not relativists. Deleuze and Guattari, Deleuze criticizes, what's it called? That author that made the postmodern, Leotard. He criticizes the, what's it called? The Differand. He says, that there's violence in the notion of not silencing the Differand or something. The notion of the Differand is not just a neutral thing. Like, cultures can be violent towards each other. So the notion of like, we should just be indifferent towards every culture which is different from ours. Like, some cultures like kill LGBT people, for example. So like we shouldn't just say like, oh, it's, the Differand, be indifferent towards every other culture. Like, some cultures are, are doing negative hierarchical bad things. But yeah, that's why I think like, postmodernism is not relativist. is basically my entire point with that. It's not just what anything goes. It's a critique of bad things. But moving on.
Do you have Repressive Tolerance by Marcuse?
I don't think so.
Okay, because you're kind of reminded me of that with your comment. That's kind of I was just looking it up. Basically, just to read a sentence or two on it, Marcuse's paradox: in advanced industrial societies, tolerance itself can become repressive when it functions to sustain inequality and prevent genuine liberation. And true liberating tolerance is he argues for a discriminating tolerance of movements that promote freedom, and intolerance towards repressive or authoritarian ideologies. This means refusing tolerance for racist, fascist, or anti-democratic speech and policies, and protecting radical critique and movements of liberation.
Mm.
And that's part, he names repressive tolerance, or thus repressive tolerance names the paradox of liberalism. By tolerating everything, including the intolerant, it perpetuates unfreedom. And he distinguishes between formal freedom, which is abstract rights applied equally in an unequal society, and real freedom, the conditions that make emancipation possible.
What's the name of this book?
It's Repressive Tolerance by Herbert Marcuse, 1965.
It sounds like the Karl Popper argument of
Tolerant society.
Yeah. Like tolerating the intolerant will lead to the destruction of tolerance. Which makes sense. I mean, it's like if you're going to say we live in a society where people can advocate killing, then eventually everyone would be killed. I don't think that it's good to tolerate the intolerant to a certain degree unless they're just keeping it inside their heads and not talking about it and not expressing it in any way. Property is Theft, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, an anthology by Ian Mackay. This is a collection of Proudhon's works. Proudhon is a mutualist who sort of founded organizational federalist anarchism as we know it, was very influential on the CNT. That's how, they got their federalism. I have not really studied Proudhon in depth because I like to go more towards modern examples. And Proudhon was rather sexist. He didn't believe in equality for women, which is like a glaring, absolute awful flaw. He is like a totally rotten philosopher, tainted in that regard. But he is influential in the regard of federalism and the notion of private versus personal property. Personal property being stuff like your toothbrush and things of that nature, whereas private property is like, private capital, stuff like, we talk about billionaires and, billionaires have private property, which is something that you can use to make money off of someone. So like people don't make $1 billion unless they get it through the work of other people. And so, the notion of property is theft, it applies to private property, as the name implies. And Proudhon, like I said, was attacked by Karl Marx, as it's described in We Do Not Fear Anarchy, We Invoke It by Graham, which is a large study on the history of the First International. But I have not dug into this big collection or The Direct Struggle Against Capital by Kropotkin. And I love Kropotkin's works way more than Proudhon's. And that is Class War USA in the End by Brandon Weber, a history book about labor struggle in the USA. that's that shelf.
Okay, so that wraps up the study wildcard bookcase. And now we're going to Glass Shelf West. So do you want to say a few words about this bookcase as a whole before we jump into the first shelf?
Yeah, so we're going to go rather quickly through this one, as this one is my partner's bookcase, and it has more books that are my partner's than are mine. Some ones we've already talked about in it. But my partner, it does not have the ability to speak about books at length like I do, so she is unable to join us at the moment. But these are her favorite books. The History of the Atomic Bomb. Whenever she kind of talks to me about these books, it's many scientific facts about, details about uranium enrichment and things about the program that went into making it with Oppenheimer and stuff.
Manhattan Project.
The Manhattan Project, yeah. I kind of just know what my partner's told me. I guess she's a lot better at talking to me about the books than she is getting on camera and talking about it, but I can talk a little bit about what she kind of told me about it. I never saw the movie Oppenheimer, mostly just because I don't want to sit in a theater for 3 hours. I like breaking up long movies into multiple sections when I watch them. I watched them in my house, basically. Collected Poems of Sarah Seedale. This is a poetry book. Dylan Thomas, Collected Poems. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a wonderful movie. That is one of my favorite movies of all time. It has Jack Nicholson in it, and it is a movie that kind of deconstructs asylums, ironically. I speak so much about the asylum, but this is all about lobotomies and the horrors of asylums. And if there's anything that I would say is that asylums are not anarchist. Asylums as they exist are not anarchist. Asylums as they could be would not be like, this sort of horror show that is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Steinbeck, Grapes of Wrath, have not read. Chesterton, The Man Who Was Thursday, my friend gave me. Tagore, the Gitanjali or Song Offerings. This book was read by Ludwig Wittgenstein to a group of logical positivists as mystic poetry, as with his back turned to them. With his back turned to them. He read this with his back turned to them. So Tagore is a mystic poet. Albert Einstein's Relativity. This is a book about relativity I have not read. I've read the manga Guide to Relativity and a little bit about relativity from Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time. But I had not read Einstein's Relativity. Read a little tiny bit of the book on relativity by Bertrand Russell too, back when I was really trying to get into relativity. You probably don't need me to go on about relativity. That's not terribly interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I find it to not be super interesting.
Okay. Juice of Life. This is a book about blood and its symbolic meaning, I think. Continuum is the publisher. It's an old Continuum book. They publish stuff like Badu. The Badu, what's that big book that Badu published? The big 3-volume Now book. I forget, but it's by the same publisher. Birds of Maine. This is a fantastic sort of, panel comic about an alien socialist bird world inside of a enclosed bubble that has a library of fungus or something, like fungus horns or something. It's just like the fungus that information travels through. If I sound totally insane trying to describe this, it's because it's an insane book. It's really an insane book. I got it from Las Vegas when my partner closed her eyes and turned around and said, that book right there. And we decided to get it from Amazon because it was like half the price on Amazon as it was in the store. Not all store purchases are virtuous. But that's a fantastic little novel, or not novel, comic. Robert Crumb. If you've ever seen the Robert Crumb movie, Robert Crumb came from a family of sex maniacs, but he was like a hippie sort of cartoonist from the 60s onwards, and he's still alive. This is his Book of Genesis. If you have not seen the Robert Crumb documentary, highly recommend it. Ernst Haeckel, oh my God, his art is incredible, but he was a racist. He has an idea of phylogeny. Phylogeny capitulates ontology. He would draw pictures of like black people saying like, look, their countenance is that of an ape or something, and it was really incredibly racist shit. But he's an incredibly symmetrical artist who draws some of the most incredible nature drawings of naturalist artwork that have ever existed. It's like he makes it better than nature. I mean, really, nature is boring compared to Ernst Haeckel sometimes. Really, one of the most incredible artists I've ever seen in my life. I have some Haeckel drawings on my desk that I keep kind of posted up on it. These other books, Scottish Orphans, and this other book, the Threading the Needle or whatever. These were just extra books that came from my school that were just kind of sitting there. I don't know what they're worth, but they're kind of pretty, so I keep them. I think one of them is like a children's morality book. The other one's an actual legitimate novel. The next book, The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde. This is just more of Oscar Wilde's writing. I've read not The Importance of Being Earnest, but The Soul of Man Under Socialism, as well as what's his one Picture of Dorian Gray. Yeah, that's a good book. I have another copy that we'll get to of Easton Press. Yeah.
I just want to say, I think The Importance of Being Earnest is, there's a movie of it, a movie adaptation relatively recently, I think in the last 20, 25 years.
Oh.
And it's a kind of a fun Oscar Wilde movie. It's or play, but it's set up as a movie, and it's two couples and them sort of getting together, and just it's a fun movie, and it's an easy way to get into Wilde's work.
Brothers Karamazov, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Have not read it. The Idiot. Have not read it. The Rain, All That the Rain Promises, and More. This is a pocket field guide to mushrooms by Aurora, Arora. I have not read it. It's my partner's book. I have not tried mushrooms personally. William Carlos, Willems, Patterson, Blues People, Leroy Jones. This other one is about Blue Note, the one without the spine. I don't know the full name. Would you like me to find the name of that book? It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Be right back. So this one without the name on the spine is Gary Giddens Riding on the Blue Note. Sorry. This one without the spine is Gary Giddens Riding on a Blue Note, Jazz and American Pop. I have not read this book, but my partner and I both like jazz, so we have a book on jazz. History and manners of customs of the Indian nations who once inhabited Pennsylvania and neighboring states. My friend gave me this one. It's just about native culture. Too loud. Oh, I'll try to back up a little bit. It's about native culture. It's about 1800s book actually. I got it for or my partner. No, I didn't get this one from my friend. I bought this one when it was on my friend's shelf, and yeah, my friend, it was on his shelf, and I bought it when I saw it on his shelf. That's how I got this one. Sorry, it was my mistake. Yeah.
I looked up the movie adaptation of The Importance of Being Earnest, and the one that I like is the 2002 one, directed by Oliver Parker, Comedy of Manners. Film stars Colin Firth, Rupert Everett, Frances O'Connor, Reese Witherspoon, and Judi Dench in lead roles. So
Nice.
yeah.
Universals. That's a book from my school about universals. I have another even more interesting book that's even bigger. It's called, it's a book in my bedroom called Universals and Particulars by Michael J. Lou, L-O-U-X, Ratings in Ontology. That one is also a book on universals that I've read about a chapter of. Jung's 4 archetypes. I have a book on the archetypes, which is a large collection of archetypes, and this is only 4, when really archetypes are so numerous, there's thousands of them, maybe billions of archetypes. And to talk about only 4 is to talk about just a small handful of, things that could occur in the world of archetypes. I don't really agree with the idea of archetypes. I think an archetype is a little bit representationalist. It's like, we have supposedly these mythological sort of, fixed ideas about mythology that act as, like supposedly causal forces, I guess. I don't know if that's exactly, like, maybe in psychology they're causal, but like,
Object permanence.
yeah, object permanence or something. I don't, the archetypes, they're too holistic for me. I don't like the idea that just there's these archetypes that have this fixed meaning, and maybe that's not exactly how they work for everyone, but like, the idea of a stored meaning that kind of comes out in the archetype throughout generations and the collective unconscious. I don't know if I agree with the concept of the collective unconscious. It seems too, like, speculative. It just seems like, I don't like it as much as other unfalsifiable psychoanalytic ideas, I guess. Searle's The Construction of Reality, Construction of Social Reality. This is a book that I think Kane Baker really likes this book. This kind of like an analytic side of the aisle, I guess. What's that book down there? Frederick Turner's Beyond Geography. That's a geography book, interestingly enough. Philosophy of John Dewey. That's secondary on John Dewey. The Meaning of Death is a book of readings on death, and my partner is the only one in the house who is okay with books that are this beat up. I would never let a book like that into the house, but she's totally fine with it. I've asked her about it if I could like move it somewhere, but she's like, no, it's a cool book. So, it looks like Howl, but it's an interesting book. It might have Lacan in it, by Feifel. Intelligence in the Modern World, by Dewey. That's a rather kind of obscure Dewey book that's in a really nice buckram binding. I love these library bindings that have no sticker. The sticker is so unaesthetic and ugly. It has these nice little, numbers that are just embossed directly into the side. John Dewey was a pragmatist. I have not read Intelligence in the Modern World, but this is an author that'd be interesting to read. He was certainly prolific. But Wittgenstein was not prolific. This is Philosophical Investigations. Wittgenstein, I think he wrote there's 4 books by him in my library, the blue and brown books, the one about skepticism or something, and then the Philosophical Investigations and the Tractatus. Yeah, he wrote way less than John Dewey. Moral Principles is another John Dewey book. Lord of the Flies is a book about kids who take over an island and kill each other one by one. It's not pretty. We read it in school. That's a hit. That's another book I read in school that I totally forgot about. Yeah, I read Lord of the Flies in school. I liked it a lot. What were you saying?
Well, I was just wondering if you see it as a critique of sort of individualist anarchy.
It's been a long time since I've read it, but since I remember a little bit about it, there was a guy named Piggy, I remember, and he was kind of fatter. And I think they eventually killed him because of his difference in looks. And certainly, Lord of the Flies can be a sort of tyranny of disorganization, like a tyranny of, survival of the fittest. And I think that one of the things that Kropotkin says is that competition is the law of the jungle, and so something like socialism is the law of humanity or something like that. So, Kropotkin certainly doesn't want Lord of the Flies. I don't think anyone wants Lord of the Flies, to be honest. I don't think individual anarchists want Lord of the Flies. I think Lord of the Flies is like a thought experiment in a fictional book, but it's also an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how much it's used to teach children a sort of it's sort of a morality play to teach a lesson about sort of warning about what happens when society falls away and it's back to a state of nature.
Yeah, like going back to the Hobbes versus Rousseau state of nature, is it like nasty, brutish, and short, or is the state of nature a better place? I think that's too simplistic in David Graeber's view.
Yeah.
It's very mixed. It's like there's times of hierarchy, there's times of great socialism in the history of non-state based organizations. So this sort of morality tale, it is we have to remember that fiction is not real. Like, fiction can do things that are very fascinating and interesting, but just because someone made a book about some kids on an island doesn't mean that this is like a law of nature. It's a great book, don't get me wrong, but it's also a bunch of kids too. It's not like a full society. So when people use it as an example, it's kind of like, maybe a more serious example would do. But Judith Stein's Tender Buttons is one of my partner's favorites. She is unavailable to I'm sure she wouldn't want to talk about this one, but it's kind of like I said, weird writing, kind of like written in a like an unintelligible way to me, at least. Alternative Americas by Loomis. This is a book about alternative organizations in America, alternative history. My friend gave me that one. Haven't read it. My mom gave me Kurt Vonnehew's Slapstick. Like I said, I'm not a huge Kurt Vonnegut fan. I had a really nice Easton Press edition of, what's it called? Slaughterhouse 5, and I traded my Slaughterhouse 5 for about, 4 other books, which I also traded 4 other books for, which I already talked about. But yeah, I might read this someday. I don't know. This little selected poetry and prose of William Blake. This was a gift from me to my partner. A gift that I gave my partner so she could read. And to be honest, she likes my copy of the complete William Blake poems a lot more because it has more William Blake in it. But this is still a beautiful little a modern library copy. And I was saying before, if I ever read a book on war, I would want to read Class War Games, Ludic's Subversion Against Spectacular Capitalism. This is something that actually Guy Debord thought was the most important part of his, his work. I don't know why, but I think if you go down, this is not Guy Debord. This is a secondary on Guy Debord by you can zoom in. Richard, what does it say?
Sorry, I'm not sure what book you're looking for.
Oh, the red one, Class War Games.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Barbrook. That's the Class War Games one.
I just wanted to say ludic means play. So
yeah.
it's playful subversion.
Peace and War in Lebanon. My partner had an exchange student who came from Lebanon and gave my partner this book. Changing Ones by Will Roscoe. That is the first survey of non-binary, or not non-binary, but the equivalent of non-binary people in Native American culture, which is Two-Spirit. This is the first analysis of Two-Spirit culture, Changing Ones by Will Roscoe. It talks about kind of historical oppression of Two-Spirit people and the acceptances of Two-Spirit people, and how Two-Spirit culture is not, necessarily, I think, sexual, even, according to the survey, but I found that hard to believe that, it was saying that Two-Spirit people often don't have sex with other Two-Spirit people, but I'm like, that can't be a law of nature, that Two-Spirit people don't have sex with Two-Spirit people. So interesting survey from the 1990s. Maybe the Joshua Whitehead Making Love with the Land book would be a little bit better, as that's a current, modern Two-Spirit author. So fascinating book. I would love more Two-Spirit literature. I have some in my cart on Amazon, but I, have other things I need to take care of before I get more Two-Spirit literature. House of Leaves, we already talked about. Master and Margarita, that's my partner's copy. Tried to get her to read it. She did not finish it. And Death of a Salesman, Arthur Miller, that's a play. You can go to the next shelf. The The Portable Conrad. These are my partners. That's poems, I think. Dream Songs. Aldous Huxley. I didn't like Brave New World as much as I liked 1984. I kind of gave up on it a while ago. I didn't care for it. It's kind of like the opposite of 1984. Like, what if the world was like everything that you could want already given to you? But it's kind of like, I think it was like a genetic hierarchy in the book or something. So not like exactly everything you'd want. Kind of a book where people are born into their roles or something. So it sounds like an awful world, to be honest. But I'd like to read it eventually. Heinrich Heiner, I think, is that book with the weird cover on it. It's poems. Really, this cover is really weird. Finnegan's Wake, that's a copy that my friend gave me with 2 secondaries for Finnegan's Wake. It is a book that is the weirdest possible book in my library until I get Bottom's Dream. Complete Poems of Hart Crane. My partner can recite these poems from memory. Some of them.
Oh.
Yeah. Gravity's Rainbow, Thomas Pynchon, Society of the Spectacle. My partner's copy is Society of the Spectacle. One of the 5 copies of Society of the Spectacle in our house. My partner's copy of Perlman's Against History Against Leviathan, also one of my partner's favorite books, as is my favorite book. Is that Vogel, Against Nature, a book against the concept of nature by Sonny. Sonny is a good publisher. I've seen other books by Sonny in my library that look interesting too. Neil Geary, this is the other Neil Geary book that I read. I think that this is, if you could scroll up and I could see the title, I forget the title. The Upanishads. I have read this. I think this is Selected Vedas, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. I'd have to refresh my memory. My memory is in the page. The next book, Rabelais. This is a book of satire from like the 1500s. This particular book is from the 1800s. This copy, it's my friend was like, "Oh, you'll love this," and he just kind of gives me this. I'm like, "What in the world is this?" Like this old kind of book from nowhere, and Rabelais, satirist. Beat poets, it probably has like Allen Ginsberg in it or something. We can go to the next shelf.
Just for people that aren't familiar with SUNY, it's State University of New York Press, founded in 1966, headquartered in Albany, New York.
Yeah, I think I have a few books by them that are of interesting value. My partner reads that Great Romantics book a lot.
This looks really cool. I can just tell, you don't see a lot of spines with this kind of oval.
Yeah, I love that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lord Byron, Percy, Shelley, Keats. This is Hume's Philosophy of Mind. This book has the original receipt, maybe from the 80s or something. It cost way more then than it did now, to be honest. Classic tradition. Serial Experiments Lane, my partner can read that. It's in Japanese, but I can't. History of Skepticism by Popkin. Oh my God. Do you want me to read you what that says in the back of it? The History of Skepticism?
Yeah.
This is a logical positivist, by the way. This book has like one of the weirdest, most like untenable things it says on the back of it I've ever heard. Like, okay, since Hume, it has usually been agreed that induction never yields absolute certainty, but only a lower or higher degree of probability in its conclusions. The nature of induction probability however, has remained a subject of controversy. The author assigns to the concept a place within the framework of the classical calculus of probability and shows how the logic of inductive probability is related to the traditional theory of induction by elimination. In this context, the paradox of confirmation is solved. Okay, this might not be exactly what I was thinking of when I read the back of it, but I think this is the book that tries to is this the one that I was thinking of? Yeah, they're kind of weird, like one that tries to like overcome the problem of induction or something. Too loud still, sorry. I think this book is trying to overcome the problem of induction. And it does so through, if only I could show you the text on the page, just a huge array of like non-stop symbols and just the weirdest array of, still loud too? I'm like so far away from the desk. Okay, I'll try to get even further away from the desk. But like, yeah, this book is trying to overcome the problem of induction, and it's one of the weirdest logical positivist books in my library, this treatise on induction and probability. I'm sorry, getting closer to put the book on my desk. So Lawrence Durrell, Justine, and Montalive, and Klee, and Balthazar are the names of these books. My friend gave me these. Boole Laws of Thought. I believe Boolean threads is a concept I've heard before. And my partner talks about Boolean threads sometimes, so I put the Boole in her shelf. Ian M. Banks, I've read The Wasp Factory, which was a really good book, but I have not read any of these Ian M. Banks. These are my partner's Banks. Pascal's Pensée, it's classic. Haven't read it. None of these are important. Collected poems of Langston Hughes. That's a Harlem Renaissance poet, I think. African American poet. This is my partner Ann Mine's book. I read a few of the poems in it. Like I said, I'm not good at talking about poetry. So, like, it's a good poet, but I can't talk about it too much. Poems of Marianne Moore, Dylan Thomas, Song of Myself. My partner's really nice hardcover, but not as nice as my facsimiles of the original Leaves of Grass and my deathbed edition of the Easton Press edition. Those two books right there are symbolist poets or symbolist playwrights, I think. Do you want me to get the title of those?
Yeah.
Okay. This green one that has the, can't really see the spine. It says Sister Beatrice and Ardiane and Barbie Blue. So Ardiane is Ardiane and Barbeblue by Maurice Maeterlinck. Maeterlinck. And then I have Maeterlinck's essays in that red. Then we have Robert Bolaño's Savage Detectives, Pale Fire by Nabokov, Seamus Heaney by, it's just a poet. Borges, I love Borges. This is a fantastic kind of, I want to say like, philosophical writer, kind of philosophical fiction writer. Like his writings are like, like he has this story of the infinite library that kind of keeps making texts even if they're nonsense. He has the story of a man who imagines himself into existence on a mountain. I've read only a few of his works. I have not covered to cover his collected fictions, but Borges is like pretty next level. Like when I think about who are the best fiction writers in the world, I think Borges would be one of my top choices. I think he's very comparable to Pessoa in that he's like he's not exactly like Pessoa, because Pessoa is more like a drunken author, but Borges is very dreamlike as well. The Ryman Dictionary is a gift to my partner. Talisman by Scott is a Walter Scott play, I think. Man, I think these plays are, or it's stories. I don't know if it's a play. The Talisman is a story by Scott, Walter Scott. Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. That's the book that I have the big slipcase of that we covered earlier. And then we can move on to the next shelf. Oh, Defeated Sandy, Chronicles of Lunacy. That's another fantastic concert that I went to. One of my favorite death metal albums, next to what's it called? Blood Incantations, Starspawn, I think is their Absolute Elsewhere, sorry, is the name of the other one that I love. So Chronicles of Lunacy by Defeated Sanity. We can go on to the next shelf.
I just wanted to include I asked ChatGPT about Borges, and I just want to read a little bit here. He's closely associated with magical realism, but most scholars quantify that connection more as a precursor or parallel to magical realism than a full practitioner of it. Magical realism was coined by Latin American literary criticism. In Latin American literary criticism, it fuses realistic social or historical setting, often recognizably Latin American, the intrusion of the marvelous treated as ordinary within that world, an even, non-ironic tone, the narrator never marks the magical as impossible, and metaphysical and political undertones, suggesting deeper truths beneath modernity.
That is my partner's copy of T.S. Eliot's Complete Poems and Plays. I have my own copy upstairs. My partner's copy is nicer as it has a dust jacket, but my copy came from Strand Books in New York. Ulysses by James Joyce. That is her copy, my partner's. My friend gave me this Modern Library copy. We kind of just like accumulating copies of this book, if you haven't noticed. Both of us have read it, and both of us really appreciate it. I have 3 copies, and my partner has about 3 copies. Maybe my partner has more than 3 copies, I don't know. Then we have Stephen Hero by James Joyce and Joyce's critical writings. Vladimir Nabokov's Verses and Versions. This is my partner's book, 3 Centuries of Russian Poetry. I think that concept is awesome, that you have hand-selected poetry by Vladimir Nabokov, a premier writer who is writing about Russian, or is not writing, but collecting Russian poetry. I think that's pretty cool. Death in the Grand Canyon, that's one of my partner's favorite books. We saw a copy of it when we were out west this summer. Brand new. I suggested to my partner that she gets a brand new copy, and she's like, "What do you mean? I already have it." And it's kind of an old beat up copy though. My partner loves it. It's about the unusual ways that you can die in the Grand Canyon. People taking, walking backwards off a ledge to take a selfie or something. If you've ever heard of the Darwin Awards, that's another book that's kind of similar.
Also the Herman Cain Award.
The Herman, what's that?
It's I hope I'm not getting this wrong, but it's basically people. I think it was inaugurated on Reddit during the pandemic, and I'm just double checking it with ChatGPT, but it's basically people who. Let me just read this. It's an informal, ironic term that emerged on social media during the pandemic. It refers to people, usually prominent figures or vocal social media users, who publicly dismissed or mocked the pandemic, mocked COVID-19 precautions or vaccinations, and then died or were hospitalized from the disease. Herman Cain was a U.S. 2012 Republican presidential candidate. And he did pass away from COVID-19, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. The Herman Cain effect, definitely denial of the vaccine will do that to you.
I don't know that he denied the vaccine in particular, but it's just a general term for people that publicly dismissed or mocked precautions or vaccination, and then died or were hospitalized. So it's a more of an umbrella term, but that's a kind of related term.
Okay. This Canterbury Tales is a side-by-side translation that has the original Canterbury Tales. It's also selected Canterbury Tales, not the entire Canterbury Tales. This also Edmund Wilson. I have not read. This is my partner's Canterbury Tales that she's read. I have not read it. Edmund Wilson, To the Finland Station. This is a book about, Marxist figures, I think, like radical figures in history. And it's New York Review of Books, which is kind of a, boutique publisher.
Seal of approval.
Yeah, seal of approval. They're kind of a
good housekeeping.
Yeah. What? Good housekeeping.
It's sort of an old fashioned thing, but it was kind of put on products when they were considered like good, trustworthy products. It's called it's sort of an idiom. Seal of good housekeeping it's like just a seal of approval.
Yeah. I've kind of thought about their books like that before. Like people really look up to them, and I like what I've read from New York Review of Books.
You'll hear it on BookTube a lot. Like people will say, "Oh, this is an NYRB," and that's sort of a shorthand.
Yeah. Okay. Devil's Dictionary. Haven't read it. Leland Hickman. If you like poems about penises, this is for you. It's queer poetry. Lewis Gluck poems, haven't read it. This is Dubliners.
Probably the next image.
Yeah. Now my partner memorizes a lot of poetry, and Emily Dickinson is one of the poets that she's memorized, and she's very particular with me about Dickinson, that there's edited versions of Dickinson that you do not want, that are the ones that do away with Dickinson's own edits in her poetry. And these are the original sort of fascicle versions that you can get by Franklin, and I have the hardcover of this book in my bedroom, and this is the version that you want if you want the Dickinson that hasn't been ruined by so-called editors who want to make her quote unquote more readable.
So in the tour I did with Harvard University Press, we looked at 3 different books they did with on Emily Dickinson, and at least one of them is Belknap Press, which is the higher tier of Harvard University Press publications. And there's just some really cool stuff, and we really spent some time on that set of books. So I would recommend people check that out. And it should be one of the timestamps in the description is the Emily Dickinson portion.
Joyce, Dubliners. I've read some of the stories of Dubliners, but not the whole thing. That's my partner's copy of Foucault's Pendulum. Actually, it's a version that my partner gave me that my friend gave me that I gave to my partner, and my partner got me a copy, and the paperback is upstairs. So we have 3 copies of Foucault's Pendulum. Too loud? A little louder, okay. Tao Te Ching. The Tao is a book about yin and yang, I believe. I haven't read it, but it's a classic. I've read a little tiny bit of it.
Yeah, I'd say it's a particularly important Chinese classic. So, and Shambhala is an important publisher in that area. They publish Ken Wilber's, a lot of Ken Wilber's stuff, including his collected works. So that's a good one to know.
Yeah. I felt that it was an important work. That's why I got it. The work of the Gawain poet, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, Pearl, Cleanness, Patience. I don't know. It's my partner's book. She has a lot of poetry.
Yeah, this is really important, I believe, for the Arthurian cycle. So King Arthur and related works. So for that sort of period, it's up there as some of the most important. Not sure if it would be considered folklore, but basically really important for that time period.
That is Leonardo da Vinci's poems. That's that book with no spinal information. That's Leonardo da Vinci's poems. You can see a little bit of it. It's totally faded. Virginia Woolf's The Waves. I read most of this book. Very stream of consciousness. Very sort of more hardcore than Joyce in a way, this Waves book. At least Ulysses is not more hardcore than Finnegan's Wake. I'd say Finnegan's Wake is more hardcore in sense of like just being more illegible. You can actually read Virginia Woolf if you want to. Anarchist Voices by Paul Averick. This is my book. I've actually read a little bit of this. It's about interviews. It's going through America and basically, interviewing lots of people in America, and a lot of any anarchist with Paul Averick could find he interviewed, I think. So it's fascinating. Walter Scott, Sir Walter Scott. These are a collection of his works that my friend gave me. I believe that he's influential in notions of like time in literature or something. He's influential on notions of time in literature, I believe. Yeah, I haven't read him. T.H. Lawrence, I think, is that tiny book right there.
So I got a few more details about the works of the Gawain poet, and I just wanted to give some more specifics. So this
This work collects all 4 surviving Middle English poems written by an anonymous late 14th century poet, sometimes called the Pearl Poet or the Gwain Poet. They appear together in a single medieval manuscript, dated 1375 to 1400, written in Northwest Midlands dialect of Middle English, contemporary of Chaucer, but stylistically distinct, more alliterative, rural, and mystical. The genre is the Arthurian romance within the wider Matter of Britain cycle. I was looking for that Matter of Britain, and there's matters of other regions as well. So, yeah, I won't go into detail on each of them, but that just gives you a little bit more on the Matter of Britain, especially is a good keyword if you want to learn more about this stuff.
Mm. That has a Terror in the Dust Jacket, the true history of the conquest of Mexico, but this is history of indigenous slaughter, I think. It is a history of indigenous slaughter, I think, this Bernal Diaz de Castillo book. The Soul of Shamanism, this is another Continuum hardcover. This looks fascinating. Kind of in the same vein, I imagine, as like that Mercy Eliade book. The Logical Syntax of Language, Carnap, Introduction to Symbolic Logic, Carnap, Mathematical Logic by Willard Van Orman Quine. My friend gave me these logical positivist books, and I keep them in my partner keeps them in her shelf because she says that she likes logic, and she says she'll either plan to read them or says she doesn't plan to read them on any given day, but she keeps them in her shelf because she likes logic. They're not particularly, like, I want to learn a bit about logic, but logical positivists are considered a failed school. They tried to formalize everything into logic, and Bertrand Russell kind of found that wasn't possible for reasons that I kind of went over when we went over the Gödel stuff. Parenti, I like his lectures. I haven't read him. Democracy and Socialism, Beacon Press, kind of an important book apparently. The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. I read that a long time ago. I remember specifically it having this part which was like you take a fruit from a tree and every other fruit from it disappears. So temporality is something that limits possibilities is what the book was trying to say by that scene. And I think that this book, I think it was like just a story about a deep sort of sadness, if I remember the Bell Jar. Deep sort of depression. I don't remember exactly what it's about, but it left an impact on me at the time.
Yeah, I looked it up. I'd like to read a little bit about it here.
Yeah.
Because it is a very influential novel. So, The Bell Jar 1963 is a semi-autobiographical novel about mental illness, identity, and the pressures placed on young women in 1950s America. Her only novel, published under a pseudonym, Victoria Lucas, shortly before her death. Plot summary. The protagonist, Ezra Greenwood, a bright college student who wins a summer internship at a glamorous New York magazine based on Plath's own experience at Mademoiselle. New York episode. Ezra appears to live her dream life, but she feels alienated by the superficial world of fashion journalism. She returns home back to Massachusetts. She suffers insomnia, anxiety, and paralysis about her future, marriage versus career, depression, and breakdown. After a failed suicide attempt, she's hospitalized in a psychiatric institution.
Recovery arc. Through therapy and electroconvulsive therapy, she slowly regains stability and faces a review board to decide whether she's ready to leave, a symbolic re-entry into life. The story ends ambiguously with Ezer stepping into the meeting as if into the mouth of a furnace, suggesting uncertain rebirth. And the bell jar is a metaphor for a laboratory jar that you put like a piece, like a glass jar over a specimen to sort of keep it isolated.
Yeah, reminds me of the book for sure. André Huysmans, After the Great Divide. I think that's a book about postmodernism, Merleau-Ponty, and hermeneutics in postmodernism. This is Merleau-Ponty and Derrida in On Seeing and Writing. That's a edited collection of works. Inventions of Difference on Jacques Derrida. Battle Royale. That's my partner's. That book on the back right there is David Leave a Heart, the one behind everything else. The David Leave a Heart poems, I think. It was just kind of a silly book. Let's see here. Frege, I have not read. Kierkegaard, I have not read these books. I've heard of Kierkegaard, though. These books came from my friend in my school. Cassirer, we've kind of gone by Cassirer. I haven't talked about him because I haven't read him. James Baldwin, that's an African-American author. This is a hardcover of The Fire Next Time. Not a very pretty copy, but nonetheless. Noam Chomsky on Language. That sounds like an awful book. Honestly, not even because it's Chomsky alone, but because it's his linguistics. His linguistics are putrid. I mean, I hardly ever talk about, things that Chomsky does in such weird ways, except when he talks about Epstein, but his linguistics is very representationalist. Like, he has this notion of the universal language acquisition device, which is how it's kind of like an ontology that collapses every moral and ethical argument that he makes into it, where it's like, we're all exactly the same. We all share a universal language, and we all have the exact same morality. And it just seems like a really cheap sort of like, move to pull in linguistics. And I know that Guattari, in one of his books, maybe Chaosophy, was it, or Transversality in Psychoanalysis, really kind of lays into Chomsky's linguistics. And like whenever Chomsky talked about foreign policy, I would kind of really be interested in what he was saying. But whenever Chomsky talks about linguistics, I'm just so disappointed.
Which school of linguistics do you like?
Guattari and stuff like that.
Okay. Are they considered linguists? I guess I didn't really categorize them as linguists.
Well, I mean, they talk about signifiers a lot, and I don't think that they're necessarily linguists, but in terms of people who talk about linguistics like Chomsky, they're the closest I get into. I don't really. My friend offered me a lot of linguistics books that I didn't take, to be honest, that I wish I would have. I'm going to see him again pretty soon. And he might give me those linguistics books, but I don't have them until then. History of Spinoza. This is a big fat work on Spinoza by Harry Ostrin Wolfson. And it is just like a huge work on Spinoza. And I like it. It's, we talk about my love of big books. This is another huge book, really fat work on Spinoza. Essays on Frege, doesn't sound as fun. It's more like logic and stuff. Reflections on Frege. Cornel West, Democracy Matters. This is a guy who I really like to listen to speak. He was running for president. He did the introduction to Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, I believe, as well as I think Sartre did an introduction to that book as well. This book, Openly Classist, by Andy Anderson and Mark Anderson, comes from Active Distribution. It's a book about the middle class. I think it says the middle class is the enemy on the cover, which of course would make me the enemy. So, it's an interesting book. I want to know why I'm the enemy. A History of Mexico, Parker's. This is a book about Mexico. Go to the next shelf. These are some poetry books that I got, and I read a bit of them, but I gave them to my partner for her shelf because she's the big poetry memorizer. These books in the left corner. Poems from the Millennia. Those are nice. A nice 3-volume edition. Marxism and Arts. Maynard's Solemn. Return to Freud, Samuel Weber. That's a book about Lacan. Goethe, Elective Affinities. This is another Goethe book I have not read. Faust is the one that he took like 60 years to write or something. So, it won't be as epic, I assume.
I looked at the Cornel West intro. It's in the 60th anniversary of Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, published 10/21.
Thank you. The Myth of the State. I don't think that's actually an anarchist book, unfortunately. Flu, A Rational Animal. This is about Aristotelian views, I think. It's actually pretty interesting. It might have Sartre in it as well. Lao Tzu, Treatise on Response and Retribution. J. Marx and Marxism in Totality. That looks like a fascinating book. California Press.
What's fascinating about it?
What does totality mean? I don't know. Sounds like an interesting kind of ambiguous topic. Marxism is not my favorite topic, but I want to know what totality means. Call Us What We Carry. I don't know what that is, my partners. Byron's poetry. Keats' selected poetry. A Face to Meet the Faces. And Python programming for my partner. So, yeah, that's my partner's shelf. My partner, if you're not, there's more. Yeah. My partner is not as good at talking about books as I am.
Yeah, this is the last shelf here.
Okay. Neon Genesis Evangelion, the complete manga. I love watching the movie, the series, the show, I mean to say. Althusser on Ideology. That's one of the Althusser books that I have. Beyond God the Father. This is a feminist book by Daly. It's a 1960s or 70s feminist book about religion. The case book on Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. This is, I have Invisible Man in the other room. This is, secondaries on it. Black Power Revolt. I don't know. It's just down here because it sounds badass. It sounds like a super cool book. By Barbour, Barbour. Black Fire, edited by James Jones and Larry Neal. Sounds great. Transbluency. Yeah. Maimonides, big secondary on him. Troubling the Line, trans and gender queer poetry. We talked a little bit about that concept of like straightness and the line. Troubling the line implies troubling straightness.
Deterritoriality.
Yeah, deterritoriality that's a great way to say it. E. Cummings, he does a lot of that kind of stuff on the page where it's like, I'm backing up a little bit. He does a lot of that stuff on the page where it's like, weird text writing, just putting words in weird places on the page. I'm not sure I like E. Cummings, but, in my quest to get all the major poets that I possibly could, he's just one of the ones that kind of came up as like a classic poet. And, definitely like am the lowest of the rung of my poets ladder in the house. I almost wonder if I would prefer an author like Alexander Pope or something to E. Cummings. I don't know. Maybe with this Echo Anthology of International Poetry, it's signed by the editors. Sherwin, Rollins, Maimonides is another Maimonides secondary. We can go to the next part.
I just wanted to make a quick note that that strategy of visual arrangement of words on the page has a term for that called concrete or visual poetry, a form of poetry in which the layout, the physical arrangement of words, letters, or lines on the page creates a visual shape that reflects the poem's subject or emotional tone. So that's from AI. Just wanted to add that. So that's the end of this shelf, and that wraps up this bookcase here, Glass Shelf West.
Yeah.
And so we're now moving to 08 bedroom West 2, and there's two big bookcases here. All right, so we're going to wrap up our session here with this bookcase. And do you want to say anything about what the overall idea is before we jump into the first?
Yeah, so this bookshelf is almost all books that my friend gave me. Books that I went to his house and he gave me stacks of books in boxes and said, I am like so glad that someone can take these from me because eventually I will die and I have no way of like knowing that anyone from a bookstore will have care for them the way that you would care for them. And so he's not about to die or anything, but my friend basically is like, my books are part of my legacy I want to pass on, and my friend is a good ethical companion to me, and he has taught me a lot about the sort of anarchist aspects of Christianity. And a lot of these books are like big row right there from Daniel Berrigan to Dietrich's Broken and Shared are all Catholic worker books, Geography of Faith, Under the Siege of the Divine by Daniel Berrigan, The Good Samaritan, Stories from Los Angeles. What was the rest of it? Stories from Los Angeles, Catholic Workers on Skid Row.
Skid Row is the famous sort of street where a lot of homeless people have tents, and there's a fair amount of drug use and
Broken and Shared, that's another by Dietrich, that's another Catholic worker book. And then these other books over here I do want to briefly talk about because these are rather valuable. The Norman O'Brown I read briefly in a reading group. He talks about the anal drive being related to money, because money is like the giving and receiving of a gift. And in psychoanalysis, that's what's described as the anal drive. And so Norman O'Brown talks about that. I don't think in this book, but that's my introduction to Norman O'Brown. And when my friend had Norman O'Brown on a shelf, I said, "Oh, I've read that." So I took a couple copies. William Morris, Masterpieces of Art. Beautiful little drawings by William Morris. He also did the Kelvscott Press. This is a nice little art book. You can move on. John Genet, queer writer. Haven't read it. Secondaries on Nietzsche, secondaries on Shakespeare, secondaries on Hegel, secondaries on existentialism and more Nietzsche, secondaries on Hegel. Walter Kaufmann is Nietzsche translator. He did the Will to Power on my grand shelf. He's known for a rather positive view of Nietzsche, he's known for a rather positive view of Nietzsche, which may rather not look at the flaws of Nietzsche as much. Save Nietzsche from the view that he was just a racist. Labriola, this is I think a black socialist, maybe. Binswanger correspondence, this was a Heideggerian Freudian. This is his correspondence with Freud. I really want to read this. I keep taking this out and putting it on my table, and other things keep getting in the way, but the Freud-Binswanger correspondence is a really interesting looking book.
Who is Binswanger?
What?
Who is Binswanger?
He was one of the forerunners of Dasein analysis, and we'll talk about Dasein analysis with Maynard Boss.
Okay.
Then there's these evolution books, some of Freud's letters. Dora, I believe, was Dora the hysteria case, I think, maybe? I think I think so. Dora was the hysteria case. So that's a whole book on hysteria. Freud, Dora, and Vienna 1900 by Hannah Decker. Free Press also did The Process and Reality by Alfred North Whitehead, and it's a fantastic pressing. Evolution, Issues in Evolution, Issues of Evolution, The Evolution of Man, The Evolution of Life. These are big Darwin tomes. And then there's my Maynard Boss. I've read a bit of psychoanalysis and Dasein analysis. This is one that I spent a lot of time on last year, and I am so touched by the way that Maynard Boss is so accepting of his schizophrenic patients. He is so open with them, and he tells them, lean into your symptoms in a positive way under a highly, regulated and sort of like monitored situation. So like, he would have this woman, at times he would hold her, which is unethical at our day and age. You can't touch your patient. But, he would at times hold her and, like kind of nurse her back to health when she was going through her schizophrenic trials and tribulations. And Dasein analysis is also very, Heideggerian in that there's a breakdown between the supposed facts of the patient and the facts of the world. So instead of taking, facts that we impose on the patient, kind of like, David Cooper and R.D. Laing and, Deleuze and Guattari, this is a very like schizoanalytic type thinker in that he is not trying to restrict the schizophrenic. He's trying to open up their symbolic world. So Maynard Boss and Dasein analysis is like trying to look at the phenomenology of schizophrenia as opposed to how to control schizophrenia. And I find it to be moving, fascinating, and this is like a supremely expensive book. It cost like $1 for my friend. He found it thrifting. He's a thrift genius. Almost everything on this shelf is thrifted. That Maynard Boss, Existential Foundations of Medicine and Psychology, I bought for myself. It's brand new. It's my copy. I just wanted to fill out some of the Boss books that I didn't have in my collection. Analysis of Dreams. It's the cover is pretty bad, but the rest of it doesn't have the back of the cover for the dust jacket. But the book has a little tiny bit of splitting on the top of the spine, but other than that, it's really readable. Very nice reading copy.
Could you define Dasein analysis?
Dasein analysis.
Dasein.
Dasein is being in the world for Heidegger, and so it's a study not of the psyche but of being, and one's temporality, and it's a breakdown of the inner and outer. So like, the inner world and the outer world, one might say, you try to collapse them in this way of thinking, as opposed to phenomenologically having like the inner inside world, which is, insane, and the outside world, which is sane. It's the breakdown of this dichotomy for, Dasein.
And for people who were listening earlier when I talked about the 4 levels of hierarchy with intrapsychic and then small group, societal, and then zeitgeist or even transcendent spiritual, that's what I was kind of getting at with they aren't necessarily a strict hierarchy like that. And Dasein analysis, not something I know much about, but from what you're saying, that would sort of integrate those levels and connect the outside of the individual with the inside and not have that strict boundary there.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this in that binding is just beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. Husserl, that's oh my God, this is so hard to get. I can't believe my friend just handed me this. Like, okay, so this is Husserl Secondaries, Husserl Ideas by Muirhead Philosophy. That Cartesian Meditations book is so expensive, and my friend just had a copy. Like I was saying, Husserl, I've read the Cartesian Meditations. The phenomenological reduction is nonsense. There's no such thing as getting rid of background assumptions. Your background assumptions just are what you think. And so like when people say like, I'm just being neutral, I'm suspending my judgment, there's no such thing as neutrality. Everyone has assumptions. Everyone has sort of values that they operate on. And I think Husserl, he is considered a failed philosopher for a reason, but, he was super influential on like Derrida and Heidegger. And he was, of course, Heidegger's teacher. So yeah, we can move on from Husserl. I don't have a terrible amount to say except for that I don't get much out of him. Max Scheler. This is a supremely rare book. The Nature of Sympathy is not available with a dust jacket usually. And this Max Scheler Resentment is not available the last time I checked online anywhere. I believe it's about the Nietzschean concept of resentment. This is The Nature of Sympathy, I believe, is a phenomenology book by Archon Publishers. And man, does that ever look pretty. It's kind of a really beautiful copy, really fun to hold, really pristine condition in my copy that I have too.
I just wanted to read something about what you said about Husserl, because it's sort of, it's in agreement with what you said, but basically, he's 1859 to 1938, a failed philosopher is a provocative assessment, sometimes used by later thinkers, especially Heidegger, Derrida, Merleau-Ponty, to describe his grand project of founding all knowledge on absolute phenomenological certainty, ultimately collapsed under its own ambitions. It's not that his work lacked insight, but that his goal of a presupposition-free, purely descriptive science of consciousness proved impossible.
Yeah. Yep. That's because of the preconscious. Lowry's Phenomenology, Myth and Christianity by Jaspers, and Nature of Psychotherapy by Jaspers, Man in the Modern Age by Jaspers, Freud, yes.
Who would be the key scholars of the preconscious?
What I've read about it is from Deleuze Guattari's Anti-Oedipus.
Okay.
So like in the late part of Anti-Oedipus, they talk about sort of like preconscious background assumptions versus revolutionary unconscious impulses. Your background assumptions can contradict your impulses. Anyone, not just you or me, but literally anyone. Like, this is part of what Klosowski was saying, where the unconscious is like sort of disconnected from the conscious.
Okay.
Whereas a Theology of Liberation.
I think we saw that guitar. I think we saw him before.
Do I have 2 copies of it? Really?
Maybe not this book, but yeah, I think earlier this session.
Yeah, I have another Guraz, I think. McGuire and Existential Theology. Well, my friend gave me these ones. I bought the other ones. Contributions to Psychoanalysis, Melanie Klein. Copernican Revolution by Thomas Kuhn. We were talking about Kuhn earlier. I have not read this one. Thomas Kuhn, The Essential Tension. Children of Frankenstein by Muller. That's anti-tech from the library. That red book is book on the Bauhaus School of Art. I wish it had a title that I could tell you. Do you want the title?
Yeah.
Kind of cool book.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Let me get that book. All right.
Frankenstein is Mary Shelley and connected to Percy Shelley, who we saw earlier.
I will say that has nothing to do with Frankenstein. It's a technology book. Does it have anything to do with Frankenstein?
I think it's sort of, it's a little bit complex, but I think Frankenstein does represent, I mean, we were talking, I think, about neural implants last session, and I think, that's my understanding of Frankenstein is that it's part of the early anxieties about science and maybe even industrialization, but sort of the mad scientist in his laboratory and fundamentally sort of playing around with sort of acting as God in terms of, manipulating the human human nature and plugging things into the body and rearranging the body. I think that's what that's a major element of Frankenstein.
The title of that book is The Bauhaus by Gillian Naylor, GilliannAylor, and this is a custom rebound of a paperback, I think. So this is a really nice little like library bound that has the paperback's cover kind of glued onto the cover. Really interesting little rebound that my friend has several of these rebounds. I think they're from the library's rebinding company or whatever. So I really like that one. Then there's Pablo Ferrer. We talked about Ferrer. I have not read these Ferrer. These are my other Ferrer.
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
This one looks like it might be, I don't know about first edition, but it definitely looks nice.
Yeah, none of these are anywhere near as valuable as my Pedagogy of the Oppressed.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are all very cool. Newman, The Origin and History of Consciousness. This is Bollingen. This is a classic book. This is a book that is very valuable in this edition. I wish I had a reading copy because my friend gave me a very expensive edition. I mean, the next three books are basically expensive books, as well as The Boss. The Boss is very expensive. Ann Dillard, Pilgrim at Tinker Creek. This is a kind of a valuable, like, fictional book that my friend gave me. I don't know what it's about, but Pericles, The Writings of Pericles. This is a
Paracelsus.
Paracelsus. Yeah, sorry. Paracelsus. I read this one, Bollingen, for sure. That I love, like, that's why I say I love Bollingen. They have these beautiful, like, filled with artwork pressings. I've read through just to see the artwork of that Paracelsus book, and it's just this big, thick, like, tree stump paper with, like, all these woodcuts, and it's such an incredible little, like, nonsensical text. It's just like, it's about alchemy, I think, but it looks cool as shit. It looks so cool. The Ecology of Freedom, Bookchin, that has a cracked spine, and I wish that I would have gotten another copy, but it was a little, still a little expensive to spend like $15 for a book that you're not going to read immediately to get an upgrade for. But this has a cracked spine. Kristeva, I really want to read Kristeva. That's a guilty one of me. Like, there's so many things that I think about coming onto a library show that you never think, like, oh, no one's going to, like, interview you about your library, but then it happened. And I'm just like, oh, I haven't read Kristeva yet. But I have read a lot of this Wilhelm Reich, The Mass Psychology of Fascism. I read several chapters of. That's where he talks about small man syndrome. And I know the Deleuze and Guattari have many critiques of Wilhelm Reich. Like, he does not have an objective enough sort of psychology. He's very subjectivist. Wilhelm Reich is going to say that, sexuality is an individual thing as opposed to like a social thing, for at least according to Deleuze and Guattari. In the wake of Reich is a collection of his students. And so Wilhelm Reich his works were burned. The Orgone accumulators, which I wish I could have one, even though it's nonsense, just out of, pure collector's joy. Right. Because there's this box that you go into that supposedly collects orgone, and it's total nonsense. It's like a joke, a total gag by today's standards. But like, the thing that's, kind of remains about Reich is this idea of kind of like the psyche and energy not exactly being like a monad impenetrable thing inside of you, but life in itself being a little too loud. Sorry. Yeah. I like Wilhelm Reich, I think, was a very vitalistic philosopher that's really important for making philosophy hydraulic and sexual, and Wilhelm Reich. I think that's what remains about his philosophy, is that his notion of like sexual blockage, like people being sexually backed up and sexual and insecure, and leading to fascism in some ways. Like, I think Wilhelm Reich was pretty on the money about these things. And when you read his works about like masks and armors and the person armored against themselves, even just because Wilhelm Reich kind of went off the deep end and developed the orgone accumulator doesn't mean that he was just like a total quack who just said nonsense. He wouldn't have been respected in any way if he was just like that. He wouldn't have had books that people read. So I gotta sit here and rep Wilhelm Reich just because he's fascinating. He's really cool. He's anti-fascist, and he really doesn't get enough respect. Everyone disrespects him. I think he's a great philosopher, thinker, psychoanalyst. Baudrillard, I have not read. We can move on.
Another in the Radical Thinkers series by Verso, which I recommend to people that are looking for kind of a one-stop, the closest you're going to get to a one-stop shop of the sort of classics of the last 100 years within a lot of the kind of categories we've talked about in our sessions.
Radical Thinker Verso, System of Objects. I think it's about like something about the way objects are, the way, like, kind of like the phenomenology of the desk, how like the position of the desk shows something about the privilege of the person within it. I don't exactly know, but something about like spatiality is what this Baudrillard book is about. We can move on.
Okay. I'm not familiar with, I don't think I've seen this kind of format of Verso book or design. Are these part of a CA's?
All of these books are gifts from my friend, and these are just as surprising to me as they are to you. I didn't even know that Baudrillard released books like this.
I mean, they look like reprintings.
Yeah, well, I mean, Baudrillard was a French writer, so they're probably not first editions.
Yeah. School is hell.
It is hell. It's never ending too. These books, that book I was talking, that's the book about manna. Manna and Mercy, A Brief History of God's Unfolding Promise to Mend the Entire Universe by Daniel Erlander. This has lots of illustrations. Oh, sorry, too loud. Lots of illustrations and lots of descriptions for, why the Bible is communist. And this, I would not take this, like I said, as economic laws or, some sort of axiom for how to exist moment to moment, except for insofar as you're doing good things to others and making sure that everyone has enough in this world. So
could you say the title of that again? Is that this book at the very left here?
Yeah, that's Manna and Mercy, A Brief History of God's Unfolding Promise to Mend the Entire Universe.
By who?
Daniel Erlander, DanielErlander.
Okay.
Yeah, it also talks about how they did not want a king in Egypt, and how the Bible is sort of anti-monarchy or anti-king. Another interesting aspect of the Bible. And this was my friend's gift to me that I've been reading. Culture and the Ad, The Making of Mass Culture, Cultural Excursions. These are all culture industry books. Melanie Klein, The Psychoanalysis of Children. I absolutely adore that edition. It is beautiful. It is old. It is in Mylar. It is Melanie Klein, the partial objects theorist. Partial objects are very influential in Deleuze and Guattari. Schumacher, Small is Beautiful. Schumacher, Guide for the Perplexed. These are, what's it called? Buddhist, left-wing kind of theorist of economy. William Morris, Calum Scott Press. Socialist who wanted a beautiful world, and he was in the Libertarian Reader with the essay on making a nice factory, basically. Making the factory work for the worker is how William Morris talked about it in his essay in the Libertarian Reader. Schrodinger's Science in Man, Schrodinger's What is Life. This is Schrodinger I have not read. Negri's Political Descartes. Negri's Political Descartes. Radical thinkers as well. Hannah Arendt, The Origin of Totalitarianism. Hannah Arendt, Report on the Banality of Evil. That's the first edition. Lacan and the Political, Giannis Stavrakakis. Giannis Stavrakakis by Rulage. Interesting looking book. The Wolfman, Beloved by Toni Morrison, first edition, Alfred Knopf.
Wow. Surprised you don't have that in the glass bookshelf.
You know how much it's worth?
It's got to be worth like 500 or 1,000 at least. I mean, that's just my guess, but
No, it's worth about 50 to 100.
oh wow.
So the ones in the glass shelf are the ones that actually need to be protected from financial catastrophe. And I'm not saying I don't love the fact that this book is on my shelf, but it's not like a financial asset that would be like the most catastrophic loss in my collection if I lost it financially. It would be a bad book to lose, though. It's beautiful. Sale, Rebels Against the Future. I kind of like how it's like a wave too, and the Toni Morrison is right at the top of the wave. Kirkpatrick Sale, The Human Scale, and Rebels Against the Future. Rebels Against the Future is about the Luddites. Kirkpatrick Sale, The Green Revolution. This is all anti-tech stuff. The Luddites were literally the anti-tech sort of, example of history, the ones who destroyed technology, but they have reasons for it, that they didn't want the technology. It's not just like, we want to destroy things that are new. It's more like technology can be very exploitative. If you read authors on technology, the technology is often used to sort of, collect data on people. Technology is used to, sort of restrict people in their lives. I don't know exactly what the Luddites were upset about.
They destroyed the looms, I believe.
Yeah. Well, what I can imagine is that, the looms take their jobs. So, like, once they're put out of work by the loom, it's just like, wait, what are we supposed to do now? This machine just took our job. We're going to destroy the loom. So on the surface, it might sound like, a horrible backwards sort of destruction of property that just solves nothing. But really, I think that, what probably happened is like they don't want their jobs taken. At least that's what I imagine would happen if you had like a sort of I'm speaking ultra crepidarianly. I'm just sort of speculating on like why someone would want to destroy a loom. But
From my memory, and I could be wrong about this, I'll look it up, but I think part of it may have been that there were sort of cottage industries and people could weave at home or sort of in a more local way. And then there were these big factories where you had these huge looms. And so you might be in like a very dusty, it's almost like early industrialization, where it's just centralization of work and disrupting a more rural way of life. So, I mean, that happened one way or another. But I vaguely remember something like that.
Yeah. I was just giving reasons why I could imagine someone wanting to destroy a loom. But yeah, that's what the Luddites were doing. The Spanish Civil War, we talked about that, my Spain shelf already, in the first video. Binswanger's Being in the World. This is a Dasein analyst that I think was the teacher of Maynard Voss, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least a real influential theorist on Maynard Voss. R.D. Laing's The Politics of Experience. This is a anti-psychiatrist. David Cooper's Psychiatry and Anti-Psychiatry, I've read a bit of, talks about reducing the patient to symptoms, pathologizing the patient's personality away, the way that, schizophrenic patients, they get, sort of abused by their family, and, the way that psychoanalytic institutes, or not psychoanalytic institutes even, but like psychiatric institutes, really take away the humanity of schizophrenic patients. And David Cooper's anti-psychiatry, the whole, point is to liberate patients. And so is R.D. Laing's kind of theory, and it really tied a lot into Deleuze and Guattari as well. I think Deleuze and Guattari, they cite David Cooper as well as R.D. Laing. Yeah.
So I did get some more information about the Luddites. There were a number of reasons, including wage cuts and cut price goods. Manufacturers use untrained workers to operate machines, flooding markets with inferior but cheaper textiles, loss of craftsman identity. Artisans believed mechanization degraded quality and human dignity. Also, trade unions were illegal, so destruction was a last resort for bargaining. And they saw themselves defending fair work and social justice, not committing senseless sabotage. And then I also looked up the centralization of work thing, and there's some interesting language for that. So before mechanization, most English textile work took place under the putting out system or domestic system. A merchant supply raw materials, wool, flax, cotton, to independent spinners or weavers working in their cottages. Families worked together, controlling their hours, tools, and pace. Skills were learned through apprenticeship and kinship networks. The home was both living and productive space, and labor relations were personal, reciprocal. The moral economy E.P. Thompson describes. Industrial centralization introduced the factory system with water and steam-powered machinery. Capital intensity, machines were expensive and required large buildings. Supervision, spatial separation, and the element we talked about previous session on the change in time, where the factory, you're under a fixed hours wage labor under the clock, whereas the crafts cottage work environment, it has a more organic sense of time to it. So a lot of interesting stuff comes together under the Luddite example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think everything you said, that I can remember, sounds like a good reason to be against technology, at least in a certain context. But I think we already talked about like making technology work for us.
Yeah.
Making technology, not need to be destroyed. Make technology not be the tools of masters who want to exploit us, but the technology, make it be, the tools of people who use it. And that's the difference. Just,
Yep.
people over profit. Then this book right here, Witold Rybkiz. I'm sorry. Can you pronounce that?
Rybczynski.
Witold Rybczynski, Paper Tigers. This is anti-tech stuff. What's the other one right next to it? Taming the Tiger. That's also anti-tech stuff. Strauss, Phenomenology, Pure and Applied. This is a rather expensive little book that only cost like $1 to my friend about phenomenology. Primate Visions by Donna Haraway. That is a big fat tome. Kent State Massacre, classic example of the government killing people. The government, I've not read this book, but I know that there was the National Guard deployed, kind of like happened recently in the United States with, certain cities. Except this actually led to students being shot. And it's a tragedy. Never forget the fact that your government can kill you if they want to. Artful Sciences by Stafford. This is a really interesting kind of phenomenology book, I think, about art. I would love to read more of it. It's one of those books that's like high-low priority, where it looks fascinating, and I'm sure it would be fascinating, but I haven't read it. America, 1492. This is a book that looks really expensive, but it's like $1. It's about, what's it called? Indigenous life in America before America was founded, I think. Phenomenology Movement, Volumes 1 and 2, Spielberg. That is a fascinating looking book that is broken on the gutter. It has very old Buckram. That is probably not even Buckram, probably some shitty knockoff of Buckram. And it has a crack. And I really want to get it repaired because this particular volume cost $200 for the paperback alone. And this is a 2-volume combined hardcover of the single volume that I think an institution custom bound. And so I am going to bring it to a bookbinder, hopefully, to mend it and get it fixed. One of these days. Sigmund Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams by Basic Books. This is, I think, a 3rd edition of the original Interpretation of Dreams. This is a book about Freud's interpretation of dreams. Peter Gay's The Freud Reader by Norton. Rather expensive book that all these were $1. All these books on the shelf were all thrifted. My friend thrifted them all. I cannot believe that happened, but it did. They're all thrifted. Revolution in the Mind, Creation of Psychoanalysis. Freud, Jung, and the Hall. Freud, Jung, and the Hall. Freud, Jung, and the Hall. So late. Sorry, super late right now. Freud, Jung, and Hall the Kingmaker. Metamagical, Douglas, Hofstadter, Metamagical Themes. Darwin and the Indelible Stamp. Yes, this is a big collection of fat biographies. Freud, James Joyce, and William Morris. 3 like $100 biographies right next to each other. They all only cost $1 for my friend.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they're Rise edition.
Oh yeah, beautiful condition. Absolutely. Freud in the Americas, The Rising Crisis of Psychoanalysis in the United States. Big Freud textbooks.
Do you know what they're mean here by the crisis?
No, I mean, I guess like psychoanalysis really had a crisis where at one point there was like a lot of assumptions about childhood events, and that really kind of, you know, undermined the credibility of psychoanalysis. I think the Rorschach test at one point was like proven to be associative nonsense that could just kind of, prove whatever people said at the time is just what it means. It doesn't. So like a lot of things kind of fell through for psychoanalysis at the time, that I am aware of, but I don't know what the particular crisis of this book is.
Okay.
Psychoanalytic pioneers, selected writings of Edward Sapir. This person did a lot of writings on Native American linguistics, Edward Sapir. When I was out west, I saw a big Edward Sapir book on Native American linguistics, and I wish that I had that kind of money to just be like, oh yeah, a big $120 or $200 book on a vacation when I'm spending all this stuff on souvenirs. I wish I would have gotten it, but that would have been a lot of souvenir money on that vacation. So
There's
no
a very
Edward.
famous phrase called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, and I just pulled up a little description of it. Also called the linguistic relativity hypothesis, proposes that the structure of a language influences or even determines the way its speakers perceive and think about the world. It's named after two early 20th century American linguists and anthropologists, Edward Sapir and a student, Benjamin Lee Whorf. The core idea is that people do not live in a purely objective world. They experience reality through the categories and grammar provided that by their language. And from the little that I know about indigenous languages, they do have, and Native American languages, they do have interesting grammatical categories and distinctions that we don't have in English, and sort of, I think especially with verbs, maybe just sort of different moods or other stuff like that. So that's sort of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis.
Heidegger, A Political Life. I imagine this book is about the fact that he's a Nazi. I haven't read it, but kind of fits the big hardcover theme of this row. This is a big row of hardcovers, if you haven't noticed. They're all kind of the same size. Melanie Klein's The Shock Doctrine. This is a book that I've only heard about, but it's about how during catastrophes, the rich kind of profit off a catastrophe while everyone gets poor. This is a book about that phenomena. I'm going to the next shelf. Big 3-volume set on the history of Martin Luther King. If you like Martin Luther King, this is the place to go. Have not read it. Okay, this book, Rupert Ross, Returning to the Teachings, I want to read very soon. It's about Native American justice, and indigenous, indigenous justice and stuff like that. So what do you do about crime in an indigenous setting? This is an entire book on that. And I, again, it reveals everything I haven't read when I show my bookshelf, and this is a book I really wish I would have read at this point, but I can't tell you about it yet. The Music Lesson by Victor Wooten. That's a book that person gave me about music. It's I don't know. It's about kind of a weird guy who says music is a woman and there's vibrations in the air, and it's apparently going to teach you about music. I've only read one chapter of it, but yeah, person recommended it to me. I started it recently. On Being Blue by William Gass. My friend has a lot of William Gass. I think my friend studied under William Gass, and that's why he has so much William Gass. There's a lot of William Gass in the collection. And these books are not. I actually I don't know why I had the nonfiction on this shelf earlier, but I moved the fiction of William Gass and William Gaddis, like A Frolic of One's Own and your Carpenter's Gothic, and books of that nature in the place of these, reading Rilke, Test of Time, and fiction in the Figures of Life, because I am not as interested in the nonfiction of William Gass as I am with The Tunnel. The Tunnel is a very highly regarded fictional book by Dalkey Archive again. Dalkey Archive, everyone is constantly waiting for them to, release these books, these reprints. And my friend fortunately had The Tunnel, and I had The Tunnel already in paperback, but then I got The Tunnel again, but I haven't read it. And then we have some really interesting books here. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, haven't read it. Gramsci and Marxist Theory. False Consciousness by Gabel is a Marxist book about reification, a whole book about reification. It's an entire book about reification. Kind of interesting. Quine's Word and Object. Paul Goodman is a queer theorist that I have not read that I want to read. Like I said, I got all these books this last year. So if you would talk to me in 10 years from now, I'm sure I would have so much more to say about all this stuff. Selected writings of Paul Valery, selected poems of Bertolt Brecht, Edward Sapir, I can't see the full name. That's not Edward Sapir, that's Carl Abraham. Carl Abraham's selected papers on psychoanalysis. It's right above the Brecht. And in this book, Mind and Nature by Gregory Bateson, this one is worth a pretty penny, and it cost my friend 50 cents. It is a book about dolphins and cybernetics that is cited by Deleuze and Guattari. And when my friend pulled this out, I just was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe I'm getting this book. It's really expensive. But yeah, not expensive like it's not in the glass case expensive level, but it's still like expensive for the shelf.
I just wanted to make a quick note about Chantal Mouffe, because she has a really important book co-written with Ernesto Laclau called Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, 1985. And it connects to what we were talking about earlier with Spivak's Strategic Essentialism. And I just want to read a couple of things about it. I think it's one of the Verso. I think it's in the Verso Radical Thinkers series, but I'm not 100% on that. Core idea rereads Marxism through post-structuralist theory. Gramsci, Lacan, Foucault argues that there's no fixed class subject. Like the proletariat, political identities are constructed discursively through struggles over meaning. Introduces the concept of hegemony as the contingent process by which one interpretation of the social order becomes dominant, foundational for the Essex School of Discourse Theory and later radical democracy projects. So I just wanted to flag that particular book and author.
These four books right here. Joseph Bistow, From Hegel to Marx, History of Systems, and Universalism Particulars. This is my ultimate, looks interesting, but when stack, because Universalism Particulars are fascinating. Philosophical systems are fascinating when put into context of other philosophical systems and how they contrast. Hegel to Marx, how Hegel influenced Marx, is a fascinating idea. And then the book on the bottom, if you could scroll down, Sexuality by Joseph Bistow, that has Irigaray, Who's the other one? Kristeva. Yeah, his Irrigrade, Kristeva, Deleuze, and Guattari, Lacan. If you want to know about sexuality, this is a fascinating looking book on sexuality that I myself would love to prioritize if I did not have so many books. You have no idea how hard it is to have so many books. It is one of the most challenging things in the world to have so many books. But I will try to read this. It's on my to-read stack.
Do you know the author of this? Maybe you already said it. History of Philosophical Systems.
Can you zoom in? I can't see it too well. Firm, I think.
Oh, it's just Firm. Okay, I thought it was covered over or something.
No, Ferm.
Okay. So does that cover everything on this shelf?
The Wild Region in Life History. Cleaver is a Black Panther. That's worth noting. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Then that stuff down there is phenomenology of the Heideggerian variety, I think, or just phenomenology in general. These books by what does it say? Northeastern University Press. Do you want me to get those books so I can see exactly what press they are?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back. These are Northwestern University Press. Heidegger and the Tradition, Lived Time, and Patterns of the Life World. Again, all these books were $1. These are very interesting sort of books. I don't think they ever came with a dust jacket. I don't think any of them had a dust jacket. Existential Phenomenology by Lujpin. Haven't read it. Great Prisoners. This is a book about prisoner writers. Herbert Spielberg. That's kind of the same writer as that other phenomenology book that I was saying I wanted to get repaired. Excuse me. Phenomenology and the psychology and psychiatry. Spiral Dance by Starhawk. That's kind of a spiritual anarchist, I think. Starhawk is like a 70s writer, I think.
I think it's a pretty big name, actually.
Is it?
I feel like I've seen that on some fairly important books, so I don't remember. It's been a long time, but
okay. Yeah, I mean, my friend kind of gave it to me and kind of said it was like a cool, funky author.
yeah, I actually pulled something up. Starhawk, born Miriam Simos, 1951, is an American ecofeminist writer, activist, and theorist of modern goddess spirituality. She's best known for linking spirituality, feminism, ecology, and social activism into one coherent worldview. Her writings help define the contemporary pagan and feminist witchcraft movement, often called reclaiming tradition or Wicca-inspired ecofeminism. Yeah, Spiral Dance, Dreaming the Dark, Truth or Dare, Fifth Sacred Thing, and some other items. But yeah, pretty big name within that milieu.
Yeah. My friend just gave me a lot of cool ass stuff.
20th anniversary edition. So anytime you see that, you know, something important.
Yeah, for sure. This is an abridged Principia Mathematica. Unfortunately, I do not have the, the 3-volume, specialist edition that costs multiple, $100 or multiple hundreds of dollars. But it doesn't have the big 1 + 1 = 2 explanation in it, unfortunately, because I really need that explained to me for 200 pages. I have to see it explained for 200 pages. Recourse, Fallible Man, Read Anarchy in Order, Mouse, The Gift. This book is like also called The Gift when there's that other book called The Gift, and they're both on indigenous society. So that other book in my shelf that I had on the I think we did it yesterday. I talked about how indigenous societies don't accumulate wealth. This book is also called The Gift, but I don't think it's the same book.
I looked it up. Let me just read a paragraph on it. Marcel Mauss, The Gift, Form and Function of Exchange in Archaic Societies, originally in French, 1925, is one of the most influential works in anthropology and sociology, and analyzes how gifts in traditional societies are never merely generous acts. They are binding social exchanges that create obligations, alliances, and moral order.
Yeah, so a book about a gift economy, basically. Bell hooks. I hear bell hooks kind of pathologizes masculinity. So I don't know how excited I am for like the essentialist reading of men. But supposedly a classic thinker. Alfred North Whitehead. We can scroll up a little bit. Alfred North Whitehead. There's that, Process and Reality book. This is all his other works that my friend gave me. Excited to read this. It's like four books by Whitehead and 2 secondaries. Secondary on Process and Reality, secondary on Whitehead's Theory of Reality, Whitehead's Adventures and Adventures of Ideas, Whitehead's Science in the Modern World, Whitehead's Symbolism, and Whitehead's Introduction to Mathematics. Jack Weatherford's Indian Givers and History of Money are books on Indian economies and the history of money. William Gass, that's his essays. Essays on the discovery, or not essays, The Discovery of Time is that book right there. And then my Robert Musil, the last book on this shelf, I think, The Man Without Qualities. I tried reading a bit of this book, and it was just sort of a slog of bourgeois sort of, ramblings. A man who is critical of technology, I think, and had a lot of Heideggerian insights, but at the same time, he was ambiguously reactionary and didn't seem to leave a bourgeois milieu. And then there's a trial about a man who sort of sabotages his own trial for some reason, and I didn't find it terribly enlightening. It was dry, very dry. The Man Without Qualities. And I love Ulysses infinitely more than The Man Without Qualities. Maybe not infinitely, but many times.
Okay, so I think that that wraps up this bookcase here, and that will do it for this second session.